Oh. Hi guys. Which deck should we play with tonight? Should we play with the map deck tonight? I think we should play with. Or what decks? I'm gonna get this map deck out. Hi, Julie. Hi, Sarah. I'm gonna grab this map deck. Pretty deck. What other deck do we want to play with? Let me maybe get some like Moonology or something. Let's see. Moonology. I'm tired. I sleep all the time. Most of the time I'm sleeping now. Okay, so hi Terry, hi Joe. Oh, the woodlands. Like, let me find those woodlands. Joe, you want to come up with me? You can come up with me if you want to. Hang out. Woodlands. Right here. I see them. I found them. Hi Terry. Joe, do you want a card this time? Because you always sneak out. Oh, it's your son's birthday. Okay. Happy birthday to your son. Do you want a reading? I can give you a reading. I'm going to give you a map card, so don't take off, okay? And then I'll give Sarah her Woodland Warden, and then we'll go from there. Hi, Parasolo, Terry. All right, so let's give Joe a card. Thank you for coming. All right, so here we go. This is from the map cards. It says, details. Details. It's a really beautiful deck. We got that in upright. See. Right. Most powerful patterns are created within the tiniest details, so pay attention. This is the time to be aware of the fine print in all areas of your life. So look at the details and leave the broad strokes for another time. When this card appears in a reading, it's a sign to finesse a project, make small but meaningful gestures, or add a personal touch to your correspondence. Be aware that what you need to know lies in the details. If you're entering into an agreement of any kind, pay attention to them before, not after, when it's too late. Clarity and transparency are key. You can gain great understanding by observing the minute body language, offhand remarks, and fleeting facial expressions that reveal the larger picture. Yes, so details. That was for you, Joe, from the maps. It was pretty. Happy birthday to you. Eccentrically mindful para. I can't remember what you said your name was. I'm still getting to know your name. Hi, Lisa. Okay, so now we're going to go over here to the Woodland Wardens. Joe, good, good. That's awesome, good. You got an event coming up. That's awesome. Make sure you guys are checking out Entity 7, okay? He's got some good stuff coming. Okay, Sarah. Hi, Bud Files. Hi, Parasolo. So this is for Sarah. The Wolf and Rose. The Wolf and Rose Hip. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. I was looking at Joe making dinner. That looks good. Let's see. Brandon, is that your name? No, that's not your name, is it? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I'm getting my you guys mixed up. Okay, so Sarah, the Wolf and Rose Hip, guardianship. See, I'm like telling you, no, that's not your name. I'm silly. Guess I'm usually really good at names too. 1020, 1025. See. 10, 25. All right, here we go. Hi, Mike B. All right. The wolf travels in a pack, protecting its family and its community. Like the hound, the wolf signifies loyalty and commitment. Relatedly, the rose hip is a source of food, but also a symbol of love, as it is the berry produced by the rose plant. Its combined associations with nourishment and affection make it an emblem of familial love and care. You are called to be a mentor. Who among your pack might need your counsel? Taking a leadership role in community activism is another way to lead like a wolf. Ooh, that was pretty cool. That was pretty awesome. That was for Sarah. You're terrible with names. I'm usually really good with names. So we have the Woodland Wardens. We have the Enchanted Maps. We have these Moonology ones, which a lot of people like. Let me show you guys. And so just put a 1 in chat for a reading. Put a 1 in chat. There's Moonology. There's the Woodland Wardens. Hi, Amy. These the map cards. I have these soul helpers again tonight, guys. Then I do have the new ones here, the spirit and shadows too. I'm hot. It's starting to get hot out. I don't like this. Ugh. Okay, so Amy, Cherry. Put that one in chat and I'll give you a card. Mike B. Oh, I'm in California. And oh my gosh. Whew. Brandon. Okay, let's see. So Amy, what would you like? I have. Oh, there's my Carol. There you are. Let me fix her. Hi. How are you feeling?
A little
How are you
better.
doing?
Exhausted because I had all the grandkids.
The babies.
Today. Yeah. So
I honestly thought, like, oh my gosh, she's not going to come up because she's going to be so tired from the grandbabies. But I'm like, well, I got to let her know though.
Well, can you say that again?
I thought you were going to be so tired, like, because you had the grandbabies today.
Well, I just ate and I'm in bed, so.
You're chillaxing, having grandma time now.
I have to drive my mom like about an hour and a half, little over an hour and a half to her doctor's appointment tomorrow. So
you be careful.
Oh yeah,
careful. You good girl. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, Kyle.
Amy, did you say what deck you wanted? Kyle, I'm writing you down too.
Hey, Deanna.
Oh, hi, Deanna.
Hey, Wagon.
I have. Let me show you. Huh?
Flossing my TV on live stream. Probably shouldn't do that. Ooh, that's
fine. So there's these ones, the Moonology Manifestations.
Love
we have the Woodland Wardens.
Hey, Brown Dwarf. I like the
Brown Dwarf. We do have the maps. I have the Oracle of Light and Dreams. And this Soul Helper. And Spirit and Shadows.
Ooh, pretty.
That's cool. Do you want me to write you down too?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. I'm going to write down Carol. I'm telling you, Carol, it's getting so hot here.
We've had today, it's actually really nice. I have the window open and
animals. Hi, Mr. Hugh. Oh, how pretty.
Chilling out, looking out the window.
Chilling out in Iowa, right? Iowa.
Hey, Nightmare.
Hi, Nightmare.
Hey, Terry.
I can't. Amy, did you pick a deck? Should I just pick a deck for you, Amy? Buggy took my fan. Even if I do turn on my fan, it's going to be loud. So
it don't matter. You got to be cool.
Ooh, I am cool. I'm too cool for school. I'm just joking. I think I scare people with my laugh sometimes, honestly.
I don't think so.
My little witch laugh. The third deck? 1, 2. The map deck, you mean? Let me see. Hi, Hawk.
Hey, PPR.
There's this one. Oh, hi, Dustin. You want this map one or you want this one? The Oracle of Light and Dreams. Yes, just pick a deck. We'll go with the Light and Dreams. Let me see.
Got so many people popping in.
Your laugh is cute. Oh, thank you. I really thought maybe I just kind of scared people with it. Oh, Hawk. Okay, Hawk. I'll write you down.
No.
Let's see. Did you seriously say too cool for school? Yeah, I did. I'm really not too cool for school, though. Okay, so let's see. I think the map is cool. Oh, you want the map? Okay. Let's go with the map. I'm glad you guys are picking the map deck because that deck has sat for years. It's like, it's time.
I think I got one from it. I'm not sure. My camera is really bad.
Hi, Rachels. Evil laugh. Evil witch laugh. Okay, so here we go, Amy. Oh, this is really pretty. Gentle Gardener. Isn't that cute?
Yeah.
This really is an amazing deck. Let's see, right here. Gentle Gardener. All right. Be your own person. Be a conscious co-creator. The Gentle Gardener is visiting you at this moment in your life to remind you that your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs create the reality that you experience. She is the embodiment of the energy within you that is sent out in the field of co-creation and ensures that all you are is reflected in the world of form. Are you aware of your thoughts? What is your quality? Believe in limitless possibility and you will see miracles unfold. The Gentle Gardener guarantees the integrity of everything that you send out into the world. So stay positive and expect a wondrous return. Your garden is abundant with beauty. Ooh, I like that.
I like that.
Love it. Huh? Maps. It's getting hot.
Did you turn your fan on?
No, I'm probably going to have to go steal it back from Bug.
We have this bird. We have this bird that, like, when sundown, I don't know if you can hear it, sounds like a baby kitten crying. I swear one summer I walked around my whole yard trying to find a baby kitten. It's this freaking bird.
Is this still there?
I can hear it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That is crazy. Terry, screw loose. What deck would you like? I have the Moonology Manifestation, the Woodland Wardens, the Enchanted Map, the Light Oracle of Light and Dreams, and Soul Helper. Hi, Dustin.
Puxatawny, I love that name.
Satani?
Puxatawny.
Oh.
That's the town that Paris Solo is in.
Let's give Terry a Spirit and Shadow, my newest deck. This artist is amazing. I want to use his deck some more.
Who's the artist?
This artist is J. Edward. It's on Facebook. I'll show you him. He's amazing. Okay, so Terry got Exile. Yeah, he did so amazing. These are the back of them. Just an amazing, amazing deck.
It's so neat because it, like, those aren't pictures that you would just a normal, you know, those are like deep. Like, am I making sense? Like, they're. It comes from a mind of. My words aren't coming, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, very, very, very creative and just outside of the norm. Kind of. That's what I like.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Exile. And he made I think his wife did the writing and he did the paintings. So I think that's even more special.
Yeah.
see. J. Edward Neal and Heather Neal. Yep. Okay, exile. Find it. Right here. So exile is rejection. You could find yourself excluded from a group of friends, family members, or coworkers due to an argument or a misunderstanding or miscommunication. Maybe someone has given you the silent treatment, or you have ceased communicating with someone that you feel has wronged you. Allow the air to clear and consider reopening the lines of communication. Do not harbor feelings of resentment. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
That was good. I like that deck. LOL. Beautiful deck. Mike B. I wish we had a way of putting music on. Oh man, I need to I need my.
All you gotta do is share yours.
But I'm not on a computer. I'm just on my phone.
Oh, okay.
It sucks. This really sucks, but I can't complain, guys. You know.
No. And people aren't coming for the music; they're coming to hear your readings.
Oh, water. Water. Paris Solo. Let me write you down, Paris Solo. Mike B. Are you still here? Oh, there you are, Mike. Mike, is there a certain deck that you'd like? Got some beautiful little decks in here. Well, they're not little. Our lovely little Sunday. Hopefully everybody's having a good Sunday.
Since Libby worked today, it seems like a Monday, so it's been a weird day.
Something uplifting. Why don't we go with you want to always be manifest the kitchen?
No, kitchen? You don't have it out. That's
well, fine. I can get it. It's right here, Bonnie. Let me see.
I don't think I've ever heard a negative, not negative. They're not negative, but it's always been like a good, upbeat, positive.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so far. Hey, Hi Bliss.
Hi Bliss. You're right, Hi Bliss. I'm going to write you down. Hi Bliss. Okay. The kitchens, the witch's kitchen. I'm feeling this energy. I think it's because there's a moon coming, a full moon, right?
And then the eclipse.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it hard. Oh, hi, Cynthia. Hi, Cynthia. Does anybody else kind of feel that weirdness, like that weird energy? The energy is so off. I feel like,
yeah,
it's really off. I feel like so lonely. I'm not lonely. It's just weird.
Yes. Last night, the night before, maybe the night before that, I don't know. The moon lit up so much, and it was like, you know me, I'm this weirdo with the moon, but I just stood up there.
Pose. Yeah.
It just
like, runs around.
Feel it like filling me up. Again, I'm weird, but so I'm anxious to get out. Here in Iowa, 11/11, it's a good time to see the best. But it is a little bit overcast, but hoping to see. So I'm going to try to get out at 11/11. Yeah, put your crystals out, guys.
Right?
Yep.
Mike B got sensitivity. Witch Hazel.
I love that.
Oh, hi, Ghost Dragon. It was the flower blood moon. Ooh, the flower blood moon. Ghost Dragon, I want to put you down too, okay? Yeah, I don't like these full moons, guys. It makes my energy so off.
Really? That sucks.
Yeah.
I love. Oh, it could be the eclipse of it. Or is that how you feel on all full moons?
I think all full moons, pretty much, I get whacked out.
Yeah.
Like my energy.
Yeah.
It's just weird. But that could just be me.
Paris says makes me hungry. You know, everything makes me hungry. I'm just hungry.
Me too.
All the time. Not really. I just eat all the time. In an hour and a half. Mercury in retrograde. Hide. Yes.
Hide.
Yes.
I'm telling you, I'm definitely going to have to hide. I'm going to hide somewhere under all my crystals. I'm hiding under all my crystals. Witch hazel sensitivity. I'm one witch who's invited in. I'll banish spots and soothe your skin. Divining twigs draw up emotion. Heart now healed with magic would harm to none. So mote it be. There, it is done. Okay, phew. A sensitive witch is often troubled. Emotionally, that is. When you wear your heart on your sleeve, you become an open book of shadows. And that can land you in sticky situations. That's me. As you focus more on your magical work.
She got hot. You back, Cassie? Can you hear us? She's probably still reading the card, thinking we can hear her. But she'll be back.
We just started.
Can you hear us?
Hold on a second.
Okay.
For some reason, my this thing turns on.
What?
My Wi-Fi turns on. Yeah, you're gonna get a do-over, Mike. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. I'm telling you, I think it's the moon yelling at me. All right. A sensitive witch is often troubled, emotionally, that is. When you wear your heart on your sleeve, you become an open book of shadows. And that can lead you in sticky situation. That can land you in sticky situations. As you focus more on your magical work, you will find that your intuition heightens, as does your sensitivity, merely avoiding those who make you soar, as well as those who would rather see you with a blemished reputation, does not serve a sensitive soul such as yourself. Rich in tannins, my powerful antioxidants cast soothing, healing spells on most dermatological issues and banish the dark circles under your eyes, as well as troublesome emotions and negativity when used in an herbal elixir. So instead of becoming thick-skinned, allow me, as nature's astringent, to relieve you of any irritation or pains in the backside as you learn to appreciate and hone your empathetic nature. So, toner for clearing acne, tightening pores, maintaining skin's natural pH balance. Mix 1 cup of the witch hazel extract and half a cup of apple cider vinegar, a half a cup of water, 10 drops of tea tree oil, 1 tablespoon of vitamin E, 2 tablespoons of aloe vera gel in a mason jar. Put it all in a bottle and use as required. Witch hazel revealed. The early Puritan settlers of New England learned many remedies from the Native Americans. The Osage used the bark from the witch hazel tree to treat sores and skin ulcers. Many tribes used the twigs in their sweat lodges to heal sore muscles. Teas were brewed to treat many ailments. Also shared with the settlers was the ability to douse for water with witch hazel branches. That was pretty cool.
Hey, will you send me that recipe or just take a picture of that part?
Sure,
and
definitely.
Send it to me. Hey, John.
I definitely will. That was awesome.
Hey, Connor.
Anyone ever play Phasmophobia?
Connor,
Ooh.
Me and Cynthia want to start. I've been playing it, and then I've gone like a year without playing it. But we have the game. I mean, she downloaded the game. We got the game. Find us on Discord. Oh my God, it was a big ordeal.
John Wolf. Yes, yeah, you guys should start doing it.
And then we can all get together and then hear each other play when we play it on Discord. If you're interested, message me on Facebook and then I'll get you the info. We're just all trying to find the best.
Yeah. Hi, Ramona, hi, and John Wolf.
What? The mayor in the official short film. What?
Ooh, that's awesome. That's awesome, Connor.
You got to share that stuff with us.
Links. Yeah, definitely. I put any links in you want. Let us know.
Yeah.
And if you want to come up in a little bit too, let me do some of these readings. And if you want to come up, you're welcome to. Talk about it. We want to know. Hey. Brandon. Whoops. Brandon, are you still here? Let's see. Find Brandon, which is eccentrically. Eccentrically, are you still here? He might have left. But let's just see.
Sorry.
Oh, there you are, Brandon. Brandon, do you know what deck you want? I have the Moonology Manifestation. I have those Witch's Kitchen. I have the map ones. I can bring any other decks out you guys want. Hi, G. There's G. Paranormal Search, guys. Paranormal Search in the house. Hi, Nightmare. Oh, Dreams. The Dreams and Light. Okay. Light and Dreams. Okay. So let me grab that one for you. This is a really gorgeous deck. I mean, it's gorgeous. I know I say that about like all my decks.
They are, though.
Let me show you guys. Look at that. This is the card Brandon got. And it says red. Isn't that gorgeous?
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, gorgeous deck. Let me show you the top or let me show you the book. Look at that.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Okay, yeah, I remember that one.
Oops. Sorry. This phone. All right, so red. I love how it's both a feminine face and then the, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Find it, Brandon. Isn't that pretty, Amy? Okay. Sorry. Be gentle. Strong, kind, considerate, tender. The horned, red-haired creature has a special affinity with the animals of the forest. Deep in the woods, the robin and the squirrel rest with him for a while. They feel safe to whisper their fears and secrets to him. The animals are calm and at peace, sensing his gentle and loving nature. Through quiet observation and with compassion and awareness, he is attentive to their needs and has become a comforting ally and friend, already ready to aid and protect. Gentleness consists of being kind, considerate, and amiable. A gentle person is aware of the needs of others and less prone to reactive behavior. By expressing attributes of gentleness, such as smiling, displaying warmth, and showing kindness and goodwill, we invite the trust and friendship and love of others. Gentleness is a strength under control. It is the ability to stay calm no matter what happens. That was pretty. Chad! Hi, Chad. What you doing? There's Chad. Chad, you want to be on the list too, Chad? Put you on there. I'm going to write you down just in case. Okay, Chad did some cards this morning, him and Molly. Did really good. Okay, so next is Kyle. Kyle, are you still here? That was for you, Brandon. That was really pretty. Trying to see if Kyle is still in the house. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Aw. Welcome. And thank you. You guys are awesome. My grandson wants out so bad. He's not going outside, though. He already got outside that gate a couple times. Waiting for his mama to come home. Hi, Janine. You want to come up and read, too? You're welcome to.
Hey, spooky time.
Spooky time with Janine. I don't see Kyle, so we're going to go to...
Yeah, I haven't seen him since I first came in.
So it's your turn, Carol.
Oh,
Janine, I'll write you down too. Janine, I'll write Janine down. And Janine, if you want to come up and read too, let me know. You can come up. Okay, so Carol.
Yes.
Which deck?
I'll take the kitchen.
You want the kitchen? Okay. I hope my little Sunny Boo isn't gonna disturb anybody.
I can barely hear him.
Okay, good. Let's see. Got you a kitchen. Kitchen witch. She likes these. This is Carol's favorite. Okay, Janine. Make sure you guys check out Janine here. Spooky Time with Janine. And Carol up here too. Okay, let's see. Oh, the background. I didn't even notice it. Oh my gosh, Chad.
Did he?
Background.
Did he change it?
I guess Chatty changed it.
Since we were up here?
No, I don't. Did you change it since we were up here, Chad?
I don't remember what it was when I came up.
I think this is what it was, huh? Because this is Chad's StreamYards. I love it, Chad. It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, it's from this morning. I do love it. Oh. Hi, Eric. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nightmare. I'm not used to nobody dropping my link, but thank you. Whose toy is buzzing? That was my phone.
That would be. Ooh, that's pretty.
What'd you say, Cassie? I'm just kidding.
Cassie. Cumin? Ooh.
Cumin. Fullness. Ooh.
None.
Let's see. Where is your cat? And Carol is very faithful. Oh, it went right straight to your page.
Oh. Jumping out because I need this reading.
Right? Yeah, guys, don't miss Sunday mornings with Chad and Molly. Yes, Chad is amazing. Amazing with his readings.
Yeah. They make a good team.
Oh, I know. Great energy, of course, because they're, brother and sister. They do so great. I love it. I love that time. Here we go. Loyalty is true devotion. Deception births a lower emotion. Have faith, true heart, and trust my seeds. Dependable, they will meet your needs. The magic is worked with harm to none. So mote it be. There, it is done. A seed of doubt has entered your mind, and you have been questioning someone's loyalty. As you look for signs of unfaithfulness, you too are reminded of a pledge that you have made. Promises of fidelity and secret pact rise to the surface. and your attention is drawn to a long-standing relationship. Fears of infidelity have risen, and violation of a contract causes emotional upheaval. Do not despair, for I am loyal. My power guards against thief of any kind, including of your heart. Sprinkle me on any dish for an earthy flavor that will keep you grounded as I protect you from deceit. Put my seeds in bread and feed me to a lover. Ooh, to keep love faithful and ensure that obligations are fulfilled. Loyalty and devotion are essential, my faithful friend, as you are reminded to be true to yourself and your magical beliefs. Here is your recipe. Heal and paste for boils, psoriasis. Ooh. Grind roasted cumin seeds into a powder. Now mix half a teaspoon of the cumin, I can't really say it, with 1 to 2 tablespoons of castor oil to make a paste, and apply gently onto the boil after cleansing the area with a warm compress of water and salt. Cover with a gauze bandage and replace every 12 hours until the boil is gone. Oh, heck yeah.
Nice.
Get rid of those boils, guys.
Psoriasis.
Reveal.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is that what I have? I have like all that redness all over my face.
Yeah, Libby does psoriasis too. Doesn't stop it.
Mine is bad.
She gets like
bad. My face.
Some right here.
So,
So,
baby.
since she's pregnant, that might be a safer way to treat it instead of
Yes,
over the counter stuff.
yes, definitely try that.
Mm-hmm.
I do use some stuff, but I go to the mall and get my stuff. But yeah, anything natural would be awesome. I'm really good, Ramona. Thank you. I hope you're good too. Oh, let me write you down, Ramona. Ramona. And Carol, this spice has been used for thousands of years in ancient Egypt. Cumin was used as a spice and a preservative for mummification. Ooh. The ancient Greeks had cumin on the table to spice up their food. Pliny the Elder listed cumin as the best appetizer of all condiments and wrote that it could be used as money.
Oh,
Damn. It's pretty cool.
yeah.
Pretty awesome.
Coconut oil. Love coconut oil.
Coconut oil. That. Love that.
Thank you.
So that's a really cool card for Carol.
Man, I'm going to keep asking for the kitchen witch cards because and then it's just like, send me the recipe on the back.
Recipe.
Hey, John.
I'm just going to have to send you that deck, I'm telling you. I is late for me. Oh, John Wolf, would you like a reading before you go? Thank you for coming. John Wolf Prospecting. Thank you for coming. Let's see. Hawk, are you still here?
Thought I saw.
Oh, thank you, Amy. Where's Amy at on here? Amy, where are you on here? Amy, I'm going to write you down. I don't know why the heck you were not written down. Because you've been in here. That's weird. Let's give John one because then he has to go. Hi, Mona.
Hi, Mona.
John, what would you like? Would you like a kitchen witch too? Or would you like a moonology manifestation?
Uncle Bones.
Uncle Bones in the house.
Mm-hmm.
I know nothing. So let's give, what should we give John? Should we give John a map?
Oh, yeah. Map would be good.
Let's give John a map. Okay, John, we're going to give you a map card. Thank you so much. We used cumin in some cooking for the Spanish. Ooh, I like that. Uncle Bones, I wrote her down, and I'm going to write you down too, okay? Uncle Bones. Amy, I'm so sorry. I got you down, okay? I put you up there at the top because you have been in here. So here we go. Can you guys see it? hard because my lighting. But it says slow and steady.
Good night, Parasolo.
Night, Parasolo. Thank you for coming. Don't forget, guys, to look at my nails. I'm just kidding. Okay. Slow and steady for John. Let's see. Oops, 10. Remember the old cliche, slow and steady wins the race? This is a time for easy movement, unhurried steps, and a steady heart. Trust that taking life at a more leisurely pace will give you greater access to your dreams. Slowing down allows contact with the juicier elements of life. So savor them. That was very short, but very good. Very good and sweet. So I hope you like that, John. See how positive and good these cards are. You know? Oracle. Oh, I did do yours, Amy. I did Amy's. Amy was the first one I gave. Duh. Amy, thank you for reminding me. I'm such a dork. Cassie say Ku, then Min. Oh, Kumin. Okay. That was for you, John. And I hope you enjoyed that. I'm such a dork, Carol.
No.
Thank you. No, thank you. I love that. Because some words I do not know how to say, definitely. Huh?
Oh, I said most definitely. Or I forget, like I can't, the word won't come to my head. It's like, I know what it is.
Well, Amy is 4 away from 200. Make sure you guys please go and grab up Amy Wagon 11.3, guys. She's only 4 away from 200. Awesome. Let's see. Hawk Paranormal, are you still in the house? We are all dorks in our own way. I love that. Woo! Yeah. I love being a dork.
Most definitely.
Don't you, Carol? I call Carol a dork. She's my best friend.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be normal.
Me too. Me either. I don't think Hawk is here.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
So, Parasolo just left. You guys are awesome. You're awesome, Janine.
No,
you are awesome. Oh, we're going to have a night where we are going to wear our muumuus and just relax and have fun on here. So make sure you have a muumuu. Muumuu time. Oh, you should get a muumuu. I'm getting one. Nothing sexy. It's just going to be, muumuus are not sexy. Come on.
No.
They're big. They're comforting. And yeah. Oh, you're welcome, Amy. You're so welcome. Hi, Jenny. Jenny, you want to come up and do some reading? Hi, Fluffy. Welcome to come up and read with me. Hell yeah, I have a onesie. Jenny and make sure you guys grab up Jenny and Fluffy too. Tarot and T. She does amazing readings. And we have Fluffy too. He does paranormal. I like you guys.
I don't know where I saw it. Can't remember but she had a big box of. It looked like she bought a bunch of new tarot cards or something.
Yes. Jenny has like 500 and something decks, and she just got a big old box of decks. I was like drooling. I'm like,
I know.
Oh my gosh.
A box of chocolate.
Oh, Jenny's going to go live in a few minutes. Guys, don't forget to check out Miss Jenny Tarot and Tea. Do not want to miss those readings.
You have to drop your link. So.
Oh, drop your link, Jenny, please. Sorry, Carol. I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, we were saying the same thing. So.
Oh, yeah, 100. Guys, okay, look. This is the Royal Queen of Decks right here. Tarot and tea. Over 700. Woo! Dang.
You have to
Dang,
have
Jenny.
Room just for the
I
cards.
know. Your cards need their own room.
Yeah.
Definitely. Don't miss out on her live, guys. She has some amazing, amazing readings. She goes, a box full of decks. I'm just drooling. Yeah, 700. Oh my gosh. Woo. Dang, Jenny. That's awesome. I'll be by with a white free Oracle van soon.
A van that's 3 readings.
Yeah.
3 Oracle readings.
He's going to be able to kidnap us all. Yeah, get in.
Free Starbucks on that. I'll join.
Yeah, you put free Starbucks. Carol's in. You got her too. I love that.
Starbucks.
Thank you, Fluffy. Thank you. There's Jen's live right there, guys. Don't miss it. It's my sister. And she's amazing. Very sweet. I want a card room. I think if I went into her house and she had all those decks, oh my gosh. Oh, I love you too, Jenny. Love you too, sis.
I would have to sit there and open them all up and just look through them. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh. That's what I do with mine, but got a whole box. I'd be like, oh my gosh. I would be sniffing them and looking through every card. Like, oh my God.
Look at the pictures. Look at the pretty pictures.
Yes. Wait, where'd it go? I'd let you take some. Oh, she's got the best soul. She's sweetest heart, guys. Jenny does. She's so sweet. I bet you would, Jenny. She's like me, but she's more. I see all she does. It's so sweet. I'll be having my bags full. I'm just kidding. I'd be like, I'll take my book. She's like, I'd let you take some home. Oh gosh, Jenny, I love you. No, I'm not really a taker, but I think that's cute.
You should do that at Halloween for adults. Let the adults come and trick or treat.
Oh my God!
A full of tarot cards, and you can pick just one.
Right? Oh man!
I wish they had adult trick or treating. You could have a big bowl with those little tiny liquors, or tarot cards, or whatever.
I bet you.
Fun.
I bet you that there's some communities and whatever that has those.
What is that community? I don't know what. It's a psychic community. I know somebody in here knows because they've had so many videos people have done about this community, but it's a psychic community, but they're really strict about, who goes in there and how late you can be.
Oh wow. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I hate it when I can't think of, but yeah, that would be kind of cool.
Boo's life, Carol. Did you see Boo's life? Today is my husband's birthday that passed away 6 years ago in November. Well, happy birthday to your husband.
Yeah.
So my condolences to you too.
Yeah.
Definitely happy birthday. Boo.
Happy birthday in heaven.
Hi, Doris. I tuned in late. My mom would shut me out within the first 10 seconds. Let's see. What were you doing? I forgot. I forgot what we were doing.
You're reading something. Somebody.
I think I read. Oh, I think we are on Hive Bliss. We are on Hive Bliss. Hive Bliss, do you know what deck you want? We have the map, Moonology Manifestation. I have the books of Spirits and Shadows. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Boo and Doris, I'm writing you guys down. Yeah, happy birthday. Carol, what are you drinking?
Dr. Pepper, but I got to reach for my candy, so I'll be right back.
Oh. Carol's fun. Dr. Pepper and candy. You're so welcome, Boo. Maps or spirits and shadows. Well, if you don't like this card, we'll do a spirit and shadow. Like this one says, commitment. Isn't that pretty? This is the map deck, and it's so pretty. Commitment. It's a gorgeous deck. Let's see. Oh, Aslan. Hi, baby.
He saw me get the hot tamales, which he can't have, but he thinks he's going to get one. Not going to like
cute.
it.
Too many decks. I can never have too many decks, Fap. No, never.
Mm-hmm.
Not here. All right, here we go. Hi, Bliss. A true commitment is a responsibility of the heart, the mind, the body, and the soul. This is a good time to make one. Partnerships formed at this time are harmonious and powerful. The commitment card also indicates the natural evolution of a relationship from its inception to a literal or metaphorical marriage. At the very least, there is a promise of fulfillment in some form. However, you must be conscious of what you're committing to. Be clear about the nature of your commitment and your responsibility to it. Others are willing to enter into partnerships at this time. Remember that your partnership with spirit and the highest version of your own self will engage the highest self in another. And that was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
So beautiful. Wow, awesome, Bliss. She got your number. I am committed to my marriage to Amy. Oh my gosh, I love that. I love that. Hi, Bliss.
That's good.
Good, very good. Oh, good, Hi, Bliss. I'm glad you like that.
Wait a minute, Doris. Chocolate animal crackers?
That got Carol's attention. Chocolate animal covered chicken. Oh my gosh, Carol.
Mm.
That was righteous. Good, good. Let's see. So, Ghost Dragon. It's your turn. We have the Oracles of Light and Dreams, Moonology Manifestation, Woodland Wardens. We have the map decks. Damn, I want dessert now. Okay, me too. Me too.
Hold on. Somebody had lemon heads. Oh, Ghost Dragon had lemon heads.
Lemon heads? The candy?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm assuming.
I think that's... Oh, I like iced. Iced. Oh, the iced ones.
You got to put them in the freezer. If you put them in the freezer, they just taste so good.
I pick? Okay, I'll pick. What should I pick for Ghost Dragon? Pick a Moonology Manifestation. Oh, hi, Vicky. Let's go with should we go with a Moonology Manifestation for Ghost Dragon? Let's do it. Come on, partner in crime.
What?
I said, should we go with the... Yeah, let's go with this.
Yeah.
Can you go?
Yes. I shook my head as if you could hear that, but no.
Oh, Vicky, let me write you down, okay? This is the beautiful, beautiful deck. Moonology Manifestation. This is for Ghost Dragon. The new moon in Taurus. Know your worth. It's going to be good. I love it already. The new moon in Taurus. I just wish they had like numbers on these cards because, yeah. Oh, I found it already. Yes, because I'm good. I'm just kidding. All right, here we go. You are on the right track, but you need to go steadily. Knowing that you're worthy of your desires is crucial here. Opportunities open up when you believe in yourself. Dig deep and move past negative comments from others. No matter what happened in the past, if you're aiming to manifest something for the good of everyone concerned, you can do it. Good self-esteem will boost your manifesting powers, so love yourself more. Know your own worth, and others will too. Be true to your values. Manifesting focus. So this card is an especially good sign for matters related to property, possessions, sensuality, love, self-belief, self-worth. Manifesting mindset. Acknowledge and make a list of your best traits. If you find it hard to do, ask a friend to help you. What is great about you? Manifesting tips for boosting your self-worth. Call in Archangel Chamuel, who helps you to find anything that you need and brings spiritual illumination. And connect to Venus, the planet of love and abundance that guides Taurus. Place a picture of Aphrodite on your altar to draw in Venus energy. Hold this card to your heart chakra and feel Aphrodite's beautiful and loving energy. So maybe you should get some kind of crystals. Your manifestation affirmation. I deserve to manifest. What do you deserve to manifest? Because you do. When to manifest your magic? The best time to work your magic is when the moon is in Taurus on a Friday or during Venus's hour. The new moon in Taurus takes place when the sun and the moon are on the same degree in Taurus, and the energy is about moving steadily toward your goals. So that was very, 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 very positive. You got this.
Yeah.
I love how positive those are. I think I need that too with this moon thing going on. Powerful, man. High Bliss says, Wagon, which is Amy. She's such a sweetheart. She's only one away from 200. That is so sweet of you, High Bliss. What?
What?
Oh, I think you said, oh, no.
I said, oh, wow. That's good.
I'm like, oh. Funny, Cassie, all my reads almost say the same thing. This is getting interesting. Thank you. Oh, you're so welcome. I think it's really, really telling you, Ghost Dragon, know your worth. Know your worth. Definitely.
See whatever you want to manifest. See what you want in your life. See it like it's already happened.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Positive, manifest, positive. So I try to stay positive always.
It's hard. It's hard sometimes.
Definitely is hard, but do it.
Yes.
Got this. And stay around positive people. I cannot be around a negative person, especially if you're empath. Not being mean, but yeah, stay around positive souls. Definitely.
Yep. Wagon
Chad,
hit
are you
100?
Woo!
But
Good.
you need to
Good.
Some more, because you know how YouTube
Need a cushion. Yeah.
Takes them away.
We'll get you a cushion in there, Amy. Yeah. We'll get you. Let's see. Chad, are you listening? I just unsubbed. Uncle Bones. That's cute. He's playing. I love it.
They do. Oh my gosh. Like,
Mm-hmm. They do bad.
I'm so stagnant. But it's probably been a month since I've put out a video. And I've got like easily 10 started. Easily.
Let's give her that motivation. Come on, Carol. You got this. Take one. Finish it.
Yeah. No, I gotta get, there's a lot of stuff around here that has to get settled, and then
That's
I'll
true.
be able to come back and
Yep. Yeah, you have to have your home life settled and everything settled before you can focus. Yep, definitely.
Chad's here.
Chad says, I'm here. Oh, Chad, what would you like? Would you like the Moonology manifestations? The Woodland Wardens, the maps, the spirits and shadows from this morning. Oh, our readings aren't on your channel anymore? They should be, Chad. Yeah, they should be.
Weird.
I'll check it out when I'm done. But yeah, there's no reason that should be gone.
Mm-mm.
That is really weird.
Manifest, he says. We need to, from this morning, manifest.
Oh, he meant the readings from this morning are gone. Manifest them back. Oh, the manifestation manifest deck. I'm like, what?
Like the puzzle. We're trying to make out what do you think, Chad?
Manifestation. Okay. Yeah, that was a very powerful and positive. I hope I didn't play copyright music. Well, even if you did, they'll just do like a little copyright claim, but they won't take the video down. I'll figure it out. Okay. Let's see. This is for Chad. Look how gorgeous from this beautiful deck.
What?
Beautiful deck.
What was it again?
See it?
Open.
The Moonology.
Yeah.
Moonology manifestation. Oh, I'm sorry.
What's okay?
Open
to chance. Okay.
Open up to change.
Change. Sorry. Change.
That's okay. I'm kind of all over the place.
That's pretty.
Isn't that pretty? Okay. Nightmare. Did I write you down? I don't think I wrote Nightmare down. I'm going to write you down right now because you've been in here. Nightmare. All right. Okay, here we go. So, Chad, the new moon in Aquarius. Let me find you.
Sorry.
You okay?
Yeah.
Chatty. That's our little brother. That's our little brother, Carol.
What now?
Chad right there. That's our little brother.
Little brother.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of wish I had I wasn't the youngest.
Well, you're not now.
Right.
Chatty is.
Mentally not the youngest. No, I'm mentally the youngest. I should say that, yeah.
Fatoy, I'm going to write you down. Yes. Fatoy. We love you, Amy. We love you. Here we go. Open up to change. Big changes are forecast, but you need to let events unfold with as little steering as possible from you. Sometimes you just need to take a bit of space from a person or a situation. If you know you've been too emotional about someone or something, this card offers you the chance to cool things down. A rational, even slightly aloof, assessments of your current circumstances are called for. Allow for things to develop. Try to think of your situation from a different angle. Manifesting focus. This card is an especially good sign for matters related to friends, networks, a wish coming true, science, tech, or online dating. Manifesting mindset. Be yourself. Independence doesn't have to mean loneliness. A group of people rather than one person may be the ones to help you. manifesting tips for detachment. Call in Archangel Uriel, the most cerebral archangel. Call in energy from planet Uranus, which guides the sign of Aquarius and is all about independence and revolution. Light a candle, preferably silver, and ask Uriel for his help with viewing life compassionately, but also dispassionately, so you can stay cool under any pressure. And here is your manifestation affirmation. There is only one for me. It's safe to be me. There is only one me. I'm sorry. There is only one me. It is safe to be me, and I love me. Ooh, yes. When to manifest your magic. The best time to work your magic is when the moon is in Aquarius on a Saturday. I know nothing of all this, but I'm still going to read it. Ordering Saturn's hour. The new moon in Aquarius takes place when the sun and the moon are on the same degree in Aquarius. It knows that humanity is worth saving. Oh, Ghost Dragon, are you going to the twin? Night, Ghost Dragon, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for coming. Good night.
Oh, did you see Futoi wants a card?
Yep. I wrote Futoi down.
Okay.
Thank you. So that one was for Chad, and I love that deck. Moonology, manifestation. Gosh, it's so positive. So positive. I love that and uplifting. Let's see. So that was for Chad, which I think he's probably at work. I think he's at work tonight, but I'm sure he was listening.
Chad.
That was for you. We'll see you too, Ghost Dragon. Let's see. Janine, are you still here? Janine. I like our little hangout nights, Carol. We need this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at work, but that was awesome. You're so welcome, Chad. You're so welcome. Make sure you guys grab up the Chad Smith podcast live every Tuesday and Thursday morning, 7 a.m. Pacific. Don't forget Chad Smith, guys. He is amazing. With the moon deck. Okay. I know, I'm loving this moon deck. Okay. Janine would like the moon deck. I think I'm going to probably bathe and sleep with my crystals tonight.
You know, you should get some moon water going. But then again, it's an eclipse of the moon.
Yeah, let's not do that.
So I don't know, because I think I remember. I would Google it, people. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll Google it right now since I'm on Pinterest.
Last quarter moon in Leo. Lighten up. Lighten up, Janine.
Lighten up.
So let's do last quarter moon in Leo. Let's see. Oh, right here. Here we go. What's happening for you right now can turn out well, but you need to find a balance between the light and the dark of the situation. Get in touch with some lighter and happier feelings to clear away any energetic debris that may have grown out of your fears. That said, this isn't about glossing over any dramas and pretending all is well if it isn't. A positive attitude towards life now will help clear away any upsets. Manifesting mix. Two very strong energies are at play here. All of the things that you fear and your very vitality. Ooh. Manifesting mindset. Drawing this card suggests that you need to lighten up a little. Happy manifesting Happy manifesting comes from a happy place. So make a list of your blessings. Manifesting magic. These crystals work especially well for the sign of Leo. Sunstone, carnelian, citron, rose quartz, aventurine, or Dalmatian jasper. Choose one and hold it while you meditate, visualizing a warming orange light swirling around you. Alternatively, keep your crystal close by as you work through your situation, or use 5 or 6 to make a crystal grid. Your manifestation affirmation. When I forgive myself, I set myself free. My little grandson, he barks at anything that goes by. When to manifest, best time to work your magic is when the moon is in Leo on a Sunday or during Leo's hour. The last quarter moon in Leo takes place when the sun is in Scorpio and the moon is in Leo. It knows that life is made up for light and shade. She's like, shit, okay.
Okay, it says you shouldn't make moon water tonight during an eclipse, but there are some things you can do.
Okay.
By ritually cleansing your house and yada yada. So I'm just not going to do it, but I'll be right back.
Okay. You're welcome, Janine. You're very welcome. Ramona, are you still here? Ramona. We have Ramona, then Uncle Bones, then Nightmare, then Boo, then Doris, then Vicky, then Futoy. Ramona, are you still here? Loving these Moonology cards. They are so awesome. Just see if Ramona's here for her reading. Uncle Bones, do you know what you want? We have the Moonology manifestations. Who is our guest for Tuesday? Who is our guest for Tuesday? Shia Hodes? Shia Hodes. I'll look that up, okay? I'll definitely look that up for you. Try to figure that out. Because that name does not sound familiar. Happy healing, full blood moon eclipse blessings. Oh, Lady Spellbreaker. Hi, how are you? How are you doing? I'm going to write you down just in case. Lady Spellbreaker. Okay, excited to talk to new people. Yes, yes. Get some new people on there. Yes. I love that. Can't wait, Chad. Look for some new people. Definitely excited too. Which deck should we pick for Uncle Bones? You want the Moonology? Yeah, don't miss out on our Chad Smith podcast. Just click on that. You can just click on his name and go to his channel. Subbed. Thank you, Patoy. It's cloudy and rainy in Illinois. Ooh. I'm doing really good, thank you. It's a little bit hot here in Cali. It's a little bit hot already. Not liking that. Heat. Uncle Bones. We got Monal Manifestation. We got the Woodland Wardens. The Enchanted Map. We have this deck here too, the Spirit and Shadows. listening and watching the moon. Maybe later when it gets like darker out, I might go watch the moon too. Look at Carol's picture. Uncle Bones. Do you want me just to grab a deck for you? That's what she said. The moon deck. Yes, yes, yes. Here we go. Yeah, on my own. We need some music, man. We need some music. That's what we're missing. So first quarter moon in Libra. Keep your heart open, okay? Pretty. Ooh, keep your heart open. We find it's keep the heart open. First quarter moon. Taurus, Gemini, Leo, Virgo, Libra. Here we go. Go get a coffee. Oh yeah, go get a coffee. Are you too attached to someone or perhaps to your current goal? It's a wonderful thing to care deeply. However, if you start to smother the person or situation that you love, you could run into trouble. What's your goal? But don't become so dependent that you give away your power. Suggest it's time to negotiate something, and the way to manifest your goals now could be to come up with a solution that pleases everyone. Manifesting mix. There's a need to be adored here, which is fine. We all have that trait. But if it tips you in,
She got hot. Oh, she back.
ways,
Kathy?
keep your heart and your mind open. Believe in your gorgeousness. Tune in to your manifesting powers. The Heart Chakra is located in the center of your chest, and it is the gateway between the upper, more spiritual chakras and the lower, more earthly chakras. Visualize yourself with family, friends, loved ones, in a flowing column of beautiful and healing emerald green light. And hold this card to your heart and call the energies with these words. Energies of the first quarter moon in Libra, thank you for showing me how to work with others and how to give and how to receive. And you don't even need the card, just say it. When magic, the best time to work your magic, when the moon is in Libra.
Cassie, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Cassie? Oh, she'll be back. I don't even think she knew she left a minute ago. I am doing fabulous. Guys, the moon is half covered by the eclipse. Oh.
Carol, did you kick me out?
No. You know that was the second time that happened.
Oh my gosh. Sunny in the house, paranormal chop shop. I'm going to write you down, Sunny. I'm writing you down for reading. And make sure you guys please check out the Paranormal Chop Shop live every Friday. Every Friday, guys, we're at the Chop Shop. Woo! Thank you for coming.
In his garage. The fire starter.
Yes, starting a fire in his garage.
Can you see outside Can you see the moon where you are, Cassie?
No.
It's like halfway.
Is it pretty?
It's halfway covered by the eclipse right now.
Oh, awesome. Oh, that's awesome. If you guys can get out and see your moon, go see it. Yeah. Hi, Randy. Randy's paranormal. Sunny, I wrote you down. Randy, let's put you down. Randy's paranormal. And I'm sorry about that, Carol. AAP Luke in the house. Because I always cut you off.
I'm just talking about, or Doris said she hears a dog.
Hi, Aslan. Hey, sweet Aslan.
Papa's in his bed. Okay, that's enough of that.
Aw. Hey, I wrote you down, Luke. Make sure you guys all have AAP too. AAP's Variety Channel. Amazing family right there. So, who do we have next? Nightmare. Nightmare, do you know what deck you want? Thank you guys for sticking around. You guys are awesome. Got Uncle Bones. Next is Nightmare. Then Boo, Doris, Vicky, Patoy, the Lady Spellbreaker, Sunny, Randy, AAP. Oh, why am I writing down? Because you're going to get a reading.
It might be the naughty list, though. We don't know.
Okay, put a 1 in chat if you are on the naughty list. What? I'm hungry.
What'd you say? Are you hungry?
No, not me. That was my kid. She's 12. Wants to come to mama. It's like, come on, can you bake potato? Just kidding. That's what I did.
Daughter, my 21-year-old. No, she's 22. Oh my gosh. She still comes, I'm hungry. What should I have? I'm like, oh my God. You better figure this out because you're going to be having a baby here soon. So figure out how to feed yourself.
Hi, Laz.
Always in the doghouse.
Always. You're so welcome. Thank you, Oracles.
Did you do that little, looks like a broomstick. See that? Nightmare did. How do you do that?
Oh, Uncle Bones is going to make me cry. I love that. I love that. I love that. So beautiful. You're a good friend. Nightmare says, you choose. Well, I'm going to go with the Moonology deck. I'm loving that. I love that, guys. That's a good friend right there. Let's write you down. Sunny, where did you go? You just came in for a second and then you left?
Came up and threw horn fingers. Oh, peace signs. And then
Isn't this really pretty?
Oh, I got to put.
You see it?
Hold on, let me go to StreamYards over here. Step into your power. Ooh.
Step into your power. Look at that.
That's neat.
Beautiful card for Nightmare. Let's see. I bet you Sunny's watching. I know Chatty's listening. Okay, so first quarter moon. Let's see. In Aries. Let's see. Find it. Oh, no, that's not it. That's full moon. Pisces. Sorry, guys. I'm coming. Here it is. Here we go. Here we go. So this is for Nightmare. Something is holding you back from racing towards your next goal. Achieving anything is nearly always part inspiration and part hard work. Believe that you can create whatever you want. Be you. Take action and be smart.
That's so cool.
But always be bold. Don't allow inhibitions or others' restrictions to hold you back. Be systematic, but also allow yourself to get excited about what you want. If someone seems to be working against you now, deal with your emotions as calmly as you can. Manifesting mix. So this card represents a mix of having the courage to chase your goals, no matter what anyone else says, while still planning and being strategic. Manifesting mindset. Whatever you're doing right now, remember that as well as passion, you need a plan. That's the way to overcome any obstacles. Tune in to your manifesting powers. The solar plexus chakra is where you store your courage and confidence to seek out the life you're dreaming of. It's found a little above your navel and is bright yellow in color. Hold this card to your solar plexus and visualize yourself in a column of yellow light from the highest source. Call in the energies of these words. Energies of the first quarter moon in Aries, thank you for giving me the confidence that I need to chase my dreams and win to manifest your magic. Best time to work your magic is when the moon is in Aries, on a Tuesday or during Mars hour. But anyways, that was gorgeous. Gorgeous. I love these. Yeah. Okay. Glad to see new family up in here. Yeah, make sure you guys connect with AAP guys. They have a live like every weekday. They have 420 giveaways. 420 giveaways. I got a giveaway: stickers, candy, flour. Oh my gosh! And you can grow your channel. And they just are an amazing, amazing, amazing family in there. I love that. I love them. Rebecca, and Luke, right there. AAP Variety Channel. That was for you, Nightmare. You're so welcome. Very welcome. That was for Nightmare. And Boo, are you still here? I haven't seen Boo in a while, but it could be lurking. Let me see. It's been a while. Oh. Let's see, no Boo in here. You still here, Doris? AAP rocks. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's my family right there. Doris, are you still here? I'm telling you, sometimes it just feels like, do you remember, what is that called? Outer Limits, that guy when the guy up in space, and then it was like Outer Limits, gosh, the Twilight Zone.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I feel like we're in the Twilight Zone.
When you said Outer Limits, there's an Outer Limits here in Des Moines. It's a strip bar. It's a strip bar.
Oh my gosh! Strip bar, Outer Limits.
Well, I don't know if they still have it though. It might still be out there.
That's cool. That's awesome. Taurus, do you know what deck you want? Hey, you gotta have those strip joints. Spirits and shadows. Let's see. Oh, my chest. Oh. Okay. This is a beautiful, beautiful deck. Rod Stewart. Rod Stewart?
I don't know. I was wondering, how did Rod Stewart come up?
The moon.
Pretty.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yep.
You got the moon. Oh my gosh, I love the back of these cards. They're just like the, regular playing cards.
I like that.
So, see what it says. I like this deck. RST, right? RST. The moon. The journey, the key, the maestro, the magician. Okay. The moon is elusive. It appears during an uncertain time in your life. You know your aspirations, but the path leading to what you want is indistinct. You may find yourself questioning a relationship or find yourself uncertain of another's feelings for you. Do not be rash at this time. Hold off making important decisions. Soon the light will shine on the answers you seek. Mr. Crowley in the house. Hi, Mr. Crowley. The Twilight Zone, Rod Stewart. I don't remember Rod Stewart being in the Twilight Zone, though. Are you looking it up, Carol?
No. I was going through Pinterest, and there's this ancient smokable herbs and their benefits. And
oh, like, yeah.
That is so cool.
Oh, love you too, Crowley.
Is he
Thank
leaving?
you for coming. No, he just got here.
Oh, okay. Oh, there he is.
Crowley, I will write you down just in case.
Megan.
Megan, write Megan down.
Oh,
so we just did.
The moon's almost covered.
The moon hits your eye. Oh, Rod Sterling. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
It does. For a minute, I was thinking, did Rod Stewart sing a song, The Twilight Zone?
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. He could have.
Mm-hmm. Like a big pizza pie. Woo, yes.
All right.
I didn't have it written yet. Vicky, there you are. You are up. We got the spirits in the shadows, the enchanted map, and this beautiful, beautiful Moonology deck. Also the Oracle of Light and Dreams. Happy 11/11. Oh, happy 11/11.
An hour for me before I can celebrate that.
Oh, okay, her time is 11/11. Mm-hmm. Ooh, it's 8 o'clock here. No, pizza does sound good. Oh God, yes. I love pizza. What's your guys' favorite dish in the world? Mine's steak.
It changes for me.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'd be like pork chop. Sometimes I'll be like fried chicken.
I'd rather have a
no, it's not even
medium rare steak before a pork chop.
I love my pork chops. I love pork chops, but I love steak too.
Yeah, I know.
Oh
I haven't had a good steak for a long time. Like, I don't cook steaks on the grill. I leave that to somebody else, so it's been a while. I just don't ever want to cook it.
4:12 a.m. Oh my gosh, Fatoy, I'm going to grab you next, okay? It's 4:12 a.m. in Ireland. Next time, Fatoy, just remind me that you're overseas, okay? And I'll grab you up first, okay? I felt so awful. This is for Vicky. The new moon in Gemini. Think it through. Think it through. What a beautiful card, Vicky, from the Moonology manifestation. Yeah, if you're overseas, if you're across the pond, you guys come first because it's, the time. You got to get in bed. Well, even if you do stay, even if you want to stay and you want to listen, I mean, you got to get your cards out of the way in case you fall asleep. Let's see. So the new moon in Gemini. And the new moon in Gemini. Let me find it. Talking to myself. Aries, Taurus, Gemini. Here we go. Anthony's in the house. Anthony, I'll write you down just in case, okay? In case you're here. Anthony. Anthony is identified S4. Here we go. Vicky. A positive outcome lies ahead. However, to take this opportunity from the others and make it real, you need a positive mindset. On some level, you already know how to get what you want. Use your smarts. Think it through. Look for the signpost about what to do next. Ask, what am I expecting? Focus on the positive expectations. Expectations attract. If you're having doubts, talk to someone. Make a list of your goals. There's a way through. Use your mind and your words to help others see things your way. Manifesting focus. So this card is an especially good sign for matters related to a flirtatious situation. Anything written in upset that you've had or a relationship that feels blocked. Manifesting mindset. Expressing whatever is on your mind is always a good idea. But this card also suggests that you need to do some inner work and trust your intuition. Manifesting tips for boosting your intuition. Call in Archangel Zedkiel. Zedkiel is associated with compassion. Zadkiel. Zedkiel. I'm so sorry, guys. Who is associated with compassion and forgiveness to help you clear a past hurt that could otherwise block you. Call in the energy of the planet Mercury, which guides Gemini. Close your eyes and meditate on your desire for at least 5 minutes. What comes up? Write it down. Your manifestation affirmation. Knowledge is powerful. I am powerful. And to manifest your magic. The ideal time to work your magic is when the moon is in Gemini on a Wednesday. So I don't even understand any of that part, but that reading was amazing, Vicky. I hope you like that. I mean, I understood the card. I just don't understand the part where, the moon is in this, the moon is in that. I don't really know those yet. But anyways, I hope you like that. Cass, would you do... Oh, yeah, Crowley. I'm going to write her down, okay? I'm going to write her down, Crowley. Trinity. So that was for Vicky. Next, we're going to do... The moon is in eclipse at this very moment. Let's hold hands and sing.
Not for
the moon is in... It isn't?
Nope. It's this. There's a sliver.
There's still a sliver?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
I'm sure at different parts of the United States, you probably see it a little different. But yeah, I can still see. It's not a ring of light all the way around. But
so Carol's in Iowa, right? And you're so welcome, Vicki. Very welcome. And then Anthony is in New York. Okay, so he's a little further on. New York. Let's see. Oh, Fatoy, what card deck would you like? Would you like that moon one? Or would you like whatever you want? I got maps, the dark spirits and shadows. This moon one is really working it tonight, I tell you that. Probably because of this moon. Make sure you guys have Miss Carol here too, because she is going to be getting back to her narrations. She does beautiful, beautiful stories. And you can hear her beautiful voice narrating. So don't forget my Carol right here.
Thank you.
Did you write in chat, Carol?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Walt. It's overcast here, but I can see it. Where are you, Walt? I'm going to write you down. Walt. Thank you guys all for coming.
Hey, Mountain Man.
Sean. Hi, Sean. Mountain Man, medium in the house. I'm going to write you down too. Let's see. This one is for... Make sure you all are checking each other out, guys. All you got to do is click on your links, click on your names. That's all you got to do now. Okay, let's see. So this one is for Patoy. I hope I'm saying your name right. Beautiful card from Moonology, Manifestation. Release your blocks. Release your blocks. Isn't that pretty?
Yes.
Beautiful Moonology Manifestation deck. Just chilling, trying to get through this moon. Aren't we, Carol?
I'm loving it, but I know you don't.
I don't know why.
It affects people different. Hello, Mountain Man.
First quarter moon in Scorpio. Okay, here we go. When it comes to pushing through your fears and any other negative feelings, you're going to have to dig deeper. The only thing we have to fear, you know that part, is fear itself. Because fear blocks that. Make time to clear any toxic feelings around you. Don't let pride stop you from showing how clearly you want something. It's okay to be vulnerable. If you know the people that you're dealing with are trustworthy, think about others as much as you do yourself. Manifesting mix. There is light and shade in your situation, and you need to embrace it. Don't get stuck on any idea and refuse to budge. Manifesting mindset. Think what a mental detox would involve for you. For example, avoiding people that you argue with, violence on TV, etc. Make time for it soon. Tune in to your manifesting powers. Your Sacral Chakra is all about emotions and feelings. It's located just below your navel, and it is bright orange in color. Think of the way that water flows. That's how this chakra can help your feelings to flow right now. Imagine yourself bathing in a beautiful column of warming orange light. Hold this card to your lower belly and call in the energies by incanting these words. Energies of the first quarter moon in Scorpio, thank you for helping me clear out energetic debris so I can fulfill my potential. Yeah, sometimes I have to walk away from, I don't walk away for very long because I get bored, but sometimes I have to walk away from like Facebook because it's a habit and I'm on it all the time and it's like a prison for me. I imprison myself in like social media. Yeah. Whew.
Is that the second time you've read that card? Sounds like.
No. Nope.
Okay.
Because I always stick the cards to the side, all the cards to the side that I read, and I don't read them again.
Okay.
I don't know why I do that. But yeah, that's not the second. Isn't that pretty though? That's pretty cool.
You had talked about the navel, the chakra, and the orange, and I'm like, I thought I heard that already, but
yeah.
My me.
So that was for Toy. Lady Spellbreaker, are you still here?
Oh.
Sorry. It's almost total eclipse. Total eclipse of the heart. Remember that song?
We need to have karaoke.
Karaoke night. Oh, Carol, you should sing for us. Carol's such an amazing singer.
Oh
Damn
my
it, Carol.
gosh, that is so no.
Yeah! Yeah! See what this moon is doing to me? It's not me, guys. It's not me.
What?
Sorry, I was blaming the moon.
I'm gonna go take a picture and I'll be right back. Take some pictures.
Okay.
Okay.
I love you guys. Sunny Chop Shop, are you watching? Are you ready for your card? Sometimes you just got to get a little crazy, especially on a full moon or whatever it is. Sunny Chop Shop, are you watching? You are up. To the moon, Alice. Right? Oh my gosh. I might have to get some water in me. Get all those crystals out. Yes, I'm getting all my crystals out. I'm going to take a bath in my crystals. I'm going to sleep with my crystals. I guess Sunny isn't here. So, Randy's Adventures. Randy's Paranormal Adventures. Are you still here? Sorry, guys. Oh, I had to cough. Randy's Adventures. Are you still here? Make sure you guys are all checking each other out. Some amazing, amazing, amazing channels in here, guys. You have too many? Oh, got lots of crystals. You shouldn't charge. Oh, you shouldn't charge during eclipses. I don't really want to charge them. I just want to sleep with them. Protect me. Protect me. Oh no, where are the clouds coming from? No, no clouds, no clouds. AAP, Luke, are you still here? AAP. I'm about what your intention is. Terry, there's Terry. Make sure you guys please check out Terry Screw Loose, guys. You got some good pictures of the eclipse. Ooh, I like that. Terry right there, guys. Terry Screw Loose in the house. AAP, you need to go. Thank you for coming, Vicki. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Yes, have a blessed night. Make sure you guys check out Vicki too, guys. The Abyss Paranormal. I love that. Let's see. Let's see. Lazarus, you are up. You are up, Lazarus. Who's hot? Do you know what deck you want, Lazarus? 17 in the house. 17 up in here. You guys are awesome. Lazarus, you are up. I have these Moonology cards I've been reading, which are amazing. Okay, so let's go with that. Let's go with the Soul Helper. I'm gonna break out the Soul Helper, okay? 17, Cassie lovers. Aww. I love my loves. I love my loves. All right, so we're gonna go with the Soul Helper for Lazarus. This is a really gorgeous deck. Gorgeous. Right? Lazarus from this gorgeous deck, the Soul Helper. You follow your vision. Never lose sight of what is really important, okay? So let's read it. Oh, man. All right, Lazarus. The wisdom of the wolf is to adapt to life's circumstances without losing sight of what is important or straying from the path of your own vision. Trust your instincts, your inner strength and guidance. Safeguard your vision by establishing clear boundaries, defending your territory, and never giving others the power to unsettle you. Trust your intuition and never let anyone take that away from you. You have drawn this card because your forebears, your ancestors, are calling to you. It is time to rediscover your visions. Shamans and druids once wore the skin of the wolf as a sign of the great spiritual powers, leadership, and inner strength. This mission to follow your vision with inner strength now falls to you. In order for you to achieve great things, you will need courage for the path ahead, and you will be granted a higher perception. Meditate upon it and open up yourself to the light flowing toward you. You have the ability within you to expand your perception for the benefit of all living things. And that was really pretty. The clouds are looking a little strange right now. I bet. Total eclipse of the heart. I love that song. So that was for Lazarus. That was for Lazarus. You're so welcome. You're very welcome. Isn't that pretty? Make sure you guys are grabbing up Sean, Mountain Man Medium, because he does cards as well, and he's really good. He's really good, and he's a medium. Trinity. Trinity is up. So Crowley, what would Trinity like? Would she like one of these soul helpers? Or a moonology manifestation? I have Oracle of Light and Dreams. Sorry. You're welcome. You're very welcome. It's getting hot in here. Crowley, are you still here? It's your daughter's turn. Trinity's turn. Kind of blowing myself with this card because it's a little bit hot in here. Walt. Walt, you said you didn't want one, Walt? Sean, would you like one? Technology. I got the soul cover that I just read. Anthony, did I read you? Anthony, I don't think I do. Anthony and Ben. So let's read Sean, Anthony, and Megan. You guys are up next, okay? Okay, so let's do. Okay, so Anthony, you're going to be next, okay? And then Megan. There you are, Crowley, and then we'll get you. We'll get Trinity in here. All right, so this is a really beautiful, beautiful card. Okay, Walt, thank you for being here. Yeah, I can do Trinity next if you're here, Crowley. Okay. So this is a really beautiful card from these Soul Helper. Look how pretty that is. And it says, the love of your dragon reaches out to you. The realm of your truth is opening up. Ooh. Oh, that's oh, she's sleeping. Okay, okay. She fell asleep. Okay, so the love of your dragon reaches out to you. I love that. Just gotta find number 26 for Sean. And the love of the divine source of all being within them. Your dragon is calling on you to become a truly loving person. When you are reunited with your dragon and have a profound understanding of what your dragon is, you create an energy field that will guide you into your own blessed light, into a realm of truth and wisdom. With your dragon's eyes, you will see more, and with your dragon's heart, you will feel more. And with your dragon's mind, you will understand the spirit of all things. Your dragon's love will heal every aspect of your being. You will perceive the true reason why you are here. Through the love being will dissolve all of your conditioning of the past that could divert you from the path of your truth. When you are on your own pure truth, you will be able to make decisions that are worthy of you and your soul path, free from fear and from your lower self. The love of your dragon is guiding you out of the shadows and into the light, onto the path for which you are intended. It is only on this path, lined with wisdom and self-awareness, that you will find your truth and hear the whisper of your soul. Wonderful. Very beautiful. So I hope that made sense to you, Sean. I like that. Did you hear that, Sean? Isn't that pretty? Hi, Amy. Make sure you all check out Amy Wagon 11.3. Sean says that was spot on. I like that deck. I love that deck. Anthony, are you ready? Unidentified S4 in the house. Are you ready for your reading? Carol, what are you doing? You loved it, High Bliss? Good, good. I'm glad you loved it. Ready? Anthony, what deck would you like? Would you like that deck, the Soul Helper, or the Moonology one? It's okay. It's okay, Crowley. Would you like a map one? I have maps. I have Moonology. I have the Soul Helper. Yeah, you're doing amazing, Amy. You're doing amazing. Let's see. All All right, you want the soul deck. Ooh, hi, Freaky. Freaky Geek in the house. Well, this is a really beautiful card. Anthony, one of the... Oh, thank you, Lazarus. So this is a really beautiful card for Anthony. Have the courage to be free. How beautiful that is. This is the back of them. I love them. I love this deck. Soul. Have the courage to be free. Know that freedom begins where desires end. The native spirit. Oh, I will grab that up for you. Okay, Megan? Okay. The native spirits. That's my favorite deck. Okay, so have the courage to be free. 28. All right. So what does freedom mean to you? Where do you think it lies? Do you think it could be found in money, power, recognition, or enlightenment? Freedom commences where desire ceases. Freedom exists only in the present. You cannot plan for it or save it in a freedom piggy bank to make use of it for later. So live in the moment and live freely. Freedom is wherever you happen to be. Look around you, seek it out, invite it in right now into a moment that is full of potential, including the chance of freedom. Be open to it and use that freedom sometimes to behave rationally or rationally, and perhaps increasingly often. Every now and then, it will give you the courage to pick yourself up and smile to yourself at the idea of acting responsibly without wishing in any way to denigrate or destroy common sense. Since freedom is magnanimous and can therefore accept everything with ease. When you are free in your own self, you are at one with the purpose. When you are free in your own self, you are at one with your own life purpose. You feel bound to nothing and to no one. It is only then that everything will flow through you freely, and that the perfect light of great potential will find its way to you unchallenged. To be free means to love everything without wishing to understand and without asking for meaning or reward. So what will you do now? Hear your soul ask softly, what do you desire? And when you have found your answer, be sure to act upon it and learn that freedom can only be found on the path of truth. That was really pretty. This deck, oh my gosh, it's amazing. Walt says, still totally blocked. Oh, what's blocked, Walt? You felt that card. Good, good, Anthony. I love that. Let's see. Nice full moon. Okay, let me grab the native spirits. It's my favorite deck. Let's see. Ouch. Right here. Native spirits. Get it. Dragons. Okay, here we go. Oracles and Beyond will give couples readings. I can give you a love card. Hi, Andre. All right, so I do have the native spirits for Megan. Give you a card. Ooh, I think this is like my favorite card too. Okay, Megs. Amy. All right, so from the beautiful, beautiful native spirits, Megan got the white buffalo. The white buffalo. All right. Find the white buffalo. All right, Megan. Abundance and security are flowing into your life. All things are possible. Balance and harmony prevail. You may be called upon to stand up for others, but you can do this because you have the support of many beings in the spirit realm. Your native spirits want you to know, in Native American traditions, there are prophecies about the coming of the white buffalo, especially among the Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota, or the Sioux. There's a legend that white buffalo calf woman, a mystical being, came to the people a very long time ago when they were out of balance. She gifted the people with a sacred bundle containing the white buffalo calf pipe to help restore the balance. Upon leaving, the white buffalo calf woman prophesied that she will return at the end of an age, that she will appear white buffalo calf. In recent times, white buffalo calves have been born, leading many to believe that this is the beginning of a new time. So when this card chooses you, it's an honor, for it speaks of a time of miracles and balance in all things. You are a tool for the forces in the universe, and with help, all is possible. But without it, things can be a struggle. So surrender to support from the Great Spirit. You do not have to do everything alone. The journey. Shape shift into the white buffalo, and the energy this card brings will multiply tenfold. Imagine that you can feel the power in your muscles and the fecund of your hooves, and feel the weight of your horns and the warmth of your hide. This calls the deeper energies of the white buffalo into your life. Thank you, Andre. Thank you so much. It means a lot. I motion to change the name of the moon to the moon. Ooh, okay. So let me look for my beautiful love deck. Beautiful love deck. Let's give a little love. Give a little love. Oh, let's see. Give a little love. To our lovers. We're going to do a love card. You're so welcome. Oh my. Oh my God, I love it. I love it. I'll make you moan. Oh, I love you guys. You're funny. Let's try to get a love card for the lovers. I don't know if we even need a card for you two. Sounds like it's all going really good. Oh, I love it. So here is your love card, you two. From my love deck, my most used deck right here. This is my most used deck ever. Most requested is my love deck. And this is the card you two got. Well-deserved reward. And it sounds like you guys have a reward coming. Definitely. Okay, sorry. All right. Well-deserved reward. Let me find it. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right, here we go, you two. Your efforts are paying off. When this card appears, it suggests that you have seen or will soon find your relationships falling into place. It hasn't always been easy, but you had the discipline to persevere. As you worked to create fulfilling relationships, you sometimes had to give more than you would have liked. But you have seen the positive results of that action. You kept the ultimate goal in mind. So be proud of yourself. You've shown that you're self-reliant and confident. You're entering a phase of your life where your dealings with others will become effortless. Be considerate and compassionate in your interactions. There is less need for confrontation right now. Diplomacy is the better approach. As you move forward, expect to feel satisfaction with your accomplishments regarding love and its many aspects. You are being blessed for all your hard work. Comings in July. Woo! Heck yeah. Heck yeah. There's my Carol. You were probably eating, weren't you?
No. I had like a little piece of baguette. So
I love that.
I was out taking pictures, right?
Yeah.
A really couple strange ones.
Ooh, I want to see.
I don't know if you can see. Hold on, this one is live, so let's see.
Were you naked out there running around?
No, because it's in the front yard, so I don't want my neighbors. So, hold on.
Hi, Luke.
Hey, Freaky. So with live iPhone pictures, if you hold on to it, it'll show you. It's weird because, okay, I don't know if I can. So, can you see that?
Let me try to put you bigger.
Oh, yikes. Okay. So what? But watch. I'll push down on it, and it'll show you what it looked like before the picture was taken. So that's not the picture. That's the picture. Does that look weird? Does that look weird? Do you see the circle?
Yeah. That's gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Little round.
Oh my God, yes.
And then no. And then this was the other one. You see, this was taken right after. And see that.
Oh my God.
It's just that. Not weird.
That's awesome.
Because then so cool. That was the next one. That was the next one. I just walked closer away from the pole. And it's not that light outside at all.
Oh my gosh.
And this was with no flash. Isn't that weird?
That is really weird. I love that one you took. I love it. That first one?
What the hell is that?
I love
Anybody
that.
else look straight? Like with iPhones? It's a brand new
perfect.
one.
Oh, you got a skull. I love skulls.
Oh, yeah.
I love skulls. I love that.
That was crazy. A little crazy.
That's awesome. I just gave them lovers a lover reading. It was so beautiful.
Aww. Hey, Andrew.
Hi, Andrew. I don't see Andrew.
That's what I thought unidentified. That's what I thought too, but it's just like that would have been like right in front of my face, I would think. Well, maybe not. That's a huge ass thing to be right. But there's too many round, like there's round there, and then there's that big round there. It's got to be some kind of like the light, catch the light or something.
Wow, that is so cool. You can frame that. I love it.
I don't know, I did. And
Put
then
the phone on Vivid. Oh, yeah.
I do what? And then do you see this lot? So there's the pole, and there's no light on our pole, right? That's our pole. There's the cord. There's the line that goes across, right? But you see that white thing coming down?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is either.
And
I'm not all about saying, oh, there's another one coming down in the light too, and some more. But I'm not about saying, oh, this says, put the phone on Vivid, Carol. It comes out gray. The pics. Well, I mean, this is the next pic. So it's not like I changed anything, but I just thought it was weird.
We definitely, guys, we all need to definitely start watching the sky more.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
How many things we could capture?
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's some anomaly of the camera, you know what I mean? I'm not, you know what I mean, but I'm not a not believer, and I'm not a believer. And when I say I'm not a believer, that doesn't mean I'm not a believer. Does that make sense? Of like.
So you're like are you a skeptic?
Not really, because I believe in the paranormal. But when it comes to like UFO stuff, it's not that I don't believe. I mean, obviously it's out there. It's more like I don't want to believe it. I don't want to ever see it.
You're scared. I'm scared too.
So when you hit your camera, set it to Vivid, then take a photo. Oh, Vivid. How do you do that?
I'm like scared of I'm scared of the unknown too. I really am, but I'm also excited and intrigued.
When it comes to UFO, my whole life, it's like, nope.
Hiveless and wagon. Woo!
How do you change to Vivid? I don't know. Mess up. I don't know. But yeah. It's weird. Pretty cool.
That is really cool. The picture you got is awesome.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I love it.
Most definitely. Did you read everybody?
So I read everybody. Okay, Megan.
I live in the country, not the city, and hardly any stars to see on a clear night. Oh, you don't see any stars on a clear night if you're in the country? Because we're just right outside of the city. And then they
Carol, I'm sorry.
No, what?
Do you have unidentified? Maybe you'll believe more if you go and see his channel.
I mean, I go to the Spaced Out. It's not that I don't believe. No, I'm not saying I don't at all, because my oldest daughter had an experience and I didn't want to hear it. And it didn't have, she's 33, so it's not like I'm child abuse or anything. Whatever. Because it scares me, because I've watched too many shows. That's it. Like, no, she does not need an experience. The fourth kind. What was the movie? The fourth kind? No. Encounters of the Third Kind. So it was the fourth kind. That movie, that freaked the hell out of me. So no, I don't want. I love going to those channels and hearing, about stuff like that. Yeah, the fourth kind. I don't wanna. Yeah. I would love to look at the footage, but yeah. Yeah, that's true, Going Green Mom. See, I used to lay outside, or not lay outside. I used to lay on the couch when I was a kid by this big window. It's like 3 windows together, right? And I could look up at the outside, and there was no houses. Maybe one house, there's an old farmhouse down the road here. Then anyway, long story short, I could see shooting stars all the time, and now rarely ever do I hear.
Wonder why.
See. Yeah. How would I see your footage unidentified? What about you, Cassie? Do you believe? Or not that I don't believe, but do you?
Well, I believe. Oh, hell yeah, I believe.
No, I mean, do you want to go see? Would you want to experience?
Oh, hell yes, I would. I'd definitely want to.
No.
I would definitely. I want to be an experiencer so bad. I say that, and then once it happened, I'd be like, "Oh, Mama!"
Yeah, I'll just watch it. I'll watch it on my computer, but that's about it. I got unidentified. I just got your channel and the notification bell going, so
I love this. So we can all kind of. It's quite the collection. Wow.
Carol used to look at the sky with a gun when she was young, shooting. The only thing I see is the military. What? What? That's what I used to tell myself. It's all the military experiments, like experimenting this and that. That's what I used to tell myself. Boy, was I wrong, right? Yeah, I'm going to check those out unidentified.
20 years. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's awesome.
20 years. Wow. Huh. There is the first time I ever talked to somebody that experienced something, I was like a teenager, and they had told me they were like 3 years older than me or something like that. I don't know. They were friends with my boyfriend, who was the kids' dad. And they said that they were probably down at the Runnels Bottom. It's a place where we would all go and party. And they said they were driving down this road and there's nothing out there. And it followed them down low, it followed them, and when they sped up, it sped up. That's freaky.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I don't know what was the other movie about. It was a true, or based on a true story, but it was those guys who saw the UFO, and one of them got abducted, and then he came back. Oh, what was the name of that? And they didn't believe any of the guys.
Hi, Tony. Oh, what was that movie?
What was the movie when those 3 or 4 friends, they were out in the woods, and then a UFO came down but abducted one of the guys, and they saw it, and they all went home, and they were freaking out, and then the guy showed up later.
What, Fire in the Sky, Travis Walton?
Yeah. Yes, that freaked me out. That was freaky. And nobody believed them, and ruined their lives, really.
Sad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now it's like everybody wants that, experience. I do anyway. Fire in the sky. Yes. What you doing, Tony?
I don't know. Why'd you suck me on? You know you did it on purpose. So.
What'd you say?
No, Cassie knew as soon as she put that link on that I would come on. So.
Oh.
You know me.
What is that behind you? Is that a UFO behind you?
That's actually.
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot and the UFO. It's because of Connor and a couple of my other friends. I'm kind of like a Bigfoot poo-poo guy. And
I've always been interested.
That's my way of supporting them.
Yeah.
So, kind of thing.
The thing with Bigfoot is, I know there's other things out there too. I believe but have you ever listened to the videos of the spookiest ass things at night out in the woods? The screamings, the howls, and that gives me the chills.
Oh, me too.
Talking about my mic, Anthony? My mic's low?
I don't think it sounds low here.
Freaky.
I don't know. I wasn't speaking into it, so it might have been a problem. I do have a beautiful Yeti that I have yet to.
Hook it up.
I haven't hooked it up. So.
Well, that's big. It's a big old Yeti.
You saw something like what I have on my phone, Walt?
Oh, the picture that you took tonight.
Yeah, I know this was just light stuff, but if it was like, oh, my phone's gonna die. But if it was way further back and you saw something like that, that would be creepy. That would be creepy.
Luke says, I love my Yeti Blue.
That's
excellent quality, the Yeti mic.
Well,
mine's a little pink thing.
I was supposed to have my own live channel, my own live stream. Gemma and I are working on that right now. So I was kind of putting the microphone and investing off until I figured out if I wanted to do it or not. So actually, I want to do it. So
you should do it. Oh my goodness!
I'll hook it up.
What all would you guys talk about?
That was kind of one of the points that I was having is I had multiple ideas and some other people have jumped on those ideas in the meantime. So I had to figure out something unique to do. So
you know what? I don't think it matters. I think people are going to come or not come, whatever you talk about, pretty much. I think if it's an interesting topic, I can't, like if there's 100 channels talking about paranormal, I'm not going to shy away from the paranormal. You mean coming at it a different way? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's because I share the same commonalities with everybody in this circle. It's a big circle. We're all paranormal, UFOs, cryptids, what have you. Yeah. And spiritual with the the cards and everything else, but I want to come at it in a different way to where I can expand upon it and make it something a little bit different and more interesting. So
good night, Andre.
Thank you for coming.
When you just was talking about that, I thought about the cards, and then I was thinking about how in all these different interviews, I've heard some people say that they were able to communicate with like aliens. They've been able to. I don't know if you believe that or not. I don't know if I do, but wouldn't that be so cool if somehow you could, through cards, you know how you can do through dowsing rods, you can do through a SB7. You know what I mean, Cassie? Oh, she moved. She probably went. But I think that would be so cool somehow to do that. I don't know how you would do that, but I think that would be cool.
no, it's kind of, you know what I mean, because we've beaten dead horses as far as, ufology and cryptids and everything else. We've kind of beaten a dead horse long enough, and I'm trying to figure out a different way to bring different perspectives, maybe a little bit more in depth than just basic stories and what have you to that. That's my mindset right now.
Yeah. And then another thing is like the SB7, people use the heck out of that to communicate with spirits. Oh my gosh,
sorry about that. I was adjusting my monitor. I'm trying to get rid of this glare on my glasses. Sorry.
But what if you were out somewhere? I mean, how do you know that maybe they couldn't through the radio waves of the SB7, I don't know.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I'm Captain Poo Poo with some things sometimes, but the thing is I just try to bring a realistic standpoint to it. You know what I mean? There's certain things that are provable, certain things that aren't. What have you. But I mean, as long as it makes you happy and as long as it interests you and completes your day, I'm totally with it.
Me too. So. Me too. That would not complete my day if I was. And who was it? Was it Connor? He was somewhere. He met up with a buddy who has experiences with orbs.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that once you experience that, right? And he said that it'll probably follow him home, and it did. That kind of stuff is like, yeah. And it's like, don't mention the name. Oh my gosh, my brain shuts down. Harry Potter. The name that we don't mention.
Voldemort.
Thank you. It's like, just don't talk about it.
Well, that's one of the things I sent Cassie today, Anthony, is my new hat, my new shirt. I'm an official paranormal. So
that's good. That's awesome.
Yeah, so it's part of an actual group now, going out and doing, paranormal investigations. Sorry, that was Gemma. Turn my phone off here. But yeah, I'm super excited, you know what I mean? Be part of a team and kind of doing our own thing. That's kind of the only way. I mean, if you're interested in Bigfoot, thanks, man. If you're interested in Bigfoot, you're interested in paranormal, you're interested in just anything, just just jump in. Jump in. Don't sit there and be a sideline, cheerleader. Just jump into it, man. Just put your feet in and just go at it. Do what you love. It doesn't matter what people say.
Remember, like a long time ago, it was all separated, and now it's kind of, people agree that it's kind of in the same kind of, the paranormal, the cryptids, and the UFO. It's kind of all in the same. Yeah.
No, absolutely.
There's something on Discovery Channel that I started watching, and it's called Blind Frog Ranch, maybe? Blind Frog Ranch. And it's over by Skinwalker Ranch in Utah. and they're digging for gold, but there are all kinds of crazy stuff start happening, like with the animals and possibly skinwalkers, possibly native curses. I've only got into like the first couple of episodes, but it is so cool. It's on Discovery Channel. It's called Blind Frog Ranch, I believe. But
So
that
I'm gonna have to look that up for sure because I've been to Area 51. I lived in Vegas for 20 years.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I actually met George Knapp.
Oh wow.
A couple of talks with him, and basically got me nowhere. But it's definitely I want to check out that blind frog thing for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch the rest of it. Not all in one sitting. Maybe. Maybe I will. Don't judge me. But yeah, it is very interesting because they're digging for gold too. So you've got that, which I like. I like that. And then they have the whole kind of the paranormal cryptid stuff going on. And then they have the native side and history to it. So
that's super cool.
That sounds good.
yeah.
What'd you just say, Cass?
That sounds good.
The way she said it, the way she said it sounded like she was enjoying something really, really good.
If you haven't noticed, Cass, I dropped the Mister from the Crowley. We're letting go of that part of my past. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So now it's just Crowley.
Yes, ma'am.
So. And I don't see your big bow.
That's actually right behind me in my closet. I can get it if you need. So. You actually remember that? Holy cow!
I know. That's weird, isn't it? I remember the big bow.
Hi, Becca.
Hey, Becca.
My sister.
Yeah. I was a little bit off pace at that point, Carol. So we've got everything back on track now. So.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said I was a little bit off pace back then.
Back when?
So, back whenever the bow was out, we had some issues. So we're good.
You did?
Now.
Oh, I miss a lot. I never know what's going on.
No, Cass is like one of my best friends ever. We talk all the time. So she knows what's going on.
Cassie?
Yes.
Did she tell you to take the bow off the wall?
She did not. No.
Becca's got the munchies. The midnight munchies.
Oh my gosh, always.
Yeah, those the kids destroyed the rest of those stuffed cabbages. Remember those that I made, Cass?
Yeah, those looked really good.
They destroyed those tonight, so I didn't have to cook, which was great. So
I made those once, and I was the only one eating them.
Yeah, they polished off the leftover chili and the leftover cabbage rolls, so I was happy.
Well, I'm glad that they love leftovers. Like, my kids hate leftovers. It's like, eat the leftovers. Eat those leftovers.
Well, there was no option. I didn't leave them options, so it was eat it.
My kids are so spoiled. Like,
that.
That's how it was when I grew up. I don't remember ever complaining because you didn't. It's like you
ate what you were given. Right. Whatever was on a dinner plate at dinner, that's what you ate.
That's right.
Period.
And we didn't have like junk foods and pops and stuff. We just didn't do that. You know, my dad grew as much of the food as he could. And
see, that's awesome. That's how I grew up on 150 acres. And
oh wow.
We went the only time we went to the grocery store was for like chips and soda, and that was it. Stuff that we couldn't grow or do ourselves. That was the only time we went to the store. So
yeah, I wish my body was not all broken up like because there's so much I need to do. There's so much I want to do. I wish I could have a huge garden, but this year it's just going to be tomatoes and cucumbers. That's about it.
It's good enough for me.
Yeah.
That's all I got. I'm living in an apartment now. My balcony has basically cucumbers and tomatoes on it. So
nice. Yeah.
That's where we're at.
Yeah. And my daughter will eat the cucumbers, but I will be the only one eating tomatoes. But I can make things with them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, I sent Anthony pictures of the moon from my balcony tonight. It was pretty cool. So I was so like, you guys, I don't know if you guys saw it, but like my son and I went out to look at the moon and we saw UFO. And the craziest part was I saw a uneven line. It wasn't like a Starlink line. It was a very uneven line of lights that were twinkling. And yeah, they were pretty clear. And my son said he saw a white glowing cloud. He didn't see the lights. He saw a white glowing cloud, which
That's
is
crazy.
kind of cool because we both saw it. We both got excited. I ran upstairs to get my phone. By the time I came back down, it was gone. But we both saw something. We both acknowledged that we saw something, but we saw something completely different to each other, which was pretty cool.
So what did so was the UFO the string of lights?
That's what I saw. I saw a string of lights. There was probably maybe 8 lights, but they weren't in a straight line or anywhere near a straight line. They were kind of scattered.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they were like blinking at different times. At first I thought Starlink, because that's what somebody said in the chat. I thought Starlink as well, but I looked up Starlink and that was over an hour before visible in my area.
Starlink.
That's the satellites the remote satellites that Elon put up so people have internet. And I looked that up and that was actually past my area at that time. So it obviously wasn't that. But the thing that got me the most was my son saw something completely different than what I saw. Like his interpretation of it was completely different. And that's kind of what makes me, like intrigued by it. Is we both saw something, we both got excited, but we saw different things.
Yeah.
Which is kind of
That's
cool.
crazy. The only thing that I've ever seen that was kind of, well, I've seen satellites, right? And I said, I've told people those are satellites, and this was like 20 some years ago, right? No, you can't see them. Well, they were. Or a cloud that has a bunch of lightning strikes in it.
Mm-hmm.
Or an area, it was cloudy. It's not, I don't think it was like one cloud that was, but I've not ever seen shooting stars, but not. Oh, I saw Russian junk in a stream
That's super cool.
I seen that one. That was like decades ago too.
Well, see,
Russian junk?
I'm sorry, go ahead. Yes.
No, I was just going to say Russian junk.
Yeah, because all the shit that's up in space is going to come down eventually. So, because it's so close to our orbit, our atmosphere, that eventually it's going to drop in at some point.
So it was like coming in through the atmosphere where it was burning up, and then it just left a trail. It was probably a bunch of things. I don't know. It broke up as it came in, and it came in like,
Be right back.
It was super cool because like last year, my daughter and her friends, we were out at my wife's house, my old house, probably 3 miles away from here. And I saw a light going across the sky. Okay. And at first I thought satellite, but then it was too low. The trajectory was all wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it was not a blinking light. It was a solid light. And I thought drone for a second, but then it traveled for miles, like visibly across the horizon. And my children and my daughter and her friends actually saw it. And I pointed out an aircraft to them. And I said, that's what an aircraft looks like with the blinking lights, the indicator lights and what have you. And this thing was a solid light that just traveled straight across the horizon for a couple miles. And there's no drone that has that kind of distance.
Yeah.
So it was like super cool. So it's like twice now in the last year I've seen something. So super happy.
That is spooky. And I know there are some things that people see that were like the government, but a lot of things that we have no idea are going on,
It was too low, Anthony. It was actually, I could see it because I live by a lot of like hillsides and mountains. I could actually see it in front of those. So it was definitely not on the horizon. It was something like almost probably, a couple thousand feet.
Mm. Do you know Franco TV? Have you ever heard of Franco TV?
Mm-mm.
So he's like paranormal investigations and things like that, but he goes out to like Skinwalker Ranch, and he goes out to like Area 51, and he went into this area like in an abandoned in the mountains kind of cabin, a couple cabins or whatnot, and on several of his videos he's caught some crazy stuff in the sky, just like really, really crazy stuff.
Well, I'm ex-Air Force, and I've, what I mean? I'm pretty well versed in
I bet
what's in the sky. I mean, I'm not a professional, don't get me wrong, and
yeah.
I'm quite sure I could be wrong on many circumstances, but this was definitely not anything that I would recognize.
Yeah. And that famous one from the pilot where they saw that, I don't know, I don't think it was a disc, but something, and then he what do you call it? You catch onto it, you lock onto it.
You're talking about the gimbal video, I think?
It probably.
I think it was the gimbal video.
That was crazy. That's spooky.
Yeah, the one where it actually turned in midair and then kind of shot off. Yeah. While you had it on tracking. Yeah, I think that's the gimbal video.
Yeah.
Not that I'm that much of a nerd. I'm just guessing. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Where do you live, unidentified?
He's right by me. Stone's throw.
What state are you in?
I'm in Pennsylvania. He's in New Jersey.
Oh, okay. I'm in Iowa.
Hi, H-Nice.
Hello. Good morning. Not here quite yet.
Oh, New York. I'm sorry, not New Jersey. I totally trash dumped you. My bad.
We're in New York.
Oh, wow, love.
Well, Staten Island's still kind of like a trash dump for New York, but I'm just messing with you, man.
There's times, and I'm not the only one experienced, but real late at night, my daughters heard it, her boyfriend heard it because they're right, or they were, her bedroom's right here. Loud booms, right? And then there was other places in Des Moines that people have said they've heard it, or other like kind of the town surrounding that, and nobody knows what it is. Just loud booms at night. And every once in a while, I'll see something on Facebook. Somebody said, "Hey, did you hear that?" Isn't that weird?
Where's this at?
Iowa. So centrally Iowa, kind of.
That's kind of like the horns that people hear by the ocean, that people live in coastal communities. They hear these horns. It's almost like War of the Worlds, Tom Cruise version.
The coming.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I've read different theories on what causes that, but I've never heard of anything in Iowa. Oh, there you go. Lazarus Project. Underground drilling.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
Horns
fracking
freak me out. Booms, not, I mean, that could be 100 things, but horns, that would be freaky. I have seen a video. Somebody did film that.
Yeah, of the horns by the coastal communities.
I don't know. It was a long time ago, but it was like out in the mountains or in the middle of somewhere. I can't even remember. I don't remember. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but I remember the sound. That was freaky. That was freaky. And it wasn't anything of this earth that you can think of, like a howl. It wasn't a howl. It wasn't like a machinery. It wasn't, crazy.
Yeah, so Cass, my daughter fell asleep, so she'll have to catch up tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, she's so busy with her busy life. So many things to do on a Sunday. So She did wash the dishes today, so I'll give her that.
No, how old is she?
She's 18.
No,
She's graduating this. She just moved back in with me a couple months ago.
Good.
So, yeah,
Awesome.
that's what you say.
I have 3 daughters, and my last one is 22, and she's moving out probably next month. Her and her boyfriend are got a place, so sad. But she'll be here all the time anyway.
I won't be.
You won't be at your apartment?
No.
Or apartment?
No, I'm actually trying to buy another house right now, so it's kind of my son too, Anthony, or my daughter actually. Yeah, it's she moved back in. Long story, Cass knows, but she moved back in, and she's like, "Dad, I'm going to stay with you for the next year until I save up some money." I'm like, come on,
Dad.
You know what? If you make a deal, okay, you got to cook me dinners. That's one of the things.
No, I'm good. I'll cook my own. Thank you.
You got to start teaching her, though. I never was taught to cook, ever.
No, actually, her mom, my wife, and myself have taught her. So I just
good.
I'm not sure I trust her enough to do so, especially without poisoning me.
Is really good cook. All of them are very, very good. And it's not like I taught them how to be wonderful. They just, you know what the difference is? They follow the recipe. I don't follow any recipe. So it's like 50-50.
I follow family recipes in my head. That's what I do. So.
Yeah. And then go ahead, Cass. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead. Finish.
No, it's gone. It's out of my head.
Damn it, Carol. Damn it. No, I was just going to say, you guys know that Dana likes to cook.
I know. I'm jealous of that. And I said she needs to get like a channel. She needs to do that on her channel. I would watch it.
Hi, Terry. I'm trying to get her to, but she's so like shy, guys. She's so like, she has anxiety hard. She has big time anxiety.
Didn't you blame me of that a while back?
Yeah, you have anxiety too. You do.
Not. I'm good now. I'm good.
I'm good. You're like cured.
He's like me. Like if somebody doesn't say like a certain thing in chat, he freaks out. He's like, "Oh my god, they're mad at me. They're mad at me."
Well, I wasn't the best person whenever I first came into the circle. So, I do have you've always been a beautiful, loving, caring person, and I was kind of off the charts and off the walls for a while. So, it's we're coming from different perspectives as far as that's concerned.
I'm still off the charts.
No, you didn't obviously see some of my live streams. So.
No, I didn't even know you had like a channel that you were active. Not at all.
I don't. Well, I've been guested on many, many channels. So.
Oh, I have seen you because I've seen the bow, so I've never seen anything toward. So.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing bow.
What's that? The bow?
Yeah.
I just like.
Good Lord.
I like bows.
Like where? What? I don't see a bow.
Well, he said he put it in the closet. It's back in the closet. Hey,
Diesel girl.
Terry came in. Do you see that?
Hi, Terry.
Hey.
There's Terry Brown. Yeah, we're just kind of chilling now.
All right. Well, just for tonight, I hung it up behind me.
Oh, there you go. It's wobbling. I see it.
I just hung it up. Yeah. So
there you go.
There you go.
What is it?
It's a bow.
It's a bow.
Like a bow tie?
No, like a bow and arrow.
Oh.
It's one of those that I don't think I could pull it back.
Well, it's about 55 pounds. Probably not.
Yeah, I couldn't. My wrists and elbows are shot from giving massages, and yeah.
Well, I'm in for that. Where do I sign up for that?
Not anymore. No more new clients.
Now we're speaking my language. Diesel girl. Hey, you.
Yeah, Carol. What do you call it, Carol? Because I don't want to say it wrong.
It's massage therapist.
Okay.
I call it heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I
it's
haven't
not a
had
crossbow.
one for
Good
so
Lord.
long.
Hold on. It's a regular bow.
Okay. My eyes are so bad. I couldn't see it up there, but now I see it.
Did we clarify that enough now?
Leave it to Carol. She remembers the bow. She's like,
I know. That's like amazing. It's like, I don't remember what a jerk you were, but I do remember that bow.
I don't ever seen you be a jerk.
I was. It's okay, though. We don't talk about that. Mister's gone. We're just crowding out.
You were not a jerk. You were having a weird time in your life.
It was pretty terrible. But it's okay.
We don't judge here, do we, Carol?
I don't.
I don't either.
I judge myself really bad, but don't we all, right?
I'm looking at what Nos is talking about with Anthony.
I know.
Now I'm like kind of intrigued.
The U.S. intelligence interferes with my data. That's spooky.
Yeah. Kind of getting interested in what's going on.
That'll ruin your day getting shot in the fish. Yo.
Especially,
oh, I bet.
Well,
you gonna take a shower? Yeah. Yay!
Especially with the tips that I use, because they're expanding tips.
Wow.
Oh God.
They actually split out.
So.
No.
Ooh.
I'm a hunter. I supply my family with food. That's what I do.
See,
he's a hunter.
I can't kill an animal. A human, on the other hand, I would no. Like I'm saying, if I had to protect myself and it was them or me, right? It would be I would protect myself with a human. With an animal, I would give it all. You know what I mean? Like if I had to feed my family, I could, but
it's either feed my family sustained animals by Cass. Feed them, I hunt and I fish. My son and I just went fishing for like 3 hours today. And that was, that's dinner at some point.
Yeah.
And that's as long as you're doing it responsibly.
Right.
And providing a purpose for it, I'm all about it. So, I mean, I could never kill just to kill.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it feeds my family and it saves farmed animals, because I feel like farmed animals are in a much worse circumstance than animals.
You are right there.
And if you ever came to Pittsburgh, I live in the city. You could never drive to my house and not see at least 3 deer walking across the road. So not like they're in short supply.
But I won't go into that, but the reason why I'm going to talk about here, the reason why you see tons of them is because they keep getting pushed out of all this farm wooded land that they're developing on.
No, we have a lot. We just have a lot. There's a lot. There really is. We actually have had special hunting seasons because they've overpopulated so much. And that's one thing people don't understand is whenever they overpopulate to a point, they actually decimate themselves more than any hunting can do, because they will eventually die off because they don't have enough to eat.
Yeah.
And what have you. So
that's sad.
Don't get me started on this.
No, I don't want to get started on that.
No, I'm environmentalist. That's actually one of the degrees I have.
Yeah.
It's environmental science, and it's just it's a long, complicated process.
Yeah.
That people don't understand. It's more than just.
I was watching something on the big castle-y kind of places like in the UK or whatever. And they used to do this. They still do this today, but people with huge amounts of land and these big mansiony, castle-y old houses, right? And they have their own. They have a guy who keeps track of the amount of they're not even deer. I don't even know. They're not elk, but there's something. I don't even know what they are, but he keeps track of them, the number of them, their health and all that. And they'll take them out to keep the herd healthy.
Caribou, moose, antelope.
Maybe I don't know. Big animals like that. Yeah.
No, as long as you live responsibly, I have no problem with the way you live.
Yeah.
And what you choose to do, as long as it doesn't,
Well, my middle daughter,
hurt other people.
They're big farmers, and
Yeah, that's what we did with 150 acres. Is we farmed.
Yeah.
We pretty much supplied everything for ourselves. So
yeah.
I just grew up hunting and fishing. I mean, I'm a Buddhist, and that's kind of against the whole ideology. But
it's the reality now that we'll probably have to be doing that just to survive. So
I would rather do that than see animals farmed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so, most definitely.
That's where I come from.
Most definitely. It was just a trigger. It's a bad trigger from a bad thing that happened when I was a kid. So that's what that is. So
everybody has their own things.
Yeah. Everybody. Not that I'm saying it's bad at all. It's just a me thing.
You should have seen.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm listening to you guys. You guys should have seen Deanna when she hit a deer. I mean, not a deer. She hit a squirrel. She was driving. She hit her first squirrel. She just wanted to give up, go home. She was crying. It's like, oh my God, Deanna. she is. She's very sensitive. Very sensitive.
We are the same.
See, but that's the difference. If I killed an animal out of what I want to say, gosh, I can't even think of the word.
Like an accident.
An accident or carelessness or something else. Or even if I was hunting and I wounded an animal because I didn't take a proper shot, or anything else, I feel terrible. We were out fishing today and the hook was embedded in the fish's stomach and I knew it was going to die.
Yeah.
And I felt terrible. I cut its head off. My son was like, why did you do that? I was like, because it was going to suffer longer and, more.
Yes.
Due to that. So, I mean, I know I get that completely. I would never want to see anything suffer. Absolutely. That's why I don't like farmed animals.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's no way to live.
Yeah. I went fishing with my ex-husband one time and he caught the biggest freaking catfish I had ever seen, and he had a triple hook thingy.
Treble hook.
Yeah. He was trying to get it out, and he was having trouble. Ha! Get that? Not treble hook, having trouble. Sorry. And the thing was growling.
Oh, the catfish have the craziest sounds.
I said, "Nope, I'm out."
They do.
I'm out. Oh, it was. I will never.
And the crazy thing about catfish is it could be 3 or 4 hours later, and they're still alive and still making sounds after they've been out of the water. So it's pretty crazy.
We threw it back.
Yeah, they're like dinosaurs, kind of.
They're huge. They can be huge.
They're delicious.
He had to have been around for several years to get that big. But I don't know if I've eaten catfish. Maybe I have.
It's good. Fried catfish is good.
I think, maybe.
I was talking to Anthony out of here just earlier about, I used to live in the Florida Keys, right by the ocean. And we didn't discuss this, but we discussed where I lived. But I fished all the time. That was like my life in the Florida Keys, was just fishing. I love fishing. And 98% of whatever I caught got released.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it doesn't have to be, a kill situation.
Right.
The only time I killed a shark was whenever my dog decided she wanted to fight the shark after I pulled it up on shore, and I knew my dog was going to lose part of her anatomy at that point. So I actually clubbed the shark.
Yeah.
But we ate it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was like the only time.
What kind of dog was it?
She was a Jesus. Now I'm trying to think. Rhodesian Ridgeback.
Oh, yeah.
Super nice, but man, she had an attitude on her.
Yeah.
And she thought the shark was threatening me.
Yeah.
Whenever I pulled it up, and she went after the shark, and I was like, well, she's going to lose a paw or lose part of her face.
Yeah.
Or what have you. So, but the moral of the story is 98% of the time, if I wasn't going to eat it, it got released.
Yeah.
You know, that's being responsible.
Kind of awesome. Yes.
That's crazy, though. Crazy. And another thing was I was traumatized. It was my uncle, my brother, and my dad, and I was little, and we went fishing, and we were going to take this like little boat out, and there was freaking snakes swimming towards us. And I'm like,
no, I'm out.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm Indiana Jones whenever it comes to that. I am out. It's funny. Short story, really fast. My son was probably about a year old, and we were at a ghost town right outside of Las Vegas, maybe like 20 minutes outside Las Vegas. And I had explained to my wife, if it comes down to you or a snake, you're done.
I heard the story.
You heard this story? You heard me tell this story? And basically, I turned the corner at this ghost town, and I just hear, shh. I hear that sound. I Scooby-Dooed in air about 3 feet. I was about 70 yards away. And I look back, and she's like, what's going on? I'm like, rattlesnake. And she was like, you let us here to die? And I was like, what part of I will walk through a fire for you? But not a snake. Did you not understand? And she was so mad at me for so long.
I bring in I was going to say rather, no. It was like a gardener snake. And my ex-husband was working on his mom and dad's, like, doing some work in the room. And so he had a nail gun. He pointed it at me and says, you get that thing out of here. I'm like, okay. It was just
I used to be a cable contractor in Detroit, and like I was actually the co-owner of the company, but the guys that worked for me were like really good friends of mine. And I literally hit one of them with a shovel because he threw a rubber snake at me. I didn't realize it was rubber, and I hit him with the shovel because I was like, no. That's my end point. I'm done.
Right.
I'm done. You know, we'll walk through a fire together, but a pit of snakes, no. I'm going to push you into them and step over top of you.
Frank's so afraid to pull his snake sometimes.
Oh my goodness.
Oh goodness.
I knew that
oh
was
boy.
coming at one point or another.
It was going to come. It was well, let's stop using that term. But it was going to manifest itself at some point. There we go.
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking it. Yeah, I am.
Yes, you were.
She's usually the first one.
No, I already know Cass. I already know. It was in the back of her head. She was trying to hold back.
She was. That was funny. Oh, my
snakes. I'm not scared of snakes. I am definitely scared of snakes.
I want to know what Anthony's going off on in the background with Nas. I'm like totally intrigued by this now. He's got like some secret stuff going on. Secret agent man.
Yes, we must know what's on here.
Driving me nuts now. I'm going to message him later.
No, it's okay.
Oh, they keep getting stuck.
It's a party time.
Apparently.
Be good
Well, I have to be good now, so.
You have to be?
Yes. I have to adhere to my new agenda. So.
Okay. That's good to have one. I'm
We're
kind of
working on
just
things.
lost in my own little. Anywhere the wind takes me right now. Man, I had the.
Just look what Anthony just said. Now you guys have got me like reading into stuff.
I didn't finish the.
Oh, I love this.
I didn't finish the attachment. I'm in it now. See, this is why I don't want to get started.
I don't know I don't know what you guys are starting, or I have no idea, but it'd be interesting.
Are you on your phone, Cass?
Yeah, why?
I'll text you later. I'll text you pertaining to right now.
Do you hear cows, Cassie? Any cows?
Not tonight. Moo. Me.
In that show I was talking about, they had cows freaking out. They were out by a bonfire, and the cows were freaking out, and some strange things happened. So every time I hear cows at night, I think there's something preying on them. You know.
Cattle
Loves the hedges.
mutilations. She's ready to go outside and see cattle mutilations.
Carol,
when the
they're
cows
starting to find ways to get you
What's
to
that?
other places for a meetup. Kidding, but
What did you say, Cass?
you need.
Oh, I was just saying, like Carol was like, "Do you hear the cows, Cass? Like right across the street from me? Yeah, they make the weirdest noises. Usually,
Go push them over.
But I don't- right?
I was wondering, like, if it's, I mean, cows can come and heat at different times depending on if they're like out in the pasture or whatever. You know, I was just wondering if that was the case or not. But yeah, every time I hear cows at night, I just think of like coyotes coming in, or you know, they're alert on something. I don't know. But freaky, what are you talking about? They're starting to find ways to get you to other places for a meetup. I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't with anybody. In Kansas.
It's so early for you guys. It's like so late for me. I actually don't have to work tomorrow though, for the first time in freaking forever. So
11:50 here. Is it 12:50 for you?
Yep. And Cass
Miss
knows
Cassie
I work like 6 days a week, 10 hours a day. So
oh,
tomorrow's my second day off in a row, and I don't know what to do with myself.
He delivers the
Sleep.
packages.
sleeping.
Sleep. I can't do it. I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning. I can't sleep.
You can't go back to bed?
Mm-mm.
Go eat a bowl of cereal and lay back down. And
I'm trying to lose weight.
I know I am too. It's me and my dog put on so much weight in the last 2 years. It's ridiculous.
I've lost 34 pounds so far this year.
What are you doing for?
No sugar.
Yeah.
No eating past 9 o'clock at night.
Oh, yeah.
And then being mindful of what I do eat. I try to snack throughout the day instead of eating full meals.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And of course I go to the gym and stuff, and I'm a mailman. I walk 8 to 9 miles a day carrying 30 pounds.
Oh,
of
there
crap,
you go.
So, yeah.
There you go.
That helps a little.
My best, I did intermediate fasting, and that I had the best results with that. And it's just so hard when I'm up late, like watching a live stream or something, not to like get hungry and then eat again, you know, snack or whatever. I gotta stop.
Carly, where the hell did you go? Why did you do that?
Why did you do that?
Yeah, why did you do that?
He says, still here. Oh my gosh, my back hurts so bad. Did I tell you I got the mower fixed? Did I tell you it was broke? Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Because I had to change clothes because I had to turn the AC off so it's not in the background making a ton of noise. And I'm not getting a mini split central air until next month. So just try to. I didn't think you guys wanted to see how the sausage was made. So I figured I'd turn the camera off. You know? So,
Oh gosh. Oh my. Oh boy.
sorry.
I thought fasting was like power eating prison status, right? Fasting.
I don't get it.
Like eating, like eating fast. You have to eat really fast in prison.
I don't think she got to making the sausage thing. I think that's what she's.
No, I did, but I was like, I was thinking like, well, he said he changed his shirt. Like,
No. I changed my pants.
oh, see, that makes more sense now.
Yeah,
I know that.
I don't care if you see my movies.
Oh, you guys are funny.
You had me at sausage.
You had me at sausage.
If that's what it takes to have you, then you're a cheap date. So.
Oh man. I don't think everybody likes my laugh. I think I scare some people.
Listen, no, it's like contagious. You need to get off that.
Nos, you know what's funny is like Anthony, I'm ex-law enforcement, but 7 years of those I was a CO. So it's don't judge us all, brother. Don't judge us all by one person or a handful of people. Trust me.
What's a CO?
Correctional officer.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You can't judge a group by,
I wonder why you only have so much time to eat, though.
Because it's a schedule thing. It's because you have to adhere to a certain schedule because people have to have certain times to do schooling, to go to the gym, to be in the yard, to go to visitation, to go to church, to go to work.
What, can't they cut down on like shower time and have more eat time?
No.
I don't think you want to cut down on shower time.
No, it's all structure, and that's the thing is once you change that structure, you upset the whole thing. It's hard to explain, but I understand like there's certain circumstances where you can give somebody an extra few minutes or what have you, which is what a reasonable person would be. But it's not as simple as that. It really isn't. I'm a decent person, and Anthony. I want to see what Anthony has to say.
Oh no.
Yeah, let's do this.
We're both Tonys and we're both ex-law enforcement, so I love him.
Frank, oh God. Oh, you make me laugh. Frank makes me laugh. So many swinging both bats.
Jesus, could you imagine somebody tickling Cassie with a feather, for God's sake? Oh my God.
Did you read that part, Cassie? Freaky gay.
Somebody needs to tickle me?
Cassie needs to hire somebody to tickle her with a feather.
No, she doesn't. No. I'm against that.
Ooh, feather tickler. Hi, Buggy. Are you going to go play the guitar?
I want to get my grandson a guitar. I think he would.
My son has 6 guitars. It's crazy. It's crazy because he was born with microtia, stage 3. He only has one ear. He still has hearing, a canal in his right side, but he has no actual ear on that side.
Yeah.
But he can sit down within 5 or 10 minutes and play a song on the keyboard and what have you. He has a $1,000 drum set. He has 6 guitars. He has a full-size keyboard. And he's amazing. He's amazing.
That is like quite the gift when people can do that. I wish I had some kind of.
Lee from First Floor Audio?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Never had a lick of music training and just,
That is amazing.
So Now I'm like intrigued by
Anthony, you can come up if you want to.
Yeah, put
You
him
don't have
on.
to type it. You don't have to type it all in there.
Come on, brother. You're used to being on camera. It's Tony
I
time.
don't know why I didn't think about that.
Well, he had the link, didn't he?
You put the link out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my bag.
You get on your phone, dude.
My computer's dead. I gotta get my charger. Yes.
Excuses are like a-holes. They all stink and we all have one.
Mom. Look at he lifts up his bed.
How's your computer dead?
He lifts up his bed and wants to get underneath it.
He wants to get underneath it.
You know the worst thing about the divorce?
A divorce?
My dogs. No, my dogs. God, I miss my dogs so much.
Oh, there's no way.
That's the worst thing. I miss them so much. It's like I go over and pick up my son and my dogs come flying down the stairs and tackle me, and I miss them so
They want to go. Oh, that would break my heart.
It breaks my heart, trust me.
Oh. Yeah.
Frank would come up too, guys, but he's shooting his footage for his Lonely fans. Oh.
Is that the one where you actually pay people to subscribe?
What's OnlyFans? But he put Lonely fans, am I right?
Yeah. Lonely fans.
Yeah, he pays people to subscribe to his Lonely fans. So it's like reverse.
Oh.
Okay, let's stick this up there. Hold on. I'm gonna stick this back in the chat.
You can't. You can still see the comments, can't you? If you, well, maybe not, actually. Not on your phone, I don't think.
Don't leave us, Carol Ann. Don't go to the light.
Betty Crocker. What is that picture?
There's Anthony.
It's a little terrifying.
Am I in?
Yeah, you're in, bro.
You bullbuster, Tony. You made me come on my phone.
Yeah. Peer pressure.
No, Nas is part of like the extraterrestrial alliance. She's basically identifies as an extraterrestrial brought back in a human body, which is fascinating. She'll have to come on and tell you the story, which is incredible. I mean, it's just phenomenal. And then like the level of stuff that she's writing to get this done is like, I mean, if she wrote a book, she would be a millionaire. Literally.
Now I actually remember who Nas is now. I remember I've seen her on a live stream before. I can't remember whose live stream it was, but I do remember.
I think you were there when maybe Chad Smith, maybe.
It might have been. I can't remember. I want so damn many, but I do remember actually.
Incredible.
Now I do remember. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Incredible.
I didn't place it. Like I didn't think of Nas until there we go. Now I remember.
Yep. Yeah. In the house.
Absolutely.
Good morning, all.
Hey.
Good morning.
So
it actually is morning for me. It's 6 a.m. here.
I have a question for you then. What are your thoughts about the HR negative blood type? Anything?
Oh, the RH negative.
Yeah. Did I say that wrong? Sorry.
You did HR, which human resources.
This is the thing.
Make sure we're not abusive to each other. No, that's fine.
This time of night, brain's dead. It's just dead. Anything.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
There's a lot of stuff when it comes to the genetics on the different ways things are going on. So the whole big thing with genetics on a basic breakdown scale is that Earth itself is meant to be a political representation of unity for all the sentient species in the galaxy. Okay. So when we seeded life here, there's genetic tesseract that was involved with the life that was seeded so it could unfold into specific forms So families. So each family of animal life that is on the planet represents one of the sentient species in the universe, or in the galaxy specifically, not even the universe. But, you know, because they have to be able to survive in whatever happens on this planet, then, you know, family is the core genetic component from the extraterrestrial contributory races. When it gets down to genus, they're still closely related to their origin forms in certain aspects. When it gets down to species, speciation happens based on what they need for survival on this planet in the particular region and climate and biome that they're in, right? So for instance, you know, long-tailed lemurs are something that is specific to this, you know, the area that is their native home on Earth. You're not going to find those in that same form anywhere else in the galaxy, right? Because speciation happens for the survival needs locally, but their simian branch that they're a part of does exist elsewhere in the galaxy.
Okay.
That's the way it works. So coming from that direction, back when humanity was accelerated to become the stewards of the planet, right? When humans came up faster than the others, then it was a circumstance, you know, all the species were supposed to evolve at the same rate. There was interference, right? Well, not the same rate, but, you know, it was set up so that representations from the felines and the canids and, you know, the avians and all the other families, you would have a primary representative species that would come up to the point of sentience at the same time. Like so then you would have this, you would have this collaborative nature of all of these species that are then stewards for the whole planet together. Humanity was synthetically advanced by our enemies. They just, you know, triggered accelerated evolution in the primates to cause humans to happen way before they were supposed to. And by doing this, when you have one species, especially with primate as the base foundation, it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Right. So we came to do our God thing, which we never termed it that. That was a special branding opportunity that the Catholic Church did in order to offset mythologies around the world. But we came, and all of the different cultures around the world, okay, they referred to us by common terms. The shining ones, the sky people, the star people, you know, things along those lines. And that was common. That was universal around the world, everywhere where there was no way for them to communicate with each other. You know, the common terminology was used. It was one of those things where what we did was that we provided humans with guidance to help them fight their natures as primates. Because they came from the division of primates, you know, the apes, which are very hostile in nature. This is the reason why our enemies advanced the evolutionary speed for humans to come up first, because they're hostile, because they're prone to give in to their emotions and do things that would destroy their own environment and destroy themselves in order to destroy the project. Earth is dying right now because of this sabotage they did millions of years ago.
Wow.
Right? Humans are doing exactly what they expected them to do in this circumstance. When we came to provide humans instruction, provide them opportunity to get beyond that base fundamental primate instincts. So we gave them ethics. We gave them agriculture. We showed them how to get started on understanding the mental processes for developing technology, right, for moving forward. Now, the big lesson that came from this, no matter what mythology got perverted into a religion of any form down the line, all of the mythologies came from the same lesson that we gave everyone everywhere. And I need to actually move the screen over here, so I'm looking at you guys. That's better. Okay. So all of the mythologies share the same story of everything we did for every culture around the world, which is that humans have nothing to offer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just like you're not going to ask a mouse to take care of your laundry or provide money for your household or anything like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are, if you have a pet mouse or a pet rat or something along those lines, and I love the rodents, you know, they are a life that needs you to take care of them, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you get them when they are very young and you show them affection when they are very young, then they will not be a biter. They will not be a nipper. They won't attack you, right? They learn affection and they learn how to share affection and return it, right? And that was the lesson that we gave, is that humans couldn't do anything for us. They had nothing to offer, which meant that everything we did for them was not for anything in return. It was to say, whatever power you have, you should always use it to bring up those that have less than you or those that have none at all. That is what a steward is, right?
Yeah.
And humans were told, be stewards of each other, be stewards of the rest of the life on the planet. And what's happening now?
Not that.
Right. And all the BS debate that goes on with climate change from people that have never read a white paper in their life, who cares? Let's get down to one statistical fact that is the end of humanity itself, which is that in the last 50 years, 70% of all life on the planet has been extinguished.
Only, you know what? I can interrupt you. You know,
Yeah.
because I've seen afterlife and everything else, and I spoke to God, and He showed me a lot of. You know what? Only God knows when the world will end, when He's going to come. Okay, I'm just saying. I mean,
and I appreciate that that is a
Yeah.
mythology that you've been raised in.
No, I wasn't raised in it. I mean,
Everyone has their own.
I was raised in it, and I seen when I passed. You know, God showed me a lot of things when, you know, when I passed, and what He showed me. I mean, like, showed me a lot, you know, and I mean, man always thinks that they know a lot, and they were taught to know a lot, you know, and I respect your ideas and everything else, and how you were raised and what's been thrown at you. And I know you don't know me. I'm not trying to, you know. I just seen a lot when I passed, so it's nothing against you. I'm just saying. Hi, Carol.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Eli.
So no offense. I just
Oh yeah,
know
people have their own their own information and things, but if we're going to go with the particular mythology that you're indoctrinated with, then let's go with this. How many gods are there?
I always think there's one God, only one true God.
Oh, okay. And where did you get that idea from?
Well, I experienced it, and my dad was a Pentecostal pastor, and that's how he taught me when I was a kid and everything. So I mean,
okay. Have you ever read the Bible?
Yes, I have. I'm not gonna quote anything, but
have you read the whole Bible?
Yes, I have.
Sorry.
Okay. Are you aware there are over 100 different verses in the Bible that reference many gods, pantheons of gods, not just the gods of the Hebrews, but of all the other people as well?
Oh yeah, and
okay. So when the scripture itself dictates that there are many gods,
idols,
the concept of no, it's not. That's not what it says. If you're looking at the scripture itself.
I honestly
By the way, I did years of seminarial school. My parents were pastors, and I did the studying, going back, learning the Koine Greek. So if we want to have the theological conversation, I'm down. I can bring it.
I was always raised that there was just one God, no other.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what you were raised for.
Oh yeah.
That's not the scriptural basis. That's not the documentary basis that we left with all the people on the planet. And the book itself that you're depending on, which is the biggest cultural appropriation in history for white people to be taking the mythology that we left for the Hebrews. Okay. Which no one ever talks about that, but let's go there. Okay. The Catholic Church are the ones that advocated the concept of monotheism so that they could be the ones with the only answer, so that people would be responsible to go to their priests to ask for truth, to ask for eternal life, when the paths that were provided were already in existence. All the information that was needed to work humanity toward the point of having higher sentience and transcendence is in the documentation. So if we want to have a talk about the documentation, I am all about it. We left magical instruction in the Bible that no one ever talks about. This is not something that is discussed at churches. It's not in there. But if you want to go into it, there are lots and lots of verses about how the concept of blessings and curses work, which is the function of working magic for good or for ill. Okay. The whole function of Kabbalah was the stuff that was removed.
I do got to say,
probably
whatever is in here matches what's in here.
Exactly.
And is like, you know, you feel it within your bones. That's right. And it makes you.
Yep.
It absolutely becomes the personal reality for the person. Yeah. And the thing that I'm saying there is that Eli, you have good motivation behind the things that you want to do. You want to bring good into the world. You want to share joy. You want to take away suffering. That is the function of the lessons that we have provided, right? Yeah. But that's not what the modern church is teaching. The modern church is teaching, and it's teaching exclusionarism, and it's teaching cultural extinction for everything other than itself, right? And that's the primary thing. This is historical fact. The primary objective of the Catholic Church with leading Rome and the Roman armies and invading and expanding themselves around the globe, their first priority anytime they invaded was to kill the historians and take all the records from the area and abscond them back to Rome. Exactly. To destroy all of the histories of all the people.
So that's happened throughout time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Before it was the Roman Church, the people that were behind this were doing this as others, destroying the histories and keeping humanity away from the truth of their own past and their own histories. Just like, now with the archaeological digs, we come up with resources everywhere on the planet that have the same stories of the star people coming down and teaching humanity how to take care of themselves and how to take care of the planet, right? That's all part of the histories that have been destroyed and absconded with. So it's one of these things that whatever concept gets put into people's head from whatever segmentation of religion that they've been indoctrinated with as part of their social engineering, this is something that we know, humans don't choose who their parents are, right?
Yeah, I know that.
So you are born to this family, right, in a location you didn't pick, with schools you didn't pick, and a social group around it that you didn't pick. And all of these things are going to pick for you what your religion is going to be, what your politics are going to be, what concept of reality you're capable of embracing, because they dictate for you what the laws of reality are.
That's so true.
Which means every bit of information you get subjected to from then forward is going to be tested against the version of reality that you've been indoctrinated with, that decides what's okay to believe, what's not, what you're going to reject, what you're going to accept. Which, when it comes to that, it means there are no good people, there are no evil people. It's just people that have been given information that they end up doing things that are either good or either detrimental for others. That's why I have no condemnation for people that do stupid things. It doesn't matter. They are the result of the situation they were put in. And when people are dropped into a survival situation, it's what they have to do.
This is where I agree and disagree at a certain point, because had this been 20 years ago, you are, met with that circle, and that's the only circle you have. But today, with the internet and the amount of, possibilities you have to explore and the amount of questions that you can ask, I don't feel that is, you're not held to this circular demographic anymore.
Right.
Because you have the opportunity, you have the knowledge, you have the ability to reach beyond that and see other people's, philosophy.
Everything's at your fingertips today.
Yeah, everything's there, and the programming of indoctrination is getting weaker in that regard, but we still have to come at it from understanding that the filters a person has for what they hear and how they respond to it came from their parents and their immediate social group before they have that external reaching across the planet for answers. So when they're reaching across the planet and hearing things, it's still going through the filters they were programmed with by their immediate social group.
See, and now this is where, I find fault in impossibility to that logic is I was raised in a religious family and I was raised in a racist family.
Mm-hmm.
And the simple fact is granted, I started out with those roots,
mm-hmm.
but I did research, I explored the world, and I decided for myself that those were not, the roots that I needed to follow or to grow from.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That those were not my beliefs. They were not my ideologies. Those were not who I wanted to be and what I wanted to be. So I kind of feel like, you're saying about indoctrination and what have you. But the simple fact is today we have, different realities that we can live in, and we have different, we have the internet. That's pretty much all you can say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So whose fault does it come at this point? Whose fault does it become? You can be raised a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have that opportunity as a person to reach out and understand and make a change in difference.
Right. And just real quick on that is that we know that there are people that are capable of escaping from the programming they're brought up in. Right. It's not a universal thing, but we also know demographically through sociology, right? And all the social sciences, we know that politics are inherited. Religion is inherited, right? It's not arguable. It's a thing that is. Mm-hmm. And the simple fact of that means that the filters of reality that people are given, most of them don't bother hitting the point where they can start asking themselves the questions like you did to say, why do I believe this and where does it come from?
It's like you say, well, with me, I tried to do that at my younger age, but people would always judge, you know what I mean? There's people can be able to be like, hey, you're wrong about that. Or, hey, and I done that before, man. I always believed in some things. I always did this, always did that. But you got to admit, there's people's bullies out there that say, well, I'm better than you. And I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to even say nothing anymore because,
and supremacy is the toxicity that's bringing down humanity.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
Carol, you were going to ask a question. I'm sorry, we had that back and forth specific thing that we had going there. I didn't want to make it look like we were ignoring.
Do you think, because with the RH negative, whenever I had got pregnant with my children, I would have to have a shot so that my body didn't attack. Do you think that's why that was brought?
If I can ask, when was the first child born? Just the year?
88.
88. Okay, so it was a little bit after.
My mom did too, with her.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm pulling information on diethylstilbestrol.
Who?
Is that what they were giving you to prevent the backwash of blood from the baby from potentially causing reaction with you?
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember.
It was supposed to have been discontinued long before you had your kids, but it wasn't. It was one of the problems with the pharmaceutical system, especially that happens in the United States. So medication gets pushed for a particular reason. Pharmaceutical representatives push for off-brand use, or not off-brand, but off-label use
I like
for
this
medication, aside
He
from
knows
what
a
it's
lot of
supposed
stuff.
to be used for. That's what I was designed for.
It's like a walking encyclopedia. She is.
Yeah, but the farm.
How about a pizza? You know, I mean, you know, how's it made? No, I'm just joking.
He's a
Where's
pizza
the
guy.
cheese coming from? I'm
Yeah.
a pizza guy, you know.
But the pharmaceutical representatives go in from the pharmaceutical company and they talk to the doctor's offices. This is a job that should not exist, right?
So you don't think
they should have the PDR, the physician's desk reference, that it says this is the condition they have. You crack it open, it says what the medications are, what the levels are that they need to do with it, all that stuff. Yeah. Which now we have all that online. You don't even need that anymore, right? A pharmaceutical representative is someone going into the doctor's office and telling them, hey, we're going to give you this sampling of these medications to start with. And yes, this is what they're generally used for, but people have seen good results using them for these other things. Doctors are being instructed by the pharmaceutical companies to use prescription medications for things that they have not been approved for by the FDA.
Yep.
Okay. One of these was diethylstilbestrol. The function of that was for mothers who are Rh negative to be taking the medication to prevent that backwash of blood that comes from the fetus if it's Rh positive, so that that blood doesn't get into the mother's bloodstream, cause the blood clots and kill her. Right. And this medication itself was taken off shelf for that usage because it causes trans kids.
What?
Yep.
Real?
Yep. For real. It causes transgender. It causes intersex. This was established in the 70s, by the way. And they took it off label for the purpose of preventing the blood backwash from an Rh positive child. And back then, the trans and intersex kids that were born from it were called DES girls because of that. This is all stuff that's in historical documentation, you know, if people want to pull up the medical records for it. But when they stopped having that justified and the FDA said you can't use it for this anymore, that doesn't mean the pharmaceutical company sent their pharma reps to the individual doctors and said, don't prescribe the medication for this function anymore, right? All the doctors had already been told to use it for that function, so they kept doing so. And diethylstilbestrol was not discontinued. It still continued being used for the other on-label uses, making it available, and the doctors would still prescribe it for all those things. Yeah, so, this is just one of thousands of things.
So, so with the Rh negative factor, they don't know why it came about. They don't know where it came from. That's why I asked you about it, thinking it's more an alien thing that was brought here, because alien versus human, the body would attack it.
Yeah.
I don't know if
it's not. Humans are going to get the point of figuring out where it came from. And that's one of those things they're supposed to do. So I'm not supposed to give the specific on that. So almost any question that you ask, you'll get the whole thing on that. There are certain things in the processes of what I have to teach humanity where what I have to do is to give them the leads to follow to get to the answer. Right.
So we got puzzles.
It's puzzles, and this is actually where all the lore comes from on the Fae, right? Yeah. On they don't really give me the answer I wanted, and you ask a genie for something, and that's so tricky. They didn't give me the actual thing I was looking for.
Yeah,
we exist to guide people to being capable of finding the answers.
So, are you saying you're not human?
Hey, Brandon.
I'm not.
Okay.
No. Because I'm utilizing a mostly human but not completely human body.
Because when the way the knowledge, the way you're not saying my daughter's not human. I'm not saying that.
Right.
But when I was talking to you, we got bots. When I was talking to you, it sounded like talking to my oldest daughter because she has all of this. She studies and she gets so yeah. So talking to you, it was like
consumes information.
Yes, and
like
she's
it's
very
food.
interested in all of this.
Yeah.
And so
there are a lot of us on this planet. And most don't know what they are because they're not supposed to.
But you know who you are.
Yeah, I was specifically brought out of hibernation for the mission that I'm on right now.
And was hibernation on this earth?
Yeah.
Wow.
So what we do is that, you know, what I was talking about before with the initial investment in the human bloodlines and everything.
Yeah.
With us, you know, originally we came in our origin forms, you know, which the animalistic forms, and then, you know, humans needed something they could relate to more, and we would have hybrid forms. And you see these in statues all over the earth, you know, of half animal, half human, you know, like Anubis and Thoth and the Sphinx and the centaurs and all of this other stuff, right? You get the half human, half animals representing the galactic community, right?
Oh my God, a million questions are coming to me. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You're opening up the floodgates.
Opening up the floodgates. And then from there, you look across history and you see that the gods, right? The star people stopped having the animalistic forms and stopped having the hybrid forms and had human forms.
So what do you consider yourself, though? Like,
well, I am a celestial. I am one of the founders of life for the planet.
Awesome.
Do you believe in skinwalkers?
That's one of the remnant forms, but the stuff at Skinwalker Ranch not related.
Right.
Like that's a funny thing. They should have come up with the answer on what's happening there already. It's
because then. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I just
so on the genetic thing, when we got to the point that we were taking human form to lead people from a situation where they could relate to us more directly, right? The thing is that when we had our hybrid forms, we already had to provide genetics to humans to get to the point where we could have the royal bloodlines, which would be humans who had enough genetic variation of our material that they would be capable of hosting one of our consciousnesses with a child that was born. Right? Because a basic primate form can't maintain one of our consciousnesses. It's excessive. Right? It has to be primed so that the form itself acts as an avatar, which is a link, you know, antenna receiver, you know, computer connected to the internet kind of thing, so that our big internet can be out here and we can have an interface capable of
evolution
of interacting in that capacity.
From the primates to us.
Yeah, so with the primates that had been advanced up to the early human forms, that was already happening from the accelerated process of evolution that humans had been subjected to. And that's when we were like, we're going to have to put in a lot of work to keep them from destroying themselves situation.
And there's too many of us now.
Right. And so our genetics, go ahead, Anthony.
Why haven't you pitched a 10-part series to Netflix about this? Can I know? Because you know how many people would like sit there with their mouth wide open listening to this?
So here's the thing is that I could do that up until yesterday was the expiration date I had for being required to provide resources to the world without any limitation. And the EU had not done what they needed to do to respond. So, I mean, if I wanted to do something like that now, I could. But, you know, you notice I don't have social media channels that are filled with stuff. You know, my objective is to provide resources to people like Anthony and Cassidy and Amy and the UFO Garage Boys and all of those people, so that their channels can grow, right? Because they're the people that their function in the community is getting people to work together, getting people to open their hearts, open their minds, and go, you know, we need to start looking closely. We need to look for connections between things and find what else there is in the world. And that's the thing, is that I have the map for how all things connect.
Okay, well, you have our attention, okay? And wouldn't a direct path be the fastest path? I mean,
well,
you're in the
direct
circle.
path in what capacity? Yeah,
you're in the circle right now of UFO Garage and all the
Mhm.
other channels affiliated with it. So, wouldn't a direct path? You have our attention. We're listening, okay? And wouldn't a direct path be a faster path than to reach out? You know, wouldn't it be better for you to, you know, come on and spread your word, and then have
Yes.
other people, you know, make indication, hey, that here's this guy's channel, this girl, or I don't know what you associate with. I don't, you know what I mean, want to violate anything. But wouldn't it be more beneficial for you to kind of put yourself out there and be like, you know, I mean, you already have our attention.
You mean like having my own channel?
Having your own channel or putting things out there yourself. I mean, you're kind of relying on other people, you know, or other humans, however you want to look at it,
Right.
to kind of spread the word. But your word is already being spread by yourself, and we're all listening to it. Wouldn't it be, you know, quicker and more efficient for you?
Well,
to do
I mean,
yourself?
it would be most efficient if I got myself to some people in political control and commanded them to do what I wanted them to do. But that's not what the mission is, right? That's not what the objective is. Humanity has things that they need to achieve, and you know, we're not trying to take up the old positions that we used to have of saying, you know, you're a bunch of puppies that are in a box and we're having to give everything to you because you're incapable of doing it yourself, right? We're at the test of humanity where it's going to live or die based on what happens in the immediate future. And it has to be that humanity matures really fast or humanity is extinguished. But there are a million other species that are at risk if humanity doesn't do that. And the circumstances of what humanity has come to is that all this obsessiveness about free will and my own personal concepts of indoctrination over here and my own personal concepts of indoctrination over there, and people around the world and all the fighting and stuff going on with that is one of those things where none of them are ready to get to the next level they need to, and none of them are ready to say, we want someone to be in charge of us, right?
Okay, well,
and because they don't want anyone to be in charge of them,
saying your own
then
personal
they're going to argue.
you're saying your own personal concepts, but then you're saying you come from a higher perspective.
Oh, I was using the wording that humans use.
I'm sorry. I pick things apart. That's just how I am. I'm sorry.
Absolutely, and I love that about you. I do. That's exactly what we need. We need people that are going to be looking for the answers that are hidden behind the obvious, right? You know, like with my case, kind of one of the first things that I have for like getting the EU's attention and stuff is that back in 1991, the U.S. government, the shadow government that's been influencing the U.S. government, they attempted to assassinate me. Okay. And when they did this, they involved 6 different law enforcement agencies in the process. They set up a big entrapment scenario to get me into a kill box to do it. And it didn't go their way. Obviously, they didn't succeed. And in the process of doing that, because they didn't expect the interference that they got, then records were created that were very inconvenient for them. Among these was the evidence that there were more than one of me present that day. That was There were 2 of me that were under surveillance by different law enforcement teams at different locations at the same time.
2 that want like you're a twin, somebody looks just like you, or
Yeah,
one of you.
it's an aspect. Like, this body isn't my primary form. This is an avatar. There are multiples of this same model.
Wow.
And
like
in that
the
circumstance,
T-1000 in Terminator.
yeah, and with that circumstance, because of the threat that had been projected that the law enforcement was going to kill me, one of my other aspects was brought in to where I was to cause a circumstance where the law enforcement would be distracted, they would be pulled off course, and my avatar actually, or my other aspect, she actually went to someone else that was tertiarily involved with the conspiracy the law enforcement people were doing to get that person to be in the right place at the right time to get me turned around so that I wouldn't go into the kill box. So and this all sounds like wild speculation.
Well, no, are all your aspects speaking the same philosophy on different platforms?
No. Everyone has different jobs to do. So the things that we get assigned for is that each of us, when we're embedded in a life here on the Royals, when we're embedded in life here, we have missions based on the projected parameters of the things that could be happening over the next 100 years, right? So fate is not an absolute. The timelines are not absolute. Everything moving forward is shifting, but you have fate lines that converge to create greater probability events.
Right? 100 years seems like a really short kind of foresight.
Short.
Right. Well, we're using human vessels.
Okay.
Right. So it's when we insert human vessels here, each one of those insertions gets matched for what's coming in the next century. It's not exactly a century, but approximately.
Let me ask you something. Mm-hmm. Could you yourself now be in contact with other extraterrestrials at any time? Could you contact them and speak to them at any given time?
If I wanted to go down that route, I probably could, but I'd have to swap out some of my other resources.
All right. So if
it's kind of like socketing different modules in on a computer.
All right.
So because like I was talking about before, that a human vehicle has limited capacity, right? So when it comes to like the genetic modifications for genes to activate, genes to deactivate, and for the abilities to wield, a human body is incapable of handling all of the powers, right?
Okay.
So there's limited families of abilities that we use that a body is tuned for, where something can be turned back on and something can be turned back off in order to have a balance. And there should never be a circumstance where anyone has access to all of the power, all of the abilities and those things, because if a circumstance were ever to happen where there was some sort of major corruption in the system where that individual could be taken control of in any capacity whatsoever.
Yeah.
And humans don't have that capability, but they're not just working with humans. There's a malevolent force out there that's helping them screw things up, right?
Wait. Okay.
But I mean, if I was here on like a mission trying to get everybody to come together and see the light, I would have like one amazing thing happen that, you know, you apparently have all this knowledge throughout the world and throughout the cosmos and all that. I would perform like one amazing miracle that just had everybody come together.
But it's up to us, isn't it? We have to do it.
So to me, it sounds like it's coming down to free will almost.
It just like Carol said, it's up to humanity to actually do it. But the thing is that what we're looking at, Anthony, and you'll really appreciate this, is that if a person is to walk on water and that gets filmed in this day and age, that's not going to change a single thing. Anyone that already wanted to believe is going to believe. Anyone that doesn't, they have plenty of people out there that are going to say, yeah, this is something I can create in Unreal Engine and using After Effects.
Happens
and this
all
is
the
a great
time.
digital
Yeah,
thing.
I go through it all the time. Yeah.
And this is one of those things where filming anything is not going to prove anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I got you.
Performing any sort of miracle in that capacity is not going to do it. Now, I do have the ability to do some of those things. I'm a healer. And when we get into controlled circumstances where I have the controlled environment, we have the scientific people there, we have people establishing the background of those that I am providing healing for, and then I provide the healing, that's different than doing the BS faith healer stuff, right?
I got
We
you.
need to have those controlled circumstances that create evidence, but I'm going to provide people with the information they need for establishing the grid. Now, you read the document that I sent, right?
Yep.
So you know what the grid is. Okay. So when I make all of these big claims about the world, the universe, and everything, and I get all this information out there on what's happening, the threats the world is facing, and how we can bring it together, and everything I say just keeps matching up, then when someone goes to one of the locations where you can test and identify the presence of the grid as something humanity has never observed before, and that establishes the defense grid that we have in place that keeps humanity alive, at that moment, when all of the scientific forces are testing and then mapping the grid around the world and they establish this, that's the moment when people are going to say, we have nothing else we can do. Let's listen to Nas, because this is beyond human knowledge. This is okay. What's next? It has to be the soft sell to get them to the point where this is a frog in a pot situation, right? I've got to slowly give them information that makes them go, maybe, wow, that's interesting. This matches up. Technological what? You just got to take them step by step to get them there, because humans reject everything they're not comfortable with.
Absolutely.
The entire thing with all the wars happening all over the world and all the power that religious structures and organizations have is all based on the concept of, if it's not me, if it's not exactly me, it's bad and we should kill it. That's the whole thing. And when you look at the fact that the United States is the #1 economy in the world, and the thing that they spend the most money on is the military, is warfare, then humanity, representationally, has declared that the most important thing in the world is warfare. And the highest ranking officer in the United States military said the entire purpose of the United States military is to murder people. So humanity has declared that their #1 priority in the world is killing people. That's you. Are they being held accountable for those statements?
Yeah, no.
Right?
Yeah, but it seems like it's going to take multiple lifetimes to get to where you need to be.
You got an orange aura around you.
Is that happening? Okay.
Anybody else see it?
Very lightly.
Lightly, yes.
Okay. Well, let me get the gray light from outside out of the way, so that we're just dealing with the okay.
So, would you recognize another one of your mission goers? I don't know the right names to call it.
Okay, so there are a lot. Okay, so there are the star seeds, and
that's what my daughter. Yes. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. The star seeds themselves, it's legitimate. There are cultural anthropologists, right? We've had them among humanity all the time, all over the world, so that as things progress, we have all the information. Because when they come in, they live life as a human. Their celestial knowledge is suppressed so that they don't know who they are. Sometimes their abilities leak out. It happens.
Are they born?
So how many star seeds are we speaking about? Are we talking about the Sirians, the Pleiadians, the Arcturians, the Andromedans, the Light Workers, the Orions, the Felines, the Maldex? I mean, what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
I can keep going on. Trust me.
Yeah. So. The terminology that humans use for them, of course, isn't what we use off-world. You look at a million different forms of animal life, down to the smallest forms on Earth. How many of them are capable of actually forming the same sound structures as humans?
None.
The organization and dexterity of the human tongue, the shape of the mouth.
So what are the true
body,
star
and
seeds?
that kind of stuff.
Coming from you, what are the true star seeds?
So the star seeds themselves are the result of any race that has achieved transcendence that joins the Celestial Alliance. So what happens, what's happening on Earth isn't just on Earth, it's all over the place, right?
Are you born from a human?
I do have 2 biological human parents, but they're from 2 of the royal lines.
Do they know that?
Well, my father is dead. My mother, yes. She knows she's from royal line. That was one of the things that was kept in the background for our family. So specifically on that, so that my paternal Y haplogroup is the RM222, which is the royal line of the kings who united Ireland.
Wow.
Okay, that turned Ireland into one people. My maternal line, that's the K2A6. That's the Yngling court, the Scandinavian royal court, about which the sagas were written, which is the Norse mythology. So This is Thor, Freya, all of that. This is the K2A6 is specifically Freya's.
Hey, we're related.
Mm-hmm.
We're so related. My daughter's a starseed. Now they want to. My 23andMe does not recognize my face. I'll try it again.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there we go.
I got it. Or Lazarus, me and Lazarus got it.
Yeah. So the royal bloodlines themselves, this is what they were originally. Is that we had the maintenance of bloodlines that were capable of hosting our consciousness, and this is also how the corruption of the concept of royals has happened to humanity that they're experiencing to this day, right? Mm-hmm. So when you look at what we were and what we needed the royal bloodlines for, so that we could be here and do the work we needed to do, then people maintaining track of those royal bloodlines so that they knew if, to protect the bloodline, right? Mm-hmm. So that they could have those heroes that would arise amongst them. And it wasn't always, in, God form, but like, those with extraordinary power that could do things to turn the tide of a nation and things like that. So they wanted to protect the royal bloodlines in order to ensure that if need arose, they could have those things happen for them, right? This then became a circumstance where, because the royals were being taken care of and protected and sheltered, that became a thing where gradually they were put into positions where they were granted power.
Okay,
and
so what star seeds are royalty and what star seeds are actuality?
This isn't actually about the royal lines being related to any of the specific star families. This is specific genetic bloodlines that were established in humanity all over the world. So they're not tied to any of the specific starseed pools. But if you're looking at like all the different star systems that starseeds come from, that is one that becomes more difficult because of the perspective of the direction. Terminology becomes complicated because that's not what I knew any of the people as.
Well, from my understanding, like the different star seeds had different roles to perform on Earth. Like the Syrians were Jesus and Mary.
Oh, that's
the Pleiadians were, kind of record keepers for, the Earth being much older than what it actually is. I mean, I've
Earth
delved into this pretty deep. So
yeah,
I just I'm asking you what we should be believing, what we should be listening to, and what is the real actual word.
Okay. So don't think of any of the starseed races as being different from each other at all, period. Okay. I've spent a lot of time in different forms on their different worlds and things like that. But when it comes down to it, is that like right now, humans see themselves as human. They're very tied into the concept of their body and all of that stuff right now. But when you achieve transcendence and you become part of a pool of knowledge, then at that moment, realizing your connection to the rest of conscious life in the universe, you have the situation where you understand that you are directly connected to all sentient life. And all transcendent beings have the ability to share that same knowledge. And when that point is achieved, there is no regard whatsoever from, you're not having loyalty to your old school.
See, and what you basically just said, I'm a Buddhist, and you basically just described my belief system.
Yeah, that's it right there.
So are we transcendent?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. So I'm with you. I completely understand and grok the Buddhist philosophy. I'm there, right? And so it's when humans achieve transcendence, they're not wearing their Letterman's jacket from high school anymore. They're not running around telling people we are the representatives from WF West High School. I
wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at Nubs. So.
Yeah. So that whole thing itself right there is this human geocentrism. It's nationalism. It's supremacy. This concept humans are throwing onto the mythology associated with what they're learning about starseeds. It's transference. The psychological term, right? Whatever a person experiences, they assume to be normal, and they transfer that experience onto everything else around them, expecting that's normal for all life, right?
I'm going to refrain from any other questions. I'm just going to leave it here because I feel like this could just go negative places or places people don't want. And here goes another person in chat.
Bots. But with that, it's one of those things where, humans expect people to have the same perspective and reactions they do. So they're like, yay, go Earth. Here's our pennant. Yay, we're going to, represent. And in early processes, they're going to need to do that. But all the other ones that have achieved transcendence, they don't need to go, oh, hi, we want to make sure that you're giving the Pleiadians credit for doing this specific work with your primitive culture because your affection towards our world that has achieved literally everything you can't comprehend is very important to us.
So you're saying, basically what you're saying is the other alien species have no direct control or have really nothing to do with the goings on Earth.
When it comes to the Celestial Alliance, we act as one force, right? When it comes to the starseeds, any of the races that are capable of starseeding are acting as one. Any that aren't capable of starseeding, that's ones where you get a lot more variation with the vehicles, the UFOs and things, because we have a lot that they haven't achieved transcendence yet, but they're still involved in the stewardship of young worlds. Right.
So are you here or are you not?
Processes. I am.
Well, how about the rest of you?
Actually, yes, and that's part of why it's important for me to stop the war that's coming before it is. My origin form is here on Earth as well. It's in one of our underground cities. Hi, Nubsia.
Hey, how's everybody doing tonight?
I'm gonna shut up and let
Hey,
other
what's
people
up,
talk
man?
now. So.
I'm just
I
a
have a
seven-fingered
question.
guy.
And it might be a stupid question, but what would happen if you took a DNA like 23andMe?
Oh, I've got that stuff mapped. That's what I was talking about with my RM222 and K2A6.
Right.
Oh, and real
Right.
quick, Anthony, we can't hear you talking. You just sent me a message.
Because you had said
You can hear me?
We
you had
couldn't hear
There we
said
go.
No, but
Oh, you
before.
couldn't. You can now. Okay.
You can now.
you had said
Oh, I hit the phone.
Norwegian, right?
The Scandinavian. Yeah, the
Scandinavian.
Scandinavian.
Because
Yeah.
my mom's dad,
Yeah.
full blood Swede,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, that's
Yeah. There you go. And yeah, you'll see it like that on mine as well.
Yeah.
So the K2A6 royal bloodline that I have, they finally have evidence from that now that they're tracking things. So one of the skeletons from one of my internal ancestors has been found at Ribe. That was the royal playground for the England court, essentially. And that was from the time in which they started the Viking, which was the spread across all of Western Europe that took it from little tribes into the creation of nations. Right. So you see this, the same thing that my paternal family did, taking Ireland from individual tribes, uniting it and creating it as one nation. On my maternal line, they did the same thing across all of Western Europe to unite it into nations. Bringing the unity is what we do.
Hey, Nas.
Yeah.
Do you have that thing set up where you can show them that your hair follicles are clear, like tubes?
Oh, the microscope. Yeah, give me just a second. I can do that.
Explain that to them, because that freaked me out when you did that.
What now? Do what?
Oh, all right. So, like our hair follicles, right? They're black or they're blonde or whatever, and when you look at them under a microscope, there's color to them, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So the middle of your hair.
You see the color
is
of Nas's hair?
Yeah.
Is dark brown or black, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. When she puts it under this microscope, they're clear, crystal clear tubes. There is no pigment in them whatsoever. No color in them whatsoever.
The medullas on a lot of my hairs, and this is something that's been happening since I was brought out of hibernation. Essentially, my hair started converting to this. So I've got some hair that has the emulation of natural human hair. And has the darker color to it, and others that there is no medulla, right? It is actually optically clear, like fiber optics. So let's see.
Can I ask how old you are?
Oh, yes, 47.
Okay.
Yeah.
How old were you when you got brought out of hibernation?
46.
What? You were 1 year old?
No,
when
no,
you went in?
No, I was born in a state of hibernation. Right. We insert for a full lifetime of the experience. Occasionally we get brought out of hibernation for a short period in order to achieve a mission, and then we're put back under and not allowed to remember things. That happens all the time. But let's see. I need to put the video up over here.
Hey, I took my sleep med, so I'm not gonna be able to follow at this point everything you're saying. So if I ask some stupid questions, we'll just blame it on the meds. How about that?
There we go.
Blame it on the Ambien.
Yeah, just had to get the camera going. All right. So, I don't know. Still there, Cassie?
I'm still here. I'm waiting. Anthony told me watch this, so I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Want to see
Okay.
this.
I'm just tuning the camera in. Oh yeah. So
Eli.
just getting the focus on the camera. Totally ignore those little crystals that are forming on my fingertip. Yeah. So yeah. If Cassie can get that camera
Oh,
up so that
sorry.
you all can see it.
I see.
Mhm. Okay, that's just getting it focused on my skin there. All right, so you can all see and verify that the camera you're seeing there is what I'm operating, right?
Yeah.
So you know the video's not being faked at all. All right, and
Look at that.
Wow.
Can you put it up further?
up higher, yeah.
Yeah. Can you put it back further?
Mm-hmm.
What the heck is that? Oh my gosh.
So see, there's dark ones.
She's putting it. Look at her on the
Mhm.
image here where we all are on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Literally
wow.
putting on her hair.
Yeah.
Some of them have color, and like the vast majority are just clear tubes.
Yep.
Man, I need that.
Okay.
I need that just to read.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You seeing this, Tony?
I'm watching, bro. I'm watching.
All right, explain that shit to me, Tony.
Oh.
I
trying to
never
put
seen
this-
nothing like that before.
I'm trying to put this shit together. So.
I've been trying for 6 months.
And see how the hair is just refracting the light of the hair
It's
behind
like
it
blue.
there.
Clear blue.
There's a one with a streak in it. There's another one with a streak in it. Of
I
Okay.
think that's
The
just
only
the
thing
hair
I
underneath
the
it
only thing I would
reflecting.
say is
That's
you
the
would-
hair. Hold on a minute. You see that one right there that's crossed? It's
Like
a
in the
clear one
middle?
and a dark one. The
Yeah.
dark one is reflecting. Is you see the black one through the clear one? Is what you're
Right
seeing.
there.
Yeah.
Right there.
But you would
It's
have
see-through.
to. But you would have to do something like this with a test subject, a control subject.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just
You know what I
saying,
mean?
Yeah.
man.
No.
How is
Yeah.
hair?
I got you.
How is a hair follicle transparent?
I'm just telling you, you would have to do a test subject with a control object to.
Would
Mhm.
it do that with a gray hair? Like if I plucked a gray hair of my hair and put it in front of a darker hair?
So here's what happens with humans as you age and you get to the point that the gray hair starts, is that the pigmentation in the medulla, which is the genetic material channel that runs along the full length of the hair, starts retracting more, and you get to see a bit of the clear keratin around it, right? Because it's not as wide, but the medulla is still there, but without the pigmentation, it's white. Or if there's higher iron deposits because a person doesn't metabolize iron well, I'm pretty sure humans have figured that part out. You get more gray in it with how they metabolize iron as opposed to the white, which creates
All right,
more
so
of a
Tony, I'll
grayer
be the
silver light.
control since I'm all salt and pepper.
Well,
Right.
I'm salt and pepper too, but what I'm saying
Not like
is
me, homie.
you would have to do a side by side comparison.
Mhm.
You know what I mean, with somebody the same age era. Well, we don't
Well,
know
we're,
what
we're,
the freaking
we're almost
age
the
is.
same age.
Yeah,
But
and that's
you would have to do that side by side comparison with
Yep.
the same, scientific evidence. To
absolutely, yeah.
I'm
And-
not saying it's not what it is. I'm not saying it's not crazy. That shit looks crazy as hell to me.
right.
That's all
Okay.
I'm saying. It looked crazy as hell.
No. That's what I'm saying is, but you would have to do an actual comparison to judge what we're seeing.
Yeah, you
Because
need people
I
that-
scientifically, and I, based on my education, I don't understand enough to make
Right.
an educated opinion on that.
Yeah.
So I would have to see some kind of comparison.
Oh,
to-
there's an episode of Ancient Aliens. Let me see if I can pull up the short clip there. Where they had this concern Oh, there you go. So that was in season 7. So like Crowley, if you wanted to pull this up like on the background on yours, so the title is Ancient Aliens DNA Test Reveals Otherworldly Beings. Right. It's a short excerpt from the History Channel where they ran into this same particular phenomenon, which is a fun one there. So
I kind of stopped watching Ancient Aliens because they're kind of
they always have to jump to the most extreme translation of information instead of actually looking for answers, which is the problem. What's
the most entertaining option for selling our show.
And that's the thing that really frustrated me about the show is that they did a lot of really great work digging into local histories all around the world and finding connecting pieces, right? And they didn't continue taking things to the next level of understanding. They just had to jump to a conclusion and then just leave it at that.
Well, we got Ginger Beard here now. Got Big Ginger Beard here now. So hey, look out, everybody.
Can I ask you? You don't have to answer, but are you a negative or a positive for your blood?
RH negative. Yeah.
Okay.
And so, yes, angels are life. I am 47 years old in human years, not origin years. That's really, really. So you should all feel young and happy with the youth that you have. Because after millions of years, so it's.
I'll pull it up right now while I'm sitting here. So.
Oops. Dang it.
Shoot, I'm probably the youngest one on here, and I feel old.
I am absolutely older than all of you combined. Actually,
not by soul.
No,
not by my theories and my belief. We're all souls that have been incarnated since the beginning.
I might be.
Oh yeah, I believe that too, Tony. You know that.
Absolutely.
Carol, you're only 23.
Yeah.
23 years.
Season 7. Let me see.
No.
Carol's actually, I'll drop the link over into the.
No way. Really, Carol?
Yeah.
The side chat for you there,
Carol. Good 53. You look good for 53.
Wow. I'm going to be 50 this year, and I was feeling bad about myself. I wish I was.
You should feel bad, Tony. You look 70.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You're not that far away from me. Just remember.
I'm going to get it.
Good night, Walt.
Yes, Mrs. Sister Donna Carter. Or
Good night, Walt.
Good night, Walt.
Later, Walt, buddy.
There are a lot of us here, and there are thousands and thousands and thousands that are starseeds that are ready to be fully awoken if we need them. Which if we need them in that capacity, that's going to mean humans are gone.
But you do no harm.
Yeah. Well, do no harm is not the rule. Well, I live by one rule. Brought forward by the great wild stallions. Be excellent to each other.
There you go.
Right. That is the only law you need.
If you
need someone to explain that to you, you've already failed.
Yeah.
Right. There is that is the only law. That is the one. That is the only. Right. And the function is that suffering should never be inflicted on another unless it is for the purpose of alleviating or preventing suffering.
Yes.
For instance, if there's a guy waving a gun around and threatening to kill lots of people in the bank, and I pick up a stanchion and cleave his head in two, I've inflicted suffering, but I've prevented suffering in the process. Right.
So you're saying you came here in a TARDIS?
No, but I really, really want one of those phone booths for the base when we get it set up.
So you're going to develop a TARDIS. That would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be fun.
You'll
So my
surpass fucking Elon Musk. I'm sorry.
Elon, he's a fun kid.
I heard that too, Angels.
Sorry, Cass.
So Mrs. Sister Donna Cantor asks, do I believe there is a God or no? There are thousands and thousands and thousands of them. This is in all of the historical records everywhere on Earth.
Do you believe Jesus was born of one of them?
Yeah, that's part of the information that is existing in all the records. That's part of the stuff that was shared. Not, and he was not supposed to be deific, just like Siddhartha, which Crowley knows.
He was actually a practicing Buddhist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Most of the things that people quote as sayings from Jesus are actually quotations from the Dhammapada, which are things that were taught by Siddhartha Gautama Shakyamuni back 500 years before. Jesus was a really good Buddhist. But the celestials insert themselves to make changes, and they're brought out of hibernation in order to make changes in the timeline when they need to. And he was brought out of hibernation at a young age. And when he did, he specifically went into the temple and said, "I have come." And he started acting from then forward. And he had a very important message for humanity, which was don't be a dick. And when people were being dicks, he did not hesitate to grab a whip, go into the temple, and chase the people out of it that were being dicks. Right? Sometimes violence is used for good.
Yeah.
And, people that want all the love and light stuff, I'm sorry, being tolerant of those who are inflicting suffering on others is empowering the suffering that's inflicted and making you responsible for the suffering that's inflicted. Don't buy into that game that you're so intolerant of the people that are intolerant. You know what? Screw you. They can die.
I'm sorry. I laughed.
You should laugh because it's funny. We do have a sense of humor.
We have to, or we will not survive.
Absolutely.
And see,
what do you think?
This is where I came into. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say you can tell me to stop asking questions at any point. But what are your thoughts on the human spirit and soul and ghosts?
Ghosts is fun. Let's get back to that in 1 sec. I just want to finish something about Jesus and Siddhartha.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
They did not want anyone to deify them. They specifically said, no, do not. They said, all things I have done, you can do by my example. Right?
Are we talking Jesus? Jesus is talking? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Everything is inside of you. You have everything inside.
Those were his words.
Yeah,
He didn't say, sit back on your asses, go do what you're going to do, and then ask for forgiveness later. He said, look, every single thing that I've done, the wielding of healing power that we have, this helping people, alleviating suffering, giving a hand up to those who have less power than you. Gee, this sounds familiar. You can do all of these things. And then the Catholic Church said, oh, that's really inconvenient. Let's not have that. Let's instead say that everyone needs to come to us for the power that they can wield. Let's make sure they don't read the historical scriptures. In fact, we need to go ahead and have a council to make sure we take as much instructional material out of these records as possible and convert it into the concept of a monotheism so that we're the only source for answers. One-stop shopping for eternal life and immortality. They can go to hell.
Oh, that was spooky.
Whoa.
Was that Gozer? Sound like Gozer.
Gozer the Gozerian.
Oh my
That's great.
goodness. What was
Yeah, I
you
have
gonna say?
quite a range on the voice. But yeah, the thing there was that, you know what? People are accountable for their decisions. They're accountable for their ethics. They're accountable for the suffering they inflict on others through the action or inaction that they take. Right? And that's the whole lesson. That's really all Jesus had to teach them. And the thing was that wielding the powers that we wield, using the healing and stuff, was one of those things to go, hey, pay attention. Listen, you want to know how to make things better? This is how we do it. Because he came at a time when the Hebrew people were being controlled by their version of, of a republic, right? The rabbis and the Pharisees and Sadducees had their own political structure for controlling the Hebrew people that was just like the US Senate and Congress corrupting everything right now, where nothing was about improving the lives of people, about enhancing their spirituality and their relationship with the world and taking care of nature and everything else. It was money, money, money. And you said, okay, system's broke. Let's go in. Let's knock these bitches down a peg. And we're going to go ahead and upset the structure and say, hey, guess what? All of you old guys that are saying you have the answers and everyone needs to contribute to you and your whole big, luxurious lives that you have, can any of you heal someone? No? Then shut up.
I got banged.
You don't control it.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Absolutely. Yes. And that question that was just up there, yes, I can heal. I do have the power of healing. And this is one of those things when it comes to getting the information out later and they interview my mom, they're going to have some stuff that gets covered because last year I showed her the power of resurrection.
What?
Oh, how did you do that?
Anthony, you gonna have this guy on?
Can I ask a question?
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I gotta get out of here.
She's gonna be on, dude.
Exhausted.
Oh, there you
I'll see you
they
guys
got-
tomorrow.
Good night,
See you
Anthony.
later, Anthony.
Good night. Good night, everyone.
Later, man.
Later.
Night,
Well,
Anthony.
Bye,
Hang on,
Cassie. Bye,
Terry,
Nas. Bye,
Terry,
Carol.
Bye.
Bye, Tony. Bye,
Bye.
Nubs. Good night,
I'm gonna
everyone.
harass you all night just so you know I don't have to work tomorrow. So
Yeah, well, me neither, but I can't keep my eyes open no more.
Because I did
Good night,
just watch
Anthony.
that
Good night.
one person that said, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live."
Yeah, it doesn't actually say that.
Okay, so they're not good.
There-
Okay,
There were no witches in the Levant. That's not actually a thing. Didn't happen. It's a mistranslation of scripture.
Yeah.
Do you know who built the pyramids and how they did it?
Yeah, earth berms. Oh, that Crowley's like, oh damn.
my favorite
Hey,
part.
Vodka.
Yeah, earth berming itself is it's not even a lost art. It's just basic. So the function itself is that you lay down the first series of blocks that are there, and you pile up dirt to make a ramp leading up to the next level, where they have the logs that they put under the blocks that, you pull the block forward, the logs roll, you take the log that falls out from behind, put it under the next one up front, and you keep going.
So basically, like we were told in school, basically.
Yeah, you build up the earth berms, and you have a nice low grade ramp that's going up to the next level. It means a lot of dirt having to be available for the process to get them up that high, but it means that it's a slow incline that makes it easier. And I mean, if they were to take their GPRs and actually hit up the ground all the way around it further out, they would more than likely be able to tell the change in density from the berm that was there.
Okay.
I want to get back to the healing thing.
Yes, the healing thing.
Do you use?
Is it like-
I mentioned the resurrection word.
Is it like Wolverine? Like, this might be a dumb question, but is it like Wolverine, like the way he heals, or?
Oh, no. I
Okay.
was talking about my ability to heal others.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not that.
Would that be? I'm sorry. Would that be based on like energy, or like is it based on the energy that you put out?
It's based on the energy that I put out or the energy of which I am composed. There are different ones. I have a lot of different healing methods that are at my disposal. So it's not just one thing. It's my aura itself is capable of healing. If we want to use aura as a word, the energy that I radiate is capable of healing. So I can, take somebody's hand or hug somebody close, have that close proximity and enhance their healing capabilities and do that.
Are you affected by negative energy?
I am,
like
if I open myself up to it, I am. Most of the time, the way that I operate is as a mirror. So it's one of those things
that's a good way to look. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where, if the people that I'm interacting with have a positive energy and that kind of thing, then I reflect and amplify that back, right?
I like that.
And if the people around me have a negative and toxic energy, then I reflect and amplify that back.
So what determines who you heal or who you choose to help? I understand just the toxicity.
Yeah. So essentially, primarily in this life, I've only bothered to use my healing on animals, insects, that sort of thing, because I don't want to heal humans. I have occasionally done so, but I don't want to heal humans because there's that whole karmic thing that's associated with it. Just think basic karmic sense. If you heal someone, they turn around and go on to do horrible things.
If you were put in human form, I would believe it was for a reason, and maybe it's to help other people.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing right now. But normally there are thousands and thousands of us in human form so that we can monitor what humans are doing at all times, right? And each time one of us achieves the end of a human lifespan and experience the body death, we go back to the pool, and the entire experience of all our knowledge we accumulated on Earth is instantly disseminated amongst the entire alliance, right? And with this happening over and over constantly, the alliance always knows everything that's happening all around the Earth as far as political developments, cultural developments, all of that kind of stuff. And that's how we're able to make the projections on what are we going to need across the coming generations, what problems are going to come up, how are we going to counter them. Okay, let's insert people that are specifically programmed with counters to those problems, right? And that's what I am. So with this, it's a circumstance where the threat that's being brought right now against the Earth is something that I've been provided with the necessary collection of abilities and knowledge to address that threat.
So should I keep torturing Anthony or let him go to sleep?
I thought he was done already.
Can you say if disclosure is actually going to come, or if it's being held back, by otherworldly beings?
Oh, the disclosure itself is something that's being held back by humans.
So it's not.
It's already been disclosed. They've already admitted that there's things out there that they have no idea what they are, the technology or anything else, and people are reading into it. People are like, well, what is it? What is it? What is it? They're telling you they don't know what it is. They've already
right. I mean, most of us understand that, but I mean, there's a lot of people that kind of need it drawn in crayon, so to speak.
Right. Well, that's the wonderful thing about the mission that I'm on and the stuff that I'm doing is that we don't need to draw it in crayon, right? We don't need all of humanity to understand what we are and what we're doing. We just need enough people working toward the truth that humanity starts taking off in the right direction on such an accelerated speed that the ones who decided to be left behind are just going to be drawn forward in the wake.
Yeah, okay, that's a good way.
This is not an all or nothing scenario. The
Right,
people
right.
that choose to maintain ignorance or deny everything, they don't matter.
But
They're
it
completely
is all or nothing.
consequential.
Until a UFO lands on this, as cliche as it sounds, the Capitol lawn, people are not going to accept it. Plain and simple.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
that's what I was
even
saying.
with that, they wouldn't
Exactly.
anyway. Yeah. And it's one of those things where we don't need them to accept it. We don't care if they accept it. In fact, it's good that they don't, because we don't want a circumstance where everyone thinks in the same way.
Right.
Right. Diversity of thought is the source of all solution. You look around you right now, whatever environment you're in, everybody, everywhere, you look around you right now, everything that you see was invented by someone who did not think like everyone that came before them. Every single thing you possess was invented by someone that said, this is a thing that has not existed before.
Thinking outside of the box.
I've created an image in my mind. Let me go ahead and put it forth into the world and create it physically.
And see, this is where, like, I am putting faith in Nos for what's being said, but I still challenge Nos at the same token.
Yeah.
We've been doing this all night.
Yeah, and I want him to, and we understand each other. We come from the Buddhist background, right? There is no hostility. There is no intention to inflict suffering that's coming from any questions Crowley is asking. This
Questioning
is about
is always good. Questioning is always a good thing.
Absolutely, but you have to ask the right questions.
Absolutely, and that's what I need to guide people on. So give me one moment to run down the hall to the bathroom, and I will be right back with you all.
Welcome to your human body.
Crowley.
Yes, sir.
Fox's is amazing.
What's that?
I said,
what is that?
Is amazing. Fox's Pizza.
Yeah, I went to high school with the cousin of the person that started Fox's Pizza. So I actually went to the U.S. Air Force with that person. So.
Thank you for your service, man.
You know what, dude? I never learned my lesson. I went from the military to police to law enforcement to now I'm a mailman. I've sworn in 3 times, and I just can't figure out why I keep torturing myself. So.
It seems to me like you're a good person, naturally.
Talk to my wife, but
they're always gonna have something to
say. I'm sure she would. But is Cass still here, or is she passed out? What's going on, Cass?
I'm here.
There you go. I was getting ready to text you some dirty D-pics or something.
Cassie, hello.
Hi.
Actually, did you ever see my D-pics, Cass?
What?
What? Now she's up. Okay.
What a nubsy.
I have me, PLE, Cheney, and Dakota legit did about 12 abandoned places this weekend. So,
oh my gosh!
Oh,
I stepped in a sea tick nest, and I stepped in a poison ivy or poison oak bush, and I'm highly allergic. So I've been itching out, but I'm like,
so is that gonna?
We did a triple Ouija board session. We had 3 Ouija boards, and me, Cheney, and Dakota, all 3 did it each. So, yeah, and it all answered and all. So, yeah, we did the Ouija board alone, all 3 of us, on 3 different boards in the murder house, too.
So, is that going to be, you said 12 locations, so is that going to be one big
video? Oh, no,
it's
going to be 12? A couple different videos. Why would you use 3 Ouija boards, man?
Because we gotta risk it for the biscuit sometimes. Like, I mean, I'm not scared of none of it. So I mean, I've done.
Me neither, but damn.
So I mean, I did a Ouija board and we opened up a Dybbuk box at the same time. So I mean, which I don't believe in Dybbuk boxes. So I mean,
I believe definitely that things can be attached to like a object, definitely.
Yeah, well, we did an abandoned abortion clinic today, and I actually got a teddy bear from there and all that, because they're gonna tear it down and all that, and I'm like, why? I'm not gonna leave that here for it to get torn down. Like, I'm gonna take it home and do an investigation on it. I mean, I got about 15 balls, so I got to go all out.
We're all here just to understand, you know? We're here to experience and do the best we can. And I think what brings us all together more than anything, though, is like just the thirst for knowledge, you know? Wanting to know things and understand them better so we can maybe improve it or, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Sorry. Just messing with Cass right now.
She probably wants to go to sleep, and here I am keeping
She doesn't.
awake.
Trust me.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Cassie doesn't sleep. She's omnipotent.
I like that.
Well, I have to keep turning my mic off because it's making echoey noises.
I don't hear an echo.
Oh, how is my BFF Deanna doing?
She's doing really good. She likes to cook.
Tell her I said, hey. I need to call her.
I will.
Tell her I'm going to call her tomorrow.
Wait till you get that in like 15 seconds, Cass. All right.
I have to ask you because it is really interesting to me. Jupiter seems to like draw me to it for no reason at all. Is there anything about Jupiter that you know, or could like maybe?
There's more to Jupiter than humans are aware of.
Are there people living on it, or beings? You know,
there's structure that needs to be discovered. That's well down in the gases, but you know that's one of those things that humans need to discover.
Is there any life on it? You know, like at this point.
Let's say that anywhere has the capacity for life with beings that know how to
survive and adapt.
How to establish controlled environmental spaces.
Okay.
So it's like for us, we have lots of cities here on Earth that are celestial, but they're not on Earth. We put them below the surface.
What's below Virginia? I need to dig. Yeah, what's below Virginia? Because I need to.
You need to dig.
Yeah, I need to find some epic, cool places.
It would be a bad idea for anyone to go near one of our underground cities because we will shut the grid off.
What about me? I have 7 figures. I was from planet Dubzilla, and like I'm part alien.
Right. Well, at this point, all of humanity is. Our genetics have spread well enough that all of humanity is.
Okay, so if you have colonized the Earth underneath the ground, and we can only drill so many miles down with the things that we have today, how did you guys get there?
Okay, everyone in the ufology community.
I'm curious about that.
Yeah. Everyone in the ufology community has this answer. They know transmedium vehicles. It's the ability. So phantom drives give the capability for phasing, which allows the craft to pass through any other
Solid
form of
objects.
material, whether it's liquid, solid, anything along those lines.
Okay.
And then you deposit. Once you're down there, you emit an energy field that radiates inside a cavern. The heat that it creates actually expands to create the bubble of however large you want the underground chamber to be. And then the super dense material created as the result of that is actually a lot stronger than like any rock or anything. So it's not going to collapse. So
you're saying it's not anti-gravitic or interdimensional.
It's the phantom drive, which is one of the technologies I'm going to be giving to the EU.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you're saying it's not anti-gravitic,
right?
And it's not interdimensional.
Yeah, it's a different type of energy. Yeah, it's a different type of relativity field.
Is that possibly the concrete that they had, or mortar basically that they made with the pyramids and everything, that is way stronger than our concrete that we make today, and they can't reproduce it?
Yeah, there's a lot of knowledge that's been lost over time, but that's part of the stuff like in the documentation I gave to Anthony that explains the technologies I'm going to be giving to the EU.
Okay, so going back to UFO Garage,
going back to the metamaterials.
It's not masturbation technology either.
Right.
No.
What?
It's not sex robots. But
hey guys, I'm gonna have to go to bed. I have so enjoyed this deep conversation. Thank you, Nas.
You're not allowed.
I wish my oldest daughter was around, because she'd just be like, you guys would be like, my words don't come. So.
What's her number? We'll call her up.
She's like probably feeding a baby right now, but
that's
Cassie,
she's up. So you're saying she's awake? So.
She could be.
Love you, Carol.
I watched her today. So
Get some rest, Carol.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. All right, much love, guys.
Wonderful
we'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Carol.
Good night, Carol.
Bye-bye.
I'll make sure I have my bow out for you next time.
Yes. That sounded funny, but
yeah.
Okay, good night.
Yeah. So Mrs. Sister Donna Cantor asked, why are we studying humanity, and are the humans going to go back with us?
I'm in between Tass and Nas. I'm kind of liking this right now. So.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good spot to be. So as far as the studying humanity, we established life on this planet. This is one of the many worlds that we've seeded. We're monitoring like we do with all the worlds that we're taking care of. But with this circumstance, we're in a situation where there are multiple extinction level events that are immediately pending, that are brought on by humanity, and we need to be able to do something about them.
Are they cyclical? Like we've had many near extinction events in the past, like 5 or 6.
There's been 6 mass extinction events. We're in the Holocene event right now. Like I said, humans in the last 50 years have annihilated 70% of all life on the planet.
Yeah, we're not nice people. We're not nice creatures.
Humans are greedy.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where, you put the numbers together when 70% of all life has been extinguished in the last 50 years and the human population just keeps growing. Do you think you're going to be around in 100? Right? That's done. And it's like the extinction of all the other life forms on the planet that are necessary for maintaining the biosphere means that no matter what humans think about their exceptionalism on surviving when they've destroyed everything else, they would be gone anyways. But that's not even the most immediate threat. That's a down the line. There are immediate extinction events that are pending right now. And that's part of why I am where I am. You know, I'm in this refugee housing over in Ireland right now, because I've got to give them the information to be able to counter the threats that are currently happening, which is why I'm giving them all the technology and everything.
Is the moon hollow?
The moon? No. Okay. It's gravitational mass is something that is absolutely necessary for it not being hollow. The gravitational mass on the moon is something that, with, you know, as it goes around the Earth, it causes agitation of the Earth's core, right? All the minerals and materials that comprise the Earth's core. Now, the Earth, when it's doing its revolutions, it's got agitation from the sun's gravity, right? And then the moon going around, it has agitation from the moon's gravity. Now, while you witness the tides moving around on the oceans, that's not the most important thing about the moon. The mass of the moon is necessary for the agitation of the Earth's core in order to keep it magmized. Because if the core is not...
What happens whenever the moon is being eclipsed, like tonight?
Oh, the eclipse is a misconception based on the width of human eyes from each other. When the moon gets between the Earth and the sun, it makes a very small shadow on the portion of the Earth where a person happens to be at the time. It's not actually blocking the gravity of the sun. Right? It's human experience from the area that they are at the time.
But visually, it is an eclipse. I mean, it does.
Yeah. Eclipses are wonderful. I love them. There's one that I've got data on that I'm going to be sharing that actually relates to a crop circle. But like our experience of an eclipse where we are, you know, we live in that shadow, but that shadow is sweeping over a small area because the moon is a lot smaller than the Earth and the sun is a lot brighter light. It's essentially just a pinpoint of shadow on the Earth where it is during a lunar eclipse.
A lot of people think that the moon produces its own light. Is that not true?
No.
It's just reflected.
It reflects. Yeah. So the gravitational forces that are exerted by the sun.
I do have to hop off of here, guys and ladies. I'm tired, but it definitely interesting and definitely very, very smart. I like this topic. This is really interesting.
Thank you.
Have a great night, man.
Yeah,
have a good one.
Good seeing all of y'all. Mama Cassie, love you. And
love you too.
Bye.
Bye. Yep. So just on the importance of the moon having a solid mass is that the agitation that's caused by the sun's gravity and the moon's gravity causes opposing pulling on all the matter in the Earth's core, and the friction that causes allows the core to stay magmized, right? The heat, the melting, and everything like that. Earth's gravity is not super massive, right? The core would not be.
We would definitely need it to stay in a liquid state, right? For anything to exist.
Yeah, the magmized fluid state of the Earth's core is important so that the ferrous materials can continue to find and be grouped with each other to maintain the magnetosphere that prevents the solar stripping from ripping the atmosphere away from the Earth and killing everything. Which is what happened to Mars. Mars moon was destroyed, and the destruction of the moon itself is what resulted in it not having enough gravity left over for the core to be magmized. So as the core started to go cool down, where the outer layers would become solid and further in, there is some magma. Yeah, there is some magma still at, very deep in Mars, but most of what was the core turned solid. In the process of going solid, all the ferrous materials were no longer aligned with each other, which means Mars' magnetosphere is not strong enough to prevent solar stripping. So the atmosphere is gone, and that's why it's not hosting life anymore. But that's another one of the technologies that I'm giving back to the EU, is that through the technologies I'm giving them on creating gravity engines and warp drives and everything, we're going to harvest the asteroid field that is past Mars in order to create a new moon for it. And bringing that moon to Mars is going to get the core winding up so that it restores the magnetosphere again. And then
give it a chance to produce life again.
Yeah, I actually have the full terraforming script for it, essentially. So bringing the moon back, increasing the mass at the poles with what's left of the asteroid field is going to increase Mars' rotational speed. Since it's further away from the sun, then we need a little bit more rotation speed on it for agitation of the core. But between that, when you increase the mass at the poles, it increases the rotation speed of the planet. And then adding the moon on top of that is going to add more agitation as well. That will magmize the core. And as the core heats up and comes to the surface, then all the ferrous materials that have gone solid will align again. That will restore the magnetosphere. Once the magnetosphere is restored, then there's not going to be solar stripping, so an atmosphere can be developed. But that's not the most exciting part of the process. Now get this. All of the solid rock that is, below the crust going down into the more solid parts of the core have within them oxygen and hydrogen. And as all of that rock is returned to a state of magma, you're going to have the fusion of hydrogen and oxygen making water, as well as the release of water that is in the rocks themselves, which is going to bring all the water back up to the surface.
That's
and
amazing.
The oceans and lakes and rivers and the full precipitation cycle on Mars is going to be restored. And at that point, all humanity needs to do is the seeding of microbiology and microphytology to get the plant life and animal life started that produces the atmosphere, which means that not too long from now, humans are going to be able to colonize Mars without living in domes, without living in bubbles and boxes, full functioning atmosphere. That's the technology I'm giving.
Is the face Cydonia? Is the face natural structure, or was it?
Oh, the appearance of the face on Mars?
Yeah.
That's just the illusion from shadows.
But there's also there's also like a pyramid line up near it. So I mean, it kind of
there used to be structures. What Mars was colonized. That was the world before Earth. So there's a lot that could be done archaeologically there. But when we're at the point where we're colonizing Mars and humanity has this technology available, humanity is going to be part of the Celestial Alliance, interacting with so many other races all over the world, all over the galaxy. Actually interacting with them and seeing them.
Yeah, sooner than later would be great, because we're, as far as people can't even treat each other right,
Yeah. Let's see, Sister Donna Cantor. The human form. It's got its advantages and disadvantages. It's fascinating how limited it is, because it it provokes a need to put effort into achieving so much more. I would prefer many of the other forms I've had over time. But when my work is done here and humans are on the course they're supposed to, then I'll upgrade.
What forms do you have?
My current, before I started the work here, and my work here was triggered by the stuff that happened with the Orion War. So at the time that the Orion War,
I'm sorry, a space war?
So the Orion War was a war between the Celestial Alliance and an invading space from another universe, an invading species, I should say. And when we beat them down, they retaliated. Well, a small faction of them retaliated. They destroyed the homeworld for the Lyrans. And at the time, that was the place that I had been taking care of. I was stewarding the life of the Lyrans and advancing them to the next level of technology and everything, like I'm about to do for Earth. And it was, the retaliation against that destroyed the Lyran homeworld. But, while I was living there, I was living as a Lyran. So, the feline humanoid-like form. And that was good. In the early days there, I had the, winged feline humanoid form, much like we had the hybrid forms here. Same thing, like where you have, Isis as a, deity that is human with wings. Well, if you're a feline humanoid, that crossover having wings, same deal. But with the different races that I've been part of, the Lyran forms were my favorite. But really, I just want to bring all of my consciousness back into my parent form, which is in one of the cities here on Earth, one of our underground cities. And that is, I
know for a fact that consciousness itself, is more than a human thing. I had a near-death experience when I was 14, and my consciousness definitely left my body.
Right.
And as far as I know, it didn't have, like an actual form. So if that happens, I'm sure, as it would if you die, as a human, like where does it go after that?
Oh, the human consciousness, or the soul question. The soul question is something that humans aren't ready to address yet. It's one of those things that I can give the answer. The amount of people that have been programmed and conditioned with their indoctrination on the other concepts with it.
I'm pretty open. I'm pretty open-minded.
Absolutely. And I'm saying with this audience, it's not something that would be a problem. But realize that with my mission and the stuff that I'm doing, that as the information comes out and I give technology and all this stuff comes around, that people are finally coming to terms with accepting what I am and truly accepting what I am and what that means for humanity's future, that they are going to be going back into all of these channels where there's any time that I've appeared on, and videos like this are going to all of a sudden have 1 million and then 10 million and then 100 million views on them as people try to extract data from them. And if I give an answer on something that is going to drastically upset the population that is not in a state where they're psychologically conditioned to be able to handle that kind of information, then it will bring about unnecessary suffering.
I believe as long as you're true to yourself, like things find a way of working themselves out.
Well,
that's why that's why I think we get enemies, we make friends, and all of the different kind of relationships. But if you're living it based on a lie, then it's not worth it.
Right. And that's what we're trying to get everyone toward is that because of all the social engineering and indoctrination and all of that stuff, humans are not conscious. Right.
Like a fake consciousness.
Yeah, consciousness is freedom, and it's that when their version of reality is run through filters of indoctrination and social engineering and all that stuff, then their concept of reality, their concept of the universe itself is false, which means that they're not conscious, right? They're living in a role-playing game.
It's basically like a really cool picture I saw. It's like perception is everything. It's how you see it, But you have to be in a space where you have your own mind, and you're not like you said, indoctrinated and
right. Yeah, and it's the thing, like I said, I don't hold it against people that they have been put through the indoctrination that they have, that they can't recognize the truth and everything. This is a system that has been designed to keep their consciousness down, right? 100%. I mean, nobody can fight a system that's been that well designed for them, and like judging humans at all.
Well, yeah, you're born into it. That's all you know. It's like a fish in a fish tank. It doesn't realize there's a whole world out there.
Yeah, you don't get mad at a tiger for taking out a gazelle, right? It's the animal instinct. It's the life it knows. It's what it has to do based on every ounce of conditioning that it's through, natural and unnatural. It's going to do it. So, this is one of those things where I don't have any animosity towards humans, but they're going to be put in check. And if they don't come around now, when they have all the information in front of them, then they're going to be extinct. Right. So, Angels Are Life asks, how many lifetimes have I had? Technically one. I don't stop existing. I insert into lives. I experience biological lifetimes, thousands of them at this point. But a lot of the other species and races, when I've had lifetimes on their worlds, have much longer lifespans. So, not as many as it would have been in the millions of years that I've been around.
Okay, you ready for me again?
Hit it.
All right. So, what is the ultimate purpose that you're looking to serve? Like, what is the ultimate purpose of making the human race survive and thrive and, ascend? What does it mean to you?
Okay. So the ultimate purpose right now isn't actually about humans. It's in spite of humans. So humans are being brought to a level of transcendence, not because they deserve it, but because there's interference that's occurred. So getting down to it, there are a million other species on the planet that are working towards sentience, right? That were cheated out of their chance at it because humans are going to make them all extinct. The option at this point is get the humans out of the way by death or removal, or get the humans to wise up real quick. Those are the only two options, right? And the contingency event has been put in place, and if humans don't wise up, they're going to be removed.
I don't know if you addressed this earlier, but the evolution theory or creation,
right? Oh, that it's funny, but evolution itself is absolute. Evolution is a thing that happens. It's just that with the genetic seeds, the panspermia, the seeds of life that we put on the planet, it's that it was put so that it could evolve into certain families of forms of life and have the potential of evolving the things that were needed to survive under different conditions. So, that's one of those things where it is not that any individual form of life was ever created or designed to exist in exactly the form it is. It's that the potential variations were put in place for them to be able to arrive at that depending on their needs.
So you're saying that like there was definitely some extraterrestrial involvement
absolutely.
in the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the thing. It's more like one of those zip cars that Crowley and I had when we were young. You just pull the ripcord and put it down, let it go. When you create the design for the seeds to be able to unfold in a specific way, you don't have to keep interfering. So as far as the rest of the animal life on Earth, we haven't had to do a lot with that. They've been doing what they needed to. Humans, because of the tampering that happened with accelerating their evolution, then we've had to do counter events in order to introduce genetics and things to try to counter the corruption of their form that was brought on by our common enemy, and to give them more genetic resources for the super exciting stuff that's coming. And
I'm kind of all over the place, but what are your thoughts on Skinwalker Ranch?
My thoughts, right? So to be able to cover things with the experiences at Skinwalker Ranch is one of those things where I would need to get close, not immediately close. I can hit one of the parallel lines, but I would need to get just somewhere in the vicinity to verify whether it's over one of our nodes or not. Because I have a feeling that what's happening is a convergence of two separate things. One of them being, we have our electromagnetic grid. In 1 second.
Which is way more expanded than people understand. Yeah. You got the Borrego Triangle, you got the Jersey Triangle. There's
all of the pyramids that were built, so many thousands of years ago seem to be on these ley lines. I think
Yeah, ley lines. Yeah, and the ley lines is what people come to understand our grid as. So the situation, I just sent Crowley an email, so he's got the information on that. But there's a grid all over the Earth that is created by our underground cities and base station nodes that we put up. So the function of the grid is, there's many aspects to it. One of the aspects is that it operates as a signal to any other interstellar or interdimensional race, telling them this is a protected planet, like this is a protected nature reserve. Don't come here unless you're part of the Celestial Alliance, because you'll get a beat down. Right? It's a big
I would imagine that it gives you guys energy and stuff too, right? Like it brings some kind of.
Well, we actually generate energy with it, but that's the other thing about it, it's gravitational force disturbance, and I'm going to show them how to track it. But with the nodes themselves, they make the grid, they make the protection grid that keeps people out that shouldn't come. But it's also the celestial archives. So when I'm given the technology that says, look, here you go to this spot, measure the gravitational disturbance that's there. Okay, now because you can measure the gravitational disturbance that's there, you can finally start fine-tuning mobile equipment to be able to detect that, so that then you can detect it remotely instead of having to be on it, so that you can map it with aircraft and satellites and drones, and you can see the grid all around the world. And when you can map it, then you can enhance the technology so that you can go to the nexus points, where our cities are and where our nodes are, where the energy is the strongest. And then you can start detecting the gravitational fluctuations that are there as the information that is being dispersed by it. This is our internet.
Were the Nazca lines made for visitors and from other planets?
They were made by people who knew what we were. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There was no confusion that their stewards came from outside of the atmosphere. But most of the lores around the world did keep track of that. It's just the modern Judeo-Christian religious system that's really suppressed the awareness of all the mythologies and everything around the world, where they pretty much everyone else acknowledged that their stewards came from the sky.
Yeah, me personally, I believe in God, like one single God. I just do not like religion because it was made by man,
Right.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go again, down this deep dive. Now, there has been sporadic scientific evidence that there's been civilizations on Earth that predate our development as a species.
Mm-hmm.
So, where do you fall with that?
And
why would we be another?
Right, exactly, man. Like the hammer they found in the rock, like 500 million years old, and we're supposed to only be here for like 250,000.
Right. So generally what a species will do if we've got a misalignment like what's happening right now, right? So on any world, so don't think just Earth, just think on any world that the life is being cultivated on. If you have multiple species that are working towards sentience, when one species achieves sentience and are capable of transcendence, then when they are going to leave the planet behind so that they don't disrupt the process for other species, then when they remove themselves from the process, they do the best they can to remove the marks they've left behind, right? They erase their own culture from the map so that the next species that's coming up can go through their own maturation process without being corrupted, right? Like if humans went away, you don't want chimpanzees wandering into a gun store.
See, now this is also another dynamic theory to where the pyramids and the pyramids, I'm not talking about the Giza pyramids. I'm talking about pyramids around the world.
Around the world, so many others,
okay, were designed to be waterproof and protect the information from the previous, civilizations to help the, because they knew there was going to be, a flood. They knew there was going to be, something that was going to destroy humanity.
Fire from the sky. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And these, they were kind of like bolts to let humanity start, not from the beginning point, but from the end point of the previous civilizations.
The way they were built was all based on mathematics.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
A civilization, intelligent enough to understand the mathematics would be able to unlock, what they were trying to
unlock a lot of technology. Yeah, and that's where the thing gets to, is that for humanity to come to the point where they can figure out how to translate the old information that's in those things means getting through the entire history of humanity up to the last 150 years, right? So like the information from these pyramids is not something that's been of any applicable use to humanity as a whole prior to that time.
Well, it's kind of like a seed vault. How we have a seed vault for whenever the end of the world comes,
right,
to help, the next generation to start from, a certain point instead of starting over completely.
Yeah.
So
to have advantage. And that's the thing, is that a lot of these pyramids are on our nexus node locations, right? The local cultures built them in those locations because that's where our bases are.
And where did they get that information?
From us.
And so why aren't you sharing that information now?
We are. But we shared it at the time. That's the thing, is that we openly told them, we're from the stars. We're here to take care of you. We're here to teach you. We're giving you this information. And went through the processes. You look at the mythologies, you look at the legends, the lore, the histories of all these people all around the earth. We did not conceal this fact. We did not hide where we came from. We openly shared it with them. Right? It's the modern religious concept that has told people that this was not the case. It's the modern Western religion that says, no, ignore every historical fact from everywhere around the world. You need to come to us for information. You need to come to us for the truth. Ignore every piece of history that exists, right? And it has become so pervasive that almost the entirety of Western culture has no exposure whatsoever to any of the lore, legends, and histories of anything else, right? So they don't see the openness that, these people from the stars came, interacted with humanity, taught them things, took care of them in times where there was drought or famine or whatever to get them through it, and took them to their next level of survival.
So a curveball. You ready for a curveball?
Yeah.
I'm going to keep doing this forever.
I'm ready.
Me and you all night. Okay. What's in the Vatican's vault?
Oh, good question.
Stuff that I am looking. I'm trying to make sure that I don't utter a threat that would create particular problems. What's in the Vatican's vault is stuff that they have no right to, and they are going to be punished severely for it.
Do they have a lot of things from
the Library of Alexandria?
Yes.
Yeah. See how I knew you were going to ask that.
Why would they be punished for it?
It's not theirs. Okay.
Well, ownership is 100% of,
Yeah, hiding knowledge should definitely be a punishable crime.
So it's not just about hiding knowledge, which they're going to get their comeuppance from that. But specifically, the thing is that all of the mythologies around the world are actually part of one informational construct.
It makes sense.
And this one informational construct, we left all these pieces in the mythologies around the world because it would be thousands and thousands and thousands of years before humans created the ability to easily traverse around the globe and to share information around the globe. And when humanity achieved that point and started doing comparative social studies and cultural anthropology with each other and comparing their mythologies, they would combine them all into the one thing they are supposed to be. This is a celestial atlas. This is a key to humanity understanding itself and its capability of going beyond what it is. Okay. Now, with the formation of the religious orders that have existed for a very long time and going back into the Catholic Church, well, the Catholic Church was essentially the power behind Rome. And they went out adventuring across the world, sending their people out to conquer countries. And if they couldn't conquer them, then at least they could steal their histories and destroy their historians, destroy their academies and things like that. And when you look at the actual histories that have survived on Rome stomping across the globe doing all this stuff, that's what they did. And yes, certainly other religions did that too, but you know, the other religions did it primarily to destroy. The Catholic Church's objective was to acquire the information, to be the ones to control the information, because they knew what it actually contained.
So instead of storm Area 51, you're saying storm the Vatican.
No, I'm saying it's too late for the Vatican.
You're trying to get him in trouble, Crowley. Stop it, man.
No, she missed what I was saying.
It's the storm Area 51 was fun, and it's that I'm not encouraging anyone to go after the Vatican because they have already secured their fate and what's going to happen to them. And they're not going to be allowed to control our information anymore. And yeah,
so do you think their vaults would enlighten the human civilization?
Yeah. You know, they have culturally appropriated the mythologies that we left for every other tribe, every other people around the world. That does not belong to them. It belongs to the other people. To the Irish people, to the Scottish people, to the Scandinavian, to the Central American and South American. Every other people's mythologies were taken and artifacts looted.
What part do the Masons play, if any? Or is that just like a...
All right,
I'm a junior Mason. Let's go with this. All right.
Okay.
I love it, man. I love it.
Then maybe, Crowley, you can be one of our first representatives on restoring the Masonic order to what it was supposed to be.
I don't want to be responsible for shit. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just talk.
So, Mr. Crowley, do you know what this is? I know it's not going to focus really well, but...
It's a stamp of some sort.
Yep.
Not really. I can't really see it, to be honest.
Can't really, yeah.
The camera's not going to focus really well on it.
Actually, right there, it was like kind of zooming.
No, okay. This is a 1 penny die from the Sunset Chapter, RAM, instituted April 29th, 1901, from the Masonic Lodge in Chehalis, Washington. So
yeah, I could never place that even being.
Okay, so this was their tradition back in the day, that when they would found a new lodge, they would create a penny die that they would use to strike commemorative pennies for the founding of the lodge.
My buddy's a Mason, by the way, so I'm not talking crap.
This is part of me taking the power away from them. So this is from the founding of the lodge where I grew up. Now, here's one of the things that's inconvenient as far as records go. With the law enforcement agencies that tried to assassinate me in 1991, and the prosecutors and judges that engaged in the cover-up for them to hide the crimes that they committed when they tried to assassinate me, those men were 90% members of the same Freemason lodge.
Is there paperwork?
Yes.
Something to back this up?
Yes.
You send it to me?
I have the archive here. So let me get you started on that. This is when things will get fun for you. Okay. So this is going to create a deep dive for you, Crowley. You're going to be lost for days going through this,
dude. I say
yeah,
dude.
So
just because like that's
I know that you don't mean a gender specific term when you're saying
just say dude.
This is our generation, right? That dude was just a thing that we expressed. Yeah,
I just didn't want to be offensive or.
I don't mean anything either. I said dude a couple times.
No, I honestly, I'm over the hypersensitivity construct. So here's something that'll really break people's minds. The woke culture is broke. You know, part of what we were talking about before with the whole thing that, you know, people's perspectives and what they adhere to with their culture mores and everything else is a matter of where they were embedded when they were born and everything else like that. And the culture that they were raised in determines whether they're capable of change or not for a large part. And because of all those things, when somebody who's woke is condemning people for not being woke, they're really condemning that person for the circumstances of their birth.
The woke culture,
which is the most unwoke thing you can do. It's like making fun of somebody because of a physical disability that they were born with.
The woke culture, yes, is like basically just more control, an attempt at more control.
Yeah, it's just another part of the social engineering control that's meant to keep a society divided into aspects that fight with each other. I took it away and it's not mine.
Say that again.
The last thing I said?
Yes, please.
Okay. So understanding that people's attitudes and behaviors on their social mores and the culture they were brought up determining, you know, what the type of change that they're capable of, where their consciousness lies, how they process the information that comes in, determines whether they're on the woke side of the battle or the not woke side of the battle with that whole social thing. And the woke people that are upset at the non-woke people that can't give up their old discriminations and prejudices and everything is the same thing as hating a person for a birth defect.
Divide and conquer. They've been using it for years.
Yeah, because it's the circumstances of the people's birth that put them in the social circumstance that cultivated them into the people that adhere to those social deficits. Right? So hating a person... Go ahead.
Want to hear my answer?
Yeah.
There shouldn't be a battle. The only battle that should be is acceptance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's plain and simple. Just
completely
accepting things, you know, just because you don't like them, they're visually not, you know, acceptable. They're not mentally acceptable. They're not physically acceptable. They're not verbally acceptable. Just, it doesn't matter. It
shouldn't.
Just accept it. You know what I mean? Just accept it. And that's it. You're saying there's a battle. There should not be a battle.
Right.
The only battle should be is striving to accept.
Completely.
That's my philosophy. I'm sorry.
Completely. That's the whole thing. Just Chaos in the chat. You had a question. So you say, I should be punished. I took it away and it's not mine. What is it that I took away? Just want to make sure.
My hair?
Right.
I think he might have been talking about gathered information, like the library,
Right.
Alexandria, Vatican, stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, I think the chat may be falling behind a little bit. So.
Got it. Yeah, the Vatican, they took things that don't belong to them. But I mean, let's take that a step back into a different way here, in that the museums throughout the entire Western culture, especially Britain and the United States, are filled with cultural appropriation, right? Most of the function of those is on taking things away from other cultures that they did not have, they don't have a right to. And they fill the museums with these relics and things of historic importance.
Angels got it, I think.
Yes, got it. The penny die, no, it's not something that I took without authority. I located it, I paid to acquire it, and I acquired it appropriately. It's something that's used as an energy tool for me to take what is owed me, which brings us back to the discussion on Masons. So in the original function, we embedded knowledge within humanity on a lot of different aspects. So we created the Druids, the Volva, the Masons, the Illuminati. We created those groups to be ones who could maintain certain components of knowledge. And the Druids were embedded with the arts, the magical arts associated with nature. The Volva were associated, or were provided, the magical arts associated with the fates. And the Masons were given the scientific knowledge, and the Illuminati were given the arcane knowledge. And this is how we divided the sections up, so there would be no singular group that had access and control to all of this knowledge, because of course that would be a bad thing with primitive species.
Okay, so you're saying you're responsible for Masons? Is that what?
Not me directly, but our people. Yes.
Okay, now being
that's
a part of the Masons and understanding the God, what do I want to say?
The surviving histories,
the rituals of the Masons. I was a deacon in the Masons, and we were basically taught not to respect females. The females were, below us, and they provided for us and did for us, kind of thing. So I kind of failed to understand how that is a path to enlightenment.
It's not.
I mean, I probably just pissed a bunch of people off, I'm sure. Thank God there's not that many people watching, because
no,
I let go some secrets,
Right, because here's the thing, is that what the Masons are now is not what we left them. So the order itself, the way that things went across was that, we had all these different segments that had special information and knowledge that was left with them. Okay. And, this is one of those discussions that's happened in the ufology community a lot, is, the people that have awareness of one of the specific events and technology from a downed craft or whatever, people get transferred away, people die, you end up coming to a circumstance where there's only a couple of people left that have control of all that information, right? And this happened within the Masons as well, where gradually, instead of that information that we left being maintained across a wide order, it got filtered down and filtered down and filtered down to fewer and fewer people being in charge of it, until those people sequestered the information away and it was no longer maintained as part of the Masonic tradition. Essentially, the organization had the resources that were left for them taken away and corrupted from within and converted into something where this foundation was left and all the foundational resources were gone, right? And the purpose associated with it was gone. And within the Masonic order, the information that we had left on the connection and advancement on science would lead to the discovery of individuals that would have a proclivity for the arcane sciences, and those people from within the Masons would be invited over into the Illuminati. And the Illuminati would work with the hard sciences, and the Illuminati and the Masons, they had no nation, right? There was no concept of nationality. It was, this much information, this much knowledge. This is something that can't be controlled by a nation, by one power structure, because all power, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Anyone that has control of that much information is going to use it for corrupt purposes, right? So none of that knowledge would be given to government leaders or anything along those lines. But all it took was one person being inside that inner circle who decided they had loyalty to Rome, starting the process of sequestering that information for Rome, which led to the revelation of the information that we had left for the Druids and for the Volva, which meant Rome invading the territories to get that information and having the information they had taken from there on the celestial atlases that were laid within the mythologies around the world. So that simple chain of corruption where some people bring power into a tighter and tighter circle, into a small group where they can then sequester it away, then led to the corruption of the whole planet.
Was Atlantis a real place?
That's a big answer to take on.
Yeah.
Or
think about
just
that
concept.
Atlantis was a real place, yeah. And we embedded it below the crust after. So it didn't sink in the ocean. It was submerged. We just put up the bubbles and did the transmedium vehicle thing to take it below the crust. But
Donna had a question.
Yes. Sorry, with all the spam in the chat, I end up missing a lot of them.
Yeah, somebody did that bot, man. I can't chat right now.
Yeah, I've been on that pretty heavy.
Yeah, he's been on it. It's just that it ends up filling up a bunch of slots in there that slides the chat past. What existential threats did I face, and how did I overcome them? The biggest existential threat that I faced was in taking out the enemy that's behind the corruption of humanity back when they first invaded the galaxy. So the shadow government stuff that's going on here is because there are a certain number of lizard folk that have been here on Earth for millions of years. And they've been continuing to manipulate and corrupt humanity to get it to
going
destroy
into the Starseed thing?
No, this isn't Starseed. This is
the reptilians.
The reptilians, yeah. And even them using the term reptilian is a misdirection.
Okay.
They're trying to confuse multiple species that could fall under the reptilian descriptive category when it's the lizard folk.
Okay, I wasn't trying to interrupt. I was just trying to clarify.
No. It was a good question. It's good for you to ask clarifying questions, because for me, I have this body of knowledge completely consuming everything in my brain. I don't know which details people need for them to have a better understanding and framework for what I'm saying. So clarifying questions are a really good thing. But yeah, the lizard folk, big, brutal, psychic natured, but they don't have spirit. So they're very different in how they operate. they're the ones that are influencing, doing the shadow government stuff, and just pushing the right buttons to get humans to destroy themselves. And at this point, the world is on the brink of total destruction anyways, so they've done their job. But back when they first came to this universe, they invaded, they were toppling worlds, and because they don't have spirit, their version of consciousness exists in psychic comprehension. So psychic comprehension is what they use to determine if something was sentient or not. And in this universe, we use consciousness and spirit as the identifying component of sentience. So when they got here, they determined there was no sentient life in the universe. So they just started toppling worlds, taking resources, all of that, because they couldn't recognize sentient life. Even when we tried negotiating with them and all that stuff, they would not participate. They didn't do anything to stop the harm that they were bringing. So we had to destroy their incursion vessel, which it was a planetary sized incursion vessel. And I was sent to do that.
A little off topic, but do you know the reason why there were so many people, like high-ranking politicians and everything, going to Antarctica a couple years back?
There's a lot of stuff they could be doing down there. And I'm hoping that one of my siblings has thrown a misdirection bone on them. So I don't know specifically what they're doing, but down there's a lot of things they could be doing, but we're talking about a continent.
Well, because even Buzz Aldrin, the astronaut, made a text about saying basically it's pure evil, and then it was taken down off of his whatever social media account that he was on. They took it down. Right. But my thought is, why would you even say that in the first place?
Right. Yeah. Well, there's so much misdirection that's happening in the war between races here. But the origin of it was, they invaded. They didn't think there was sentient life here, so they didn't bother working with anyone that tried to stop them from destroying the worlds they were destroying. I was dispatched to deal with their ship. It was a planetoid-sized ship. And when I locked them down, they tried to phase shift their ship to escape, and it would not work. They tried to engage warp to escape, and that would not work either. And when I ruptured their ship, they were using a synthetic star at the core of their ship as their power structure. And when their ship was ruptured by the plants, that's what I did. I just commanded all the plant life on the ship to grow. Grow fast, tear through everything, and it ruptured the gravitational containment sphere around the star, which then the star ruptured inside a phase shift field inside of a warp field and caused a cataclysmic reaction. And it wasn't just that it killed all of their species that was there. They still had plenty of them on other worlds they had already invaded. But I took out 99% of their population in an instant. And it wasn't just that. That itself would have been something, that it's still sad to ever end sentient life. The problem was that there was a cataclysmic chain reaction because of the star going nova inside of the gravitational containment field of the star, inside the phantom drive field, inside the warp field. The conversion of energies that happened there sent out a blast wave that ended up destroying hundreds of worlds.
What kind of propulsion system do the ships use?
Their ship, it was a warp bubble around the planet, which prevented inertia, and then they would just have to create a directional gravitational field, which would create terminal falling, beyond terminal, because without the inertia they didn't have terminal velocity, so it would accelerate in that way. But the destruction wave that went out would actually cause stars to go nova when it impacted them, and it spread like crazy. But there are a lot of worlds that were destroyed in the process, and I haven't. It's a thing I'm never going to get over. So, like with us, we're an empathic race. And, with how we share everything in our experiences with each other, like I was describing people, when they do the life as star seeds as cultural anthropologists, and they go share with their original pool. I'm never going back to my pool. I'm never going to experience home in any capacity whatsoever. Because after the destruction that was caused by that, as an empath, taking on the accountability for that much death is something that, as an experience, I would not inflict on my worst enemy, and most definitely will not inflict on my family. And if I went back to my pool, that would mean that my experience of that event and what I felt as the result of it would be disseminated amongst all of my people, and they would be inflicted with the pain from that. And it's something I won't do. So I will never go home.
Things like that, I believe, will create strong people. If you don't experience, struggle, I believe that, that it's definitely not good at the time, but I think it makes people stronger, if you use it, in the right way.
Yeah. Well, I've had 5.5 million years to get over it. But, it's the single greatest act of destruction in this universe. And there's no way to undo that. And instead, I just continue stewarding life on as many worlds as possible. There's no way to undo the red in that ledger.
That's all you can do. Just like I meet people all the time, and there's a lot of people that I've met, who are on YouTube and things like that, and
right.
I fall out with some of them and don't talk to them, and some of them, I've talked to regularly, but you just
adversity is the source of evolution. It is the source of growth.
As long as you use that to help you be a better person,
Yeah, absolutely.
A better being.
Well, and that's the thing is that, if they weren't stopped, the destruction would have been way worse. So it was still a net reduction in suffering by the destruction that was caused. But as an empathic being, you can't inflict that kind of damage without being scarred by it. Let's see. Donna asks, why in the world haven't you provided us with sufficiently sophisticated algorithmic artificial intelligence to neutralize the damage to our civilization perpetuated by social media? That is a very good question. And the answer is because it's something humans are supposed to do. Humans are abusing each other, and you're responsible for the damage you do to each other. You want to kill each other, that's completely fine. That's at your discretion. Does not matter. The rest of the species on the planet, that's what I care about. Humans are the ones who determine who the leaders of their government are, and the leaders of their government in turn determine what laws they're going to create or what laws they're going to enforce or not enforce. And all around the world, other people, when they've had enough of their governments, they engage in a revolution, they rise up, they overthrow them. It's happened in Egypt multiple times in the recent years. And the Western culture is just of the disposition that, throwing some comments here or there, or maybe having a sit-in once every other year with picket signs is going to change things rather than changing who their leaders are. So it's one of those things where if people decide that they're not going to change the status quo, that they aren't going to be part of the answer, then they continue allowing that. And, it's one of those situations where, humans have been corrupted by the external influence that's been going on. It's why I've been sent to give away our technology, to give away the information, because we're compensating for the damage that's been done. But the manner in which I'm going about doing it on introducing information and introducing concepts and pointing people toward where all the answers are so that they can get there on their own, is because if humanity doesn't show they have the capacity for maturity, that they have the capability for taking down the invaders that are on their world, that are behind the shadow government, that are causing this corruption, if humans can't do that on their own, then they are never going to be allowed in the Celestial Alliance. And even if we do anything to allow humans to not become extinct in the next few years, we would be essentially blockading Earth so that humans could never leave it. Right? Because arriving at transcendence is something that a species is supposed to come to through its normal maturation process. Right? Humans' maturation process has been significantly interfered with. They don't have the capability of getting on there on their own because there's not a natural path anymore because of all the interference that's happened. But they still have to put in some effort. We're not going to invite them to participate in anything outside of what they know. Not going to get them into the Celestial Alliance when they haven't made an effort at maturing. And unfortunately, we're at a process now where they can't mature on a natural course. They have to be subjected to the information of our existence, of the existence of the Alliance and all this other stuff in the capacity that it is, because if we don't give them that information right now, they're going to destroy themselves anyways. So it's a catch-22 situation. And because we have to give that information right now, then this is a circumstance where they have to really quick come to terms with deciding if they want to move forward as a species and be part of the greater something that's out there, or if, they're going to count on us to save them from themselves. And if we have to save them from themselves, we're either just going to turn off the grid and let them be culled by the ones that want them. Or we're going to have to take control and return to our seats of power where we are the ones running the planet, which is not what we want. That's why I'm here. And that's one of the most important messages on this, is that if we wanted control, we have the ability to do that. We're not trying to take control. We're trying to give you control of your planet. We're trying to give you control of your consciousness. We're trying to give you technology, get you to access all the information that's at your disposal. We're trying to give you everything. And if everything is not enough for humanity to come to terms with taking responsibility for itself, then nothing will ever be enough. And humans as a species are not going to be allowed in the Celestial Alliance at any time. They'll be locked down to Earth.
You make a lot of good points. I'm going to go ahead and take off. It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too. Have a great day. Let's see. How far is... an echo. Oh,
See, I told you.
Okay.
Told you.
Yeah. You just need a good set of headphones, I think.
Oh yeah, maybe I do.
Yeah. So it's the sound coming out of the speakers being picked up by the microphone.
Yeah, because I'm on my phone.
Oh, really? Ooh. Yeah, I bet some headphones.
Oh, she still wants to know, where do souls come from?
So this is a tricky one. And it goes back to that thing I was talking about earlier with when people start going back and looking at the videos, and what they can accept and what they can't accept, what will cause the most friction for them. And in that circumstance, I don't think humans are ready to understand about souls. It's one of those things that the answer itself is something that, when people aren't ready for it, can be jolting, I guess. And I don't want to start by creating that circumstance, because when we have something like that, then people shut down to the other information available to them. So it's something that I'm looking forward to getting people to a consciousness level where they can properly handle that information. But in the meantime, that's one that I should refrain from. How far are humans behind in learning? Approximately 700 years technologically is where humans are. In their capabilities, and that's part of the knowledge being suppressed by the people in control. And it's one of those things that just is kind of my biggest frustration, how knowledge can be developed, technology can be developed, and something that reduces suffering, something that prevents death, something that enhances cognitive processes, something that restores life to the deserts and all of these things, and that humans would allow a corporation to sequester that knowledge and keep it away at all. There's no greater good policy being practiced by the populace. And that's really kind of my most frustrating point of experience with humans, is that, I can direct people to information that exists across all these different human archives, with all of the different historical records and medical records and technological details and all this other stuff. And, where all these things can be brought together and just suddenly turn humanity around. And in the process, show that, humanity has always had the ability to hold itself up, to lift itself up, if they would ask the right questions, if they would look in the right places, if they would just believe that they could find the answers and go looking and work together to steer into collaboration instead of competition. And I really wish that that we could get them there. And I'm over here in refugee housing where I left everything behind so I could do that. And I'm hoping to get there. Angels Are Life will have to see you on that one. The souls thing is rough, even in private conversation. But my flock, how you doing this morning? I know I've kept you on here forever, Cassie.
They sure love you. Everybody sure loves this.
Yeah. Well, if you want, we can keep things on. I think Crowley is probably deep in the documentation I sent him, because I gave him a link to a drive that has scans from the legal records and things that I came here with. And so I think he's wrapped up in that pretty tight right now. Yeah, there are some things that there's nothing that I can't tell. There are things that I won't tell because it would increase suffering to do so. We'll put it that way. My restrictions actually ended yesterday, so I'm capable of revealing everything. That's part of why this is a really fun circumstance right now. But if you give me just a minute, because I need to run across the hall to the restroom again, and I will be right back.
I'll again, guys, and see if this works. Be back. There. Should be right back, guys. Tony, where did you go? S4. Better? Good. Hi, Sarah. Here she is.
Ta-da! I'm back. Did everyone
There
miss
you are.
me?
Does it sound better?
Yeah, that's great. No echo. We're good.
I wonder where those spots are coming in so much. It's crazy. I've never had this many bots.
Well, usually your chats go shorter, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, we're at 6.5 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I think what the bots do is that they target live streams that have been going for a long time, to hit those up, because they're, they can find a stream and then put the bot in there to intermittently send the things out and get more exposures of it, as opposed to channels that tend to have short streams on them. Where, the bot might not even find the channel before the stream ends. So they like to focus the long streams. Let's look at more questions. Angels Are Life. Was I telepathic with my mother? It's a no, but the thing is that my mother and I had a bad relationship because we had like a feedback loop with us. where just anytime that we were around each other, the energy that would go between us, the friction would build. And we would end up like arguing for no reason at all, right? Yelling at each other and everything. And it was just one of those things where our energy was just really strong in that capacity, and took a long time for me to be able to create a buffer to prevent that from happening. Is the universe colorful? Yes, I can explain the color of the universe by giving you some physics information on sound. So, sound is compression waves, but our experience of those compression waves is such that when a frequency achieves its harmonic, which is double that frequency, then you hear it as the same note. Okay. So, an A note is an A note is an A note. They're the same note, but a higher frequency of repetition. Now, when you get into other types of frequency, electromagnetic frequency, light frequency, changing frequency changes color, just like changing frequency changes notes. And even though you're outside of the, below the human visual spectrum as infrared, above the human visual spectrum as ultraviolet, you still have that shifting across colors that occurs, even though humans can't perceive it. So all of the increases in frequency that go far beyond, NASA likes to use coloration systems for the photos that they take, where they're trying to estimate those things. But, the universe itself is a really colorful place. So yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah, those horrible bots. So you still there, Crowley, or did I put you into a wormhole with all that documentation? May have lost him.
Where'd you go, Tony?
But do we have any more questions? Yeah, I know Crowley was planning on asking me a lot more and keeping things going all night, but once I dropped that document link for him, I think I put him down the rabbit hole. So what I sent him was a link to a drive that has the legal records from the 1991 case when law enforcement attempted to assassinate me. The big, entrapment scenario they created. When they did that, they inadvertently created evidence of there being two of me. And they also had their informant was wearing a transceiver, which caught the evidence that my friends were talking about me using my powers. So, this was back in 1991. And that's the reason they had to engage in this big cover-up, was that, they planned on getting their kill in. And, if they got their kill in, then there wouldn't be any trials. There wouldn't be any evidentiary hearings. Nobody would be looking at the evidence. So they didn't coordinate to do it. They have a hit squad that does this, that hunts down celestials all over the world, which is part of what I'm exposing. And in the process of them doing this, the evidentiary record that they created was something that then all of a sudden would prove that this organization exists, that they're out there, that they're hunting down celestials to keep us from doing exactly what I'm doing right now, giving information to people, exposing the shadow government that's behind the governments, the people that are in control behind control. So they hunt us down and they kill us whenever they find us. And with that circumstance, because my double interfered in the case and kept me out of the kill box, I didn't get killed. And with that, then we have this circumstance where me and my friends are facing these legal charges, and they had to go into a circumstance of trying to cover up what they'd done. So they're blackmailing attorneys, and they're, threatening people right and left, and they're getting other people involved in their cover up, and the documentation's all in that archive that Crowley's got there. And, coming into that circumstance where, what exists in that archive is the evidence that, they engaged in a big cover up to hide this information. They committed a bunch of crimes to hide this information, that this pre-existing group of people, is out there pulling Class A felonies, these people that work for the government with their names and identities and all that stuff. But that's not the part that really scares them about the evidence. What scares them about the evidence is, with them having me being in two places at one time, and with the audio recordings where my friends are talking about me using my abilities, this means that 30 years ago, the US government had evidence of powered people, right? Even if we don't put it on the big, extraterrestrial scale, if we just call it powered people, right? This means that the US government had evidence about them 30 years ago and did everything that they could, breaking laws, to hide that information, rather than letting it go to the public, rather than ever sharing that information with any of the countries that are supposed to be their allies. And yes, that was in Chehalis, Washington, Angels. And by them trying to hide this information, they just broke more laws, that whole thing. But it actually gets a lot worse than that when you start analyzing it and putting all the pieces together, which is that for all of these law enforcement agents to be able to know that they can bring themselves together to carry out this hit means that they had to be pre-organized for that purpose, right? Now, most people don't have a friend that they can go commit a minor crime with and know that the friend is not going to eventually tell somebody about it. These are people that do this for a living. They kill people. And knowing the existence of that group, that this group pre-existed for that purpose, you can also connect it where, I've got the evidence for the crimes that were committed by people at the jail, people at the juvenile detention center, people for the prosecutor's office, people, working for the prosecutor's office, interacting on these behalf, engaging in these crimes, and judges committing crimes and how they carried out the case. Because our case had national news attention at the time, and they could not allow it to go to an evidentiary hearing, because if it went to an evidentiary hearing, these records would come forward. And it wouldn't just show that an entrapment had taken place. And it wouldn't just show that law enforcement officers set up this situation so that they could kill a 16-year-old. The evidence would come out that they recorded proof of a powered person. And as far as control of the narrative for religion, for power, for anything else, if the case had gotten to the point of an evidentiary hearing and that proof had come out, that itself would have been the tipping point of consciousness for humanity. The spiral that would have come after, which is why they worked so hard to cover it up. And even in my sentencing hearing that had occurred, I was sentenced to 12 years in prison. And the judge at the sentencing hearing legally declared that I was not guilty and sentenced me anyways. That's all part of a process I needed to happen for what we're doing now. Okay. Because with where we are now in this time frame, they believe they got away with what they did. Right? They believed that nobody would look at the evidence, that it was all behind them. But I kept the archive. I kept the records. I have the transceiver recordings from the Wire the Informant War, where my friends in 1991 are talking about me and my powers to the government representative. And, you know, where you've got two different sets of surveillance teams for law enforcement that have me at two different locations, and another witness, you know, has me at another one. They actually have me at 3 locations, but I don't want to bring a third aspect into it. Because while the law enforcement had me under surveillance at my brother's apartment in Centralia, another surveillance team had me outside of Leanne's house on Grand Avenue, and I was helping my friend Tanya, helping her family move into their new house. And this is all in the records, in the documentation. So yes, my flock, hello there. This evidence coming out on the record, you can imagine, you know, just what that would do to the public consciousness now, right? But when we're talking about 30 years ago, if this happened in 1991, if people were subjected to that kind of information in 1991, the reaction that we would have had from the public would not have been good. You know, and they would have been able to justify their murder squad that goes around killing celestials. That's all right, my flock. Okay, so angels, planet on the other side of the moon. No, I haven't seen a planet on the other side of the moon. But after the case ended, I went and I spent 10 years in prison. Yeah, I did 10 years in lockup dealing with the people in there, and used that time to carry out some other side missions that I was given, which there's other evidentiary trails that they'll be able to follow in the long run when they find it. And yeah, essentially the civil rights that have come for the queer population in the United States and then resonating out across the world is the result of something I did while I was in prison. But I don't want to give that up. I just, you know, I'm looking forward to people putting in the work and tracking down the information. Donna, going back to where I come from. So my kind does not have a homeworld, I should say, because we came around so long ago that, you know, the star under which we were originally formed long since went supernova and destroyed the world. You know, we seed life on other planets and do all of that stuff. And I know the question has been asked multiple times, and I've been delaying it because I'm trying to keep it as basic as possible, because it's one of those things that's really hard for people to wrap their head around. My origin form, my body that is in one of our underground cities here on Earth right now, I am a dragon. And I know a lot of times people will say I'm a dragon because, you know, they think of dragons in the cultural badassery in which dragons are framed. But, you know, it's another one of the species. And when you go into the lore all around the earth, you go back into the mythologies, you find that all over the earth, man, all of these cultures completely separated from each other, they still had lore about dragons. They were still telling stories about dragons, even though all these cultures had no way of sharing that with each other. That's because originally we came in those forms. My body, my actual dragon body, is here on Earth. I should say in Earth, in one of our underground cities. And so from there, consciousness gets sent out with pieces. I fragment myself, and pieces take on an aspect of consciousness with one of these bodies. And this isn't the only model of body that I'm using. There are others, but there are multiples of this one as well. Oh, you're welcome, my flock. I was happy to help you yesterday. I'm glad you had a good birthday. Donna, yes, reincarnation is a thing that happens with anyone who is capable of having sufficient cohesion of consciousness to traverse that barrier. I should say that. And angels, where are the hybrids born and taught? Lots of places. You know, the hybridization thing is something that you know, we've got good genetics into the human pool right now. Getting others out there among the stars is not, you know, something that we've been prioritizing. You know, we don't want humans out there if they're not able to put themselves in check the way they're supposed to, I should say. But across the board, our solar system, technically no, but we do have the ability to ignite some planets, and that would be fun. But if we're looking at technicalities, there's not just a second sun in our solar system. There are hundreds of them at the cores of different vehicles, you know, UFOs, because synthetic stars are a really great power source. Yeah, that card reading yesterday was good. That was very positive. Hello, Gemma's Journey. You're welcome. So how are you feeling, Cassie?
Just eating.
Just eating. Okay. Yeah. Well,
How are you
I don't want
doing? You getting tired?
I'm doing good. No, I had actually gotten up right before getting on here. I just haven't done any food or caffeine or anything, which
You want to go do some eating?
deal. Well, no. I'm just thinking if I put some hot water in my pitcher, then I can make some tea. My normal cycle is to not eat until nighttime.
Oh, wow.
It's just part of my natural thing. But I do like having me some caffeine to keep things going. So I'm thinking I will put some hot water in my pitcher to get that started. But I don't know if you want to go on with your day. I think we buried Crowley in the stockpile of documentation. I don't think he's going to make it back. But I don't know if anyone else had any major questions they needed asked before we let everyone get on with their days.
Any more questions, guys? Yeah, we'll have to do this. We'll have to start doing this, Nas. This was fun.
Yeah, I would be more than happy to. Anytime you need, hit me up and I'll throw over my personal email in the chat there for you.
Hi, Matt. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I was hanging out with Chad a few nights ago on the Chad Smith podcast, and we covered a lot of information over there.
I love that.
It's one of those things that the question always comes up. Everyone's like, "Oh, what's your social media? Where can we keep track of you?" and that thing. And my answer is that I don't have. I'm not running my YouTube channel. I'm not running my TikTok. I'm not doing a bunch of stuff on Twitter. I have no financial resources because I am fine with that. When it comes around to it after the work that I've done, I'm going to be having more resources than anyone on the planet anyways. Money doesn't matter to me. But when all of the information about what I am gets picked up and starts making this forward momentum, and people go looking for it, then instead of providing resources for me by people looking at videos on a channel I don't care about that I run, instead they're going to be finding videos on your channel and on Chad's channel and on Amy's channel and on UFO Garage, and on Paranormal Highway. So, when people go looking for those things, that is then going to bring the audiences to the people I care about who have something positive to give the world. And then all those people are going to get exposed to more good things that are going to help them shape their consciousness. And that makes it so much more valuable to be able to contribute like this and provide my time to these channels. And while people think that I'm making things inconvenient by not having my channel, what I'm doing is I'm pushing a domino that has chain reactions that change human consciousness.
I like it.
Yeah. Pretty good design, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, get people to your channels and then they get to go back and watch your other videos and all of that stuff. And they'll do that with all the other channels. And that means that they're going to learn about the community that we have here. And they're going to see all these positive and supporting people that are helping them, when they see all of these people that are talking about all this subject matter, and it's just very open and it's very accepting, and it doesn't have that social stigma that the public was raised with on these subjects, then they're going to go, okay, it's all right to actually think about this and to actually believe this. Right.
Yes.
And they get over that stigma, and that breaks the social stigma of society where the public is finally ready to accept the truth.
Yeah.
So channels like yours and this community that we have here can actually be used to change the world.
Exactly. I love that. There's Gemma, guys. She's a sweetie.
Yeah. Good. There's Gemma's channel. Need to make sure I go. Oh, yeah. Nice. Mental Health Awareness Week. Love it. Yep.
You know, people want to come in and see more than just me reading. They want to come in and, you know, see different things.
Absolutely. And yeah, and that's part of the thing I love with this community is that, you know, everyone has their specific focused specialization, but they reach out across all the other subjects and all the other subject matter. You know, sharing and everything. And I just love that, you know, and the diversity of thought behind it is wonderful, and it makes me very happy.
Look, RB even wants to know if we want a threesome. Oh, goodness. We get it all here, don't we?
Oh, yeah. No, I have not been involved intimately in, let's just say more than a decade. We don't have to get specific with that.
Wow.
Yeah, I just as I headed into higher levels of consciousness, you know, it just became one of those things where it became clear that it would not be, it doesn't feel fair of me to have a relationship with a human.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. You know, it's like,
so you don't even have to have a human, huh?
Yeah. You know, I like intimacy. I like affection, and it would be something that would be, you know, positive to have in my life, but it doesn't feel right to have a relationship with a human. You know, because just the concept of everything that is in my mind and everything that I have to know for the work that I'm doing puts me at a level where a human couldn't ever really fully know me, right?
Yeah.
And you know, and if you can't know someone, you can't really have a full comprehensive love relationship. You know, you can have love, but the fullness of the connection isn't there, right?
Like, how come I feel that way too? And I'm human.
Yeah.
I feel that way myself, you know? Like, I don't feel like I, you know.
Well, it's hard to ever know somebody, but especially, you know, if you've been in situations where you have been betrayed, right? Where your trust has been broken, that harms the capability of having a love relationship more. And, you know, it's one of those things where I know I could have a relationship, you know, if I accepted that, you know, the function of love isn't that it has to be forever or that you have to know everything about each other. You just need somebody that is willing to say, look, everyone deserves to have an advocate in their life. Somebody that's going to say, I'm going to do what's best for you, no matter what. And if humans started doing that, I think things would change a lot. But for me, you know, I just like it feels like it would be selfish for me to try to have a relationship at all. You know, because just the work that I have is kind of important. You know, and I spend my time doing the work or doing slated relaxation or recreational things to make sure to maintain my mental efficiency. But,
yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. But I think we have good things across the board. We have killed the last 7 hours, right?
Are you ready? Are you ready to about?
Yeah. Well, I think we don't have the major other things that we need to cover right now, but it's also going to be good to save some things so that that we can slate some time to do some focused stuff, right? Have some focused subject matter that we cover. That'll be fun.
Thank you so much for.
You are welcome. Thank you for having me here and letting me rant.
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah, it's been fun. So
I'll have to do this again, okay?
Absolutely, that will be wonderful. And everyone have yourselves a great day there. And yeah, you're right. Second star survival, pain drives everything.
Right.
Yeah. And thank you, Jessa, My Flock, Gemma's Journey, everyone. Glad you were here. And I'm sure we'll all see each other again soon.
Yeah. I kept calling you HNOS. HNOS.
Right. Yeah, it's just NOS. That's all right.
Okay.
It's kind of fun for me seeing how long it takes before someone catches that someone else they're talking to says it a different way.
I know people were like, NOS. I'm like, oh. I kept saying HNOS. Right. I'm so sorry.
No. It's like I said, I have zero capability of experiencing offense. Yeah. So it's all good. I knew exactly where your heart was with addressing me. How can I be offended, right? We got this. All right. So thank you, and thank you all. Have a lovely day. Take care of yourselves. Hydrate, get fresh air, buy a plant for your room.
Yes. Okay, I'll see you next time.
Right, bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye, Tony. Love you guys. Oh, I don't think she did. I think she didn't take any offense at all. Okay, I love you guys. See you next time, okay? And thank you for joining us.